Oh, hello. I finished Operation Cast Lead yesterday night. I don't think it was that bad from the Israeli side. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe we'll read a full paper on that. Today, we're going hard. Got one article, 2 wars. What's going on with Run Day? I don't know. Apparently, I don't know why. Apparently, he wants to debate me on Israel Palestine. I don't know why. Apparently, because he thinks I only read Wikipedia. I mean, even if I did, though, I don't know why he would feel comfortable, unless he thinks. Yeah, I don't know. It seems stupid. Let's see, 2014-07. Whoops. Is it going to be today? If he wants to, it's got to be like today or tomorrow. I'm not going to, if he's shitting on me for not knowing anything, for weeks at a time, why would I give him weeks to prepare? He should just know. Obviously, if he knows enough to know I'm stupid, then he should know enough to tell me I'm stupid, right? 2014.08.26. There's this, and then there is... Did you get out of sleep today? Yes, I got 8 hours last night. I feel good. January, March, April, May of 5. 6 through... Okay. Did Israel ever say something like this openly?
Спящих. Мы выселили большое количество семей. Это было очень непросто сделать. Теперь, что касается спящих. Мы выселили большое количество семей. Это было очень непросто сделать. Выселили. Тех, кто так или иначе не поддерживал СВО, тех, кто оскорблял флаг, гимн России, президента Российской Федерации. Таких людей мы, пользуясь положением, которое у нас на тот момент было, пока мы не присоединились в юридическом плане к Российской Федерации, мы таких людей повыселяли семьями целыми. И выселяли, потому что мы понимали, что это люди, которых нам не переубедить, и с ними надо разбираться придется еще жестче. Их жизнь может быть под большой угрозой, поэтому лучше пускай едут к себе в Бандерштат и уезжают туда, и там строят свой
gay world.
Что имеете в виду, что их жизнь могла быть под угрозой?
Ну, их просто бы могли убить соседи. У нас, к сожалению, на первых этапах спецоперации были факты, когда люди творили самосуд. У нас на первом этапе было очень много ситуаций, когда люди занимали чужие дома, грабили чужие дома, происходило мародерство, откровенное мародерство. С магазина у нас это же в интернете все есть. Поэтому мы давали им возможность уехать. Кого-то принудительно выселяли, доводили до ленточки, зачитывали решение о его выселении, давали бутылку воды. Но что делать с женщиной, с 3 детьми, у которой другое убеждение, но она не считает Россию своей родиной, она не считает, что то, что происходит, правильно. Ну что, нам убивать ее? Понятно, что мы их просто вытесняли, мы их зачитывали, наше решение коменданта, и отправляли. Пусть живут как хотят.
Вам тяжело было принимать вот эти решения?
Ну как вы думаете, если я с этими людьми еще вчера Новый год встречал, за одним столом сидел? Я же вынужден был в любом случае, мы же все в одном городе живем. Я знаю, на этом округе я избираюсь с 98 года. Я 15 тысяч человек знаю, я так недавно набрасывал, примерно 15 тысяч человек знаю лично. Просто рукопожатиями. Я знаю учителей, я занимался там спортом, я там служил, я там мои отцы, родители, дедушки, бабушки. Понимаете, это большая семья, которая в Мелитополе долго живет. И максимально лояльно пытались относиться к людям, которых мы знали, с которыми мы жили, для того, чтобы избежать несправедливости, избежать лишней крови. Все, что могли, делали. Но это не значит, что я толстовец. Я не толстовец. Мы били жестко. И, к сожалению, приходилось принимать иногда крайне жесткие решения, о которых пока я рассказывать не буду.
I feel... let's take the ultra hot take. I feel like I don't know if there's anything wrong with like expulsion or ethnic cleansing. I feel like I don't know if the term was invented. Well, no, I think it was invented kind of recently. Was it? I think it came up over the Yugoslavia stuff. It seems to me to logically follow that if a country invades or takes over part of another country, that it might expel those people or that those people might leave. That seems to be like a natural consequence of like a war or military conflict. Now, if the initial conflict is unjustified, obviously that sucks. If the initial conflict is justified, then it's like I feel like this would be a natural, like, would it not be? Like, let's say I lived in let's say that I lived in Texas, and let's say that Mexico and Texas get into a war, and let's say for whatever reason, let's say Mexico invades and takes over parts of southern Texas. I feel like I just would never expect all of the Americans that live in the part that gets taken over, and then let's say Mexico's like, we're annexing this. I feel like I would expect them always to either leave or for the Mexican government to like, you guys have to leave now. Why would it be natural? Because I feel like, isn't that the course of like so many wars in the past where like if you take over territory, you end up like kicking the people off sometimes? It sucks, obviously, but yeah, Nibla. Yeah, I'm sorry. This also makes it sucks too because the people that use ethnic cleansing always do this stupid fucking dance. And I understand what you're saying. You're not correct, but I understand what you're saying. That so Nibla says as a Kosovar, or I don't want to say you're not correct. I'm sorry. You said as a Kosovar refugee, ethnic cleansing usually assumes the killing off of a people in a region. I agree with you. That's what I assume when I hear ethnic cleansing. But people use ethnic cleansing to mean expulsion, and ethnic cleansing explicitly doesn't mean killing. But people use it because I think it invokes that feeling of like killing a ton of people. And that's why they use the term. Because I don't know why you wouldn't just say expulsion. I don't know why people, ethnic cleansing is such an insanely, it sounds like genocide. It sounds like murder. You're ethnically cleansing. You're killing a whole, you're cleansing. The cleansing fires wash over the territory and expunge and destroy all of the people. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree. I think people tend to stay in the same place. That's why empires expand in population a lot and don't just push people to other countries. Wasn't there a whole movement around of like German citizens and shit after World War II? I've seen that referenced a bit. I don't know in particular. I know that Turkey and Greece had a massive, like $1 to $2 million citizen upheaval between places. I think it was after the War of Independence, maybe, or it might have been after. I think. I guess I'd have to do more research, I guess, for the context. Yeah, someone in chat says, this happened after World War II. Germany lost territory that was theirs even before the war, and Poland or Russia got that territory, and all the Germans were removed. Yeah. I genuinely don't know if people would say there is a normative difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide. Yeah, because ethnic cleansing, just the term sounds insane. Yeah. So did Israel say something like this openly ever, or any differences you see? I mean, I think Israel was pretty close to this. I think in some ways Israel was close to this, and in some ways Israel did do it in 48 after the War of Independence, yeah. Why are these people obsessed with me? Why is Lav gone? Okay, listen. I think Lav is amazing content, okay? I think Lav is fucking hilarious. But she has to be like conjoined with some other synergizer, okay? I realize how the Lav content works. I think like Lav fighting with Mr. Grohl was funny. Lav fighting with Annalicia was funny. Lav fighting with Abba was funny. But Lav left to her own devices is insanely fucking boring. Lav left to her own devices is just attacks, I guess, LGBT people, ships nudes to everybody, talks about weird sex and all, like, just boring as fuck. So fuck Lav. We're done with that. Lav has to be a package deal with some other content. Otherwise, it's retarded. So Lav has joined the blacklist. There's a rich history of the evolution of international review of war, war of conquest, were officially recognized as bad social legal after World War I or II, but the sentiment had been building for a long time before that. Colonialism was favorability. That's why the world moved to colonies. Gotcha. Wait, oh my God, is this the clip I was looking for?
The other day, this is a very weird thing happened the other day. I'm at a game.
There's no shot. I almost tweeted out like a fake counter clip, but I don't know if anybody would have known the context, so I decided not to, because this happened, I think, like a week or two ago.
Is a fighter. The other day, this is a very weird thing happened.
Wait, how much do you blame Gisticle for all of this? I don't think any of this was Gisticle's fault. I think, like I said, I disagree with Gisticle, but I think he tries to be fair, but for most of what I've seen.
Necessary. I think Andrew Tate is a fighter. The other day, this is a very weird thing happened the other day. I'm at a game in Florida. I'm not going to say the city, but I'm watching my son play, 10-year-old son play soccer. And a father's to my left, and he comes up to me. And he says, and I'm talking to a guy because we want to do a movie together. And this guy worked on Yellowstone. So we're having this conversation together. And it's like, hey, what about if we do this project together? How much money would it cost? Blah, blah. And this man is gradually coming closer to me and closer to me. And he says, so can I tell you something? Yes, sir. So I think you were unfair to Destiny. And I think Destiny is he would have really called that Andrew Tate, the man that you defend, who did human trafficking, and he did this. Oh my God, I'm really not.
Also, wait, unfair to Destiny. We've never even talked before. He might mention me every now and then, but like, what? Really? This is like the fakest story I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, kill me, fam.
Andrew Tate, the man that you defend, who did human trafficking, and he did this. Oh my God, I'm really not in the mood. I'm watching my son play. I'm trying to get this movie conversation.
Yes, you have. I went on his show one time, but it was over like a homeschooling thing. We didn't even really like do a back and forth. We didn't argue at all. No.
Conversation here, and you're coming to my face like this. So let me ask you a question. Do you have a son? I do. You have a son? I do. Would you rather have your son follow the footsteps of a Destiny or follow the footsteps of an Andrew Tate? Oh, 100% Destiny. Really? Yes. So you're okay with your son being okay with his wife while they're married, sleeping around with another man. You're okay with that. I'm okay with that. Well, I'm not, bro. I said the conversation ends right here.
Yeah.
What else do you want to have a conversation with?
You know, what I'm noticing is you are so exceptionally unafraid of standing up for your values.
The values of what? Sex trafficking little girls across Europe? Of sending sexual messages to Romanian 15-year-olds to go and have them work in your fucking sex cult while you pretend to be a devout Muslim? This is the most valueless shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Sometimes I want to convert to Islam just so that I can go to the honor hill. And, what's up, YouTube? Anyway. My God. Anyway. Watch it. Watch it. Were you queuing up a pedophile joke? No. I was queuing up a jihad, a fatwa joke.
The most recent
40-minute Hasan react, bro. I don't have time to cover this shit. Wait, what the fuck? Hasan, are you okay? Oh, actually, you guys can watch this while I set up my other thing. Hold on, actually. Yeah, Hasan needs some clout. He's starving. I gotcha. Wait, is this a shorter one? Oh, here, this is a shorter one. And then we'll tee up our Hasan thing.
Demand for a site such as that would be much lower if you were just to ban extremist people who are actually like extremely directly harmful to society, like Nick Fuentes, like Alex Jones, than if you were to like ban people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro. Like
nobody's banning Ben Shapiro.
Okay, or
even trying to. I mean, as noxious as Ben Shapiro is,
Destiny.
But the thing is, like, the thing is, Destiny. In some of his worst moments, has advocated for and voiced very loudly some pretty heinous and violent shit.
Like what?
Oh, wow. It would be a really stupid idea to repeat it on my stream right now, which I don't want to get banned from. So I'm not going to walk into that fucking rake, you moron. Like,
Okay.
like you can go and look it up on
What am I?
on Twitter, on YouTube, on wherever, because I'm not going to come on stream here and repeat the stuff Destiny said that got him banned.
The way I understood it, it was on a much more moderate level than.
Oh wait, who is this guy on the top right? Is this like Fan Collins or?
I'm like.
I've literally seen words come out of this man's mouth that unquestionably advocated for the murder and death and killing of people who, for his own personal ideological reasons, he found to be disagreeable.
What? Wait a second. In League of Legends or outside of League of Legends? Because we're talking in League, he might be right. I do admit it. If he's talking about in League of Legends, I have advocated for murder. And you know what? I stand by that advocation of all League players. Yes, okay? That is true. But outside of League, no. Unless there was a way outside of the game of figuring out that they played the game, then maybe. Destiny stole the Reddit comment? What Reddit comment? No shot did somebody make this joke before me. Oh. You guys watched. Bro, I want to be on stage, okay? It's 2028, all right? Destiny's got his Louis Vuitton sweatpants and his Gucci Adidas Ultra Boost on stage, making his presidential run. And then Gavin Newsom, my primary opponent, pulls up the Mooten Hospital clip. And he says, "What did you mean when you said you wanted to bomb the hospital and kill this young Italian immigrant descendant, his family? What did you mean by that?"
The murder.
And then they play the clip for the entire stage. That's what I want. I think Reckful played that while we were tripping on mushrooms. My God. He lost it. It's a good clip.
And death and killing of people who, for his own.
Someone else did that joke in the comments? Wait, what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, cool. Reddit is fucking up. All right, nice. Reckful's got to be the worst trip sitter of all time. Well, I think usually when you do psychedelics, hello, Reddit? Why are we freaking out? Usually when you do psychedelics, you get like very much like in your head. And I think for Reckful, psychedelics made him happy enough to want to chat with other people, so he became very extroverted when he was on mushrooms. He wanted to like chat with other people because he could finally do it and like be happy and yeah. President? No one had made that joke. Fuck you. You're lying.
Alex Jones.
Murder and death and killing of people who, for his own personal ideological reasons, he found to be disagreeable.
True.
And that's not good.
You kind of do the same thing, don't you?
No, I don't hop on stream and advocate for the death of others. No, I don't. Or else I would be in the same pool as Destiny right now.
Okay, but I mean, Destiny is a relatively moderate streamer. You wouldn't agree that he's politically like moderate, like relatively speaking.
I think he has his moments, but generally I don't really tend to classify people who, advocate for systematic murder to be moderate.
Systematic murder. Yes. Yes, fam.
Okay, that's
not really.
Okay, that's not. You're missing. That's not. That's just not true. Okay, it's okay. It's cool though.
What are these people just like losing viewers? Anthony Fantano. Did somebody make this joke too? Did somebody else reference the Social Blade? Fucking. That's okay. August is having his roughest month ever. 8.7 million views. God, I traveled so much. Don't worry, August. I'm going to save you afterwards. Oh, that's a second channel? Oh, this is a second channel. It's really good for a second channel. 6.5 million. Oh, the needle drop is his main one. No, wait. YouTube. The needle drop. 9 million. Oh, he's like 15 million views a month. That's fine.
The demand for a site such as that would be much.
Oh my God. I thought I was overshooting. I think I said he would lose 8,000 subs over this. He lost 15,000 and still falling? Oh no. Vouch. That's like half a year's worth of subs for him. I did steal that quote from the subreddit. Or actually, 15,000, that might be like a... Damn. He closed the barn door after the horses got loose. What the fuck is this? Yeah, live by the horse cock, die by the horse cock. In 2012, Vosh made an AMA request seeking active participants in bestiality. Is Reddit fucking up right now? Why is Reddit having so many problems? Is it just the new Reddit? AMA request an active participant in bestiality. Oh no. Oh, and an honest aside question. How the fuck does horse/girl sex work? Or horse/gay gentleman sex? I understand what happens. I just don't understand how it happens. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I like girls having sex with horses, and that wasn't there, but you know, within reason. Wait, what did he... Wait. How so? It had brown showers? Showers? I don't even know if... Is it shower or is it shower? I feel like that could mean either thing, and both are equally fucking disgusting. Ugh. Ugh. Oh ho ho, well played. Would you suck off a horse? No. Okay, I see you're into some weird ass bestiality stuff. Be honest with me here. Would you take it in the ass from a horse? How are some of you unironically mad? You're such losers, LeMayo. It's just horses. Mods, you can change it back. Thank you for keeping it going for a while. I liked the horse posting. It was a good era. Maybe it was a joke? Oh, that was in 2023, so that must have been a joke, right? We can't read it? I just read it to you. Can we just Neuralink this man into a horse's body and release him into Mongolia somewhere? I think the world would be a better place. Not Mongolia, but the rest of the world would be a nice place. Okay, nice comment. Okay, and then sorry, we're doing the quick music review today. I saw this linked in chat. Do you think Vosh has Mr. Hands in his two sort? What is Mr. Hands again? I feel like I see that referenced a lot. I'd like to see your opinions and debates about the Trump civil assets lawsuit going on in New York. Is this corruption and political persecution, or is it deserving and about damn time? I don't know about it, so I can't say anything about it. Don't know anything about it.
My shawty looking like a fairy. Fit past my body day. I show my street colors and I hated it. Did the shots on my hand and then I tainted it. Lose the sleep, pressure waiting. Opposite in the corner, I ain't saying shit. Should've known all the
What is... Yo, is this the guy Melina left Destiny for? True.
leave me in the video when it's okay. Pretty days, fine day. There's no way that I can show my heart is frail. Yeah, in my belly, yeah, I come. 3 birds sliding around the corner like it's bygone. Running up a bag like they should try at the one. 916 geeked up, I'm in Babylon. The way you move, girl, I love it. Lost in her eyes, you my girl, a prime suspect. So I ran from the...
Okay, we're done. Oh. One final thing, we got a form check. Every single gym player you see in chat had to pass this test. Look at this guy. Destiny, ATT is experiencing mass outages across the country. Russia is attacking our satellites. Your friend was right. True. For that many reps it is bounce or no bounce. The reason why he's bouncing it is because he's pressing down as it bounces up. He's pushing and pulling at the same time. He's working the front and the back. It's the optimal lifting strategy. This just in. Sandy Hook family said to liquidate Alex Jones's assets to settle the $1.5 billion defamation judgments against him. There's no way that Alex has even like a fraction of this money, right? You think this guy's worth 9 figures? Is this guy worth $100 million even? Like, I don't understand what this judgment means or what. Oh, wait, did he just file bankruptcy? Oh, so he probably just gave them all of his money and then they file bankruptcy and then they just divide the assets in the bank or whatever, right? Okay, people keep linking this. I don't know what this is. JJK? I don't know who this is or what this is. I don't get the memes.
Later in history, Destiny got ready to go fuck another mentally ill girl. DGG asked, if you were to go up against every other political streamer, who would win, them or you? Well, if they were to poison the well and misinform, they might cause me a little trouble. But would you lose? Nah, I'd win. While Destiny was on his way to the BPD girl's house, Vaush appeared out of nowhere and opened his domain, Malevolent Porn Folder, attacking Destiny with infinite images of horse and lowly porn. Luckily, Destiny managed to open his own domain, Infinite Vi Vans, nullifying Vaush's domain's sure hit effect. Vaush then asked, are you Destiny because you have been intellectually outpaced, or are you intellectually outpaced because you are Destiny? Destiny chuckled, stating, when it comes to deflection, I am the exception, because throughout information and retardation, I alone am the honored one.
Actually kill yourself! Yes! Kill yourself! Ultra retarded. You are the dumbest fucking poster in the chat. You win the dumb fuck of the day award. I'm still alive! Oh, what's up? Yeah, no, you want to talk to me?
Oh, also, just as a super ultra quick meme. Dipping our toes into the meme pool. hold on, hold on, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Wait, did they delete the screenshot? Oh, fuck. I'm too lazy to scroll more. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Okay. It's just a chat message, I think, of Lab Toy on the other server saying that her and Connor's body count was 1. So she did lie about hooking up with other people. But I don't have it, so fuck it. What's your response to the conspiracy of you and Erudite doing damage control for the canvassing event? What is the damage control? I don't think anything even happened. I think that the way that Erudite came and presented that, I think that Erudite is, because she's a woman. No, she just has like a lot of interest in like sexism and everything around communities and navigating spaces as women and everything. So she wanted to talk about like potential solutions, I guess, for stuff. But the way she brought it up initially was it sounded like people, like tons of people were getting raped or something. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? But no, I mean, also some people were saying like, oh, I didn't engage much in the conversation. I mean, I kind of did. The issue is like, this is something I've thought about for a long time. I just think it's really, really, really hard. It's just a really difficult. It's a difficult thing to fix. You guys came away with 0 action items. Yeah, because I don't know. I've spoken about this a lot, probably even more behind the scenes than in front of the scenes, especially with a couple women I chat with. It's just really hard in a space that skews so heavily male already, and then selects for certain types of women, and then to try to, it's just really, really, really difficult. I've thought about it a lot. I can get rid of like overtly bad behavior. So for instance, I can get rid of do like the not safe for work ban, or do like the obvious sexism bans. I think I'm probably going to start perma-banning every person that makes weird sexual comments about me too. I don't know if I was already doing that, but kind of on that path too, because you guys obsess over this shit way more than I do. It's pretty weird. But I mean, other than that, I mean, like, it's just like a hugely male, masculine leaning environment. So there's like not much to, I just don't know how much more you can change there. Curious what the comment regards to female orbiters. I agree with you, blocking them from being a bad example of women isn't manageable, but would you agree that you kind of encouraged the behavior as many people were warning you about bringing Lav back, but you encouraged the My Queen Lav check? I mean, I meme it a little bit in chat, but like, I don't think Lav ever came on to the, like, I don't think Lav was, for instance, even on the YouTube stream. I think she was on 1 or 2 Kick or Keep episodes. There are other women that are questionable that are on certain episodes or on stream. It's just difficult to figure out the, oh, these are easy ones too. Hold on. It's just difficult to figure out, like, I could theoretically put like a sort of high pass filter for women's reputations, I guess. I don't know, like, where I would set that bar in terms of high or low. I'm just not sure. Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, Lab is exceptionally low, so whatever filter we set would almost certainly catch her, but... What do you mean by high pass? As in require like a minimum threshold reputation to allow some women on stream? Because you could argue that there are certain women that are on stream that by virtue of them being women and being whatever, that it's like a bad representation. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. Especially because for some women that are better representations, like people already accuse those women of being like pick-me's or like model women. Like Erudite gets a lot of shit for that, which I thought is kind of weird. Sometimes even from other women in the community. So yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. It's hard when the balance is so off, and then it's hard when the types of women being selected for are so off the norm as well. So yeah, I don't know. Should you learn high pass filter from your music education? Sure. I mean, and it's on like every EQ thing or car stereos or whatever else, right? Why do you bring your hookups onto stream and make them a part of your orbit and then complain when we point out your degenerate sex life and partners that are literally the source of all the drama in your life? Okay, so number one, people think that I hooked up with way more people than I actually have at this point. I said this before. Before the Mr. Girl stuff, I think people assume that I fucked like 2 new people a year. After the Mr. Girl stuff, people assume I fucked 2 new people a day, okay? Number one, okay? Number two, people assume that I fuck now way more people that are on my stream than I actually have. I don't like to confirm or deny, because then when I confirm, if I start confirming or denying, then people try to piece things together. But like, I'll say this for instance, like this is the only time I'm ever gonna do anything like that. Like, the last 5 girls that came on my stream that do OnlyFans, I have never fucked, never flirted with, never made a sexual anything ever. But I'm pretty sure people assume that I fucked literally all 5 of these girls. But I don't know how to even begin to navigate where it's like, oh, well, here, don't worry, guys. Here's a girl that's coming on that I haven't, like, it's just weird and stupid. Yeah. So, and then also like fighting that impression in the community is hard that's why I just ban people that say it. So like, if you just say stuff like that, I just ban you. Because because what am I supposed to do when I bring somebody that I haven't ever had a sexual relationship on, and I'm like, oh, I haven't ever done anything sexual with this person, and then I don't say anything for one person? It's just stupid. Yeah. Please no ban, but why do you mainly bring on girls? Is that even true? Of all the people that I chat with and bring onto stream, my brain is so fucked from retarded chat comments. Like, I feel like over the J6 stuff, I feel like I debated Pisco over 3 days for like 15 hours. My co-host for Kick or Keep is Corantos. In person, yes. In person, that's probably true. There were the 2 OnlyFans girls, Jasmine and her friend. I think there was probably, I think for in person, I think for a while it probably happened because I think, actually I know why. It's because from the Fresh and Fit era, when girls would fly down, actually this is the same even for Farha, when girls would fly down and do Fresh and Fit, or when girls would see me on Fresh and Fit, if they'd fly down and do Fresh and Fit and they knew me, they would usually text me or send me a DM and be like, oh, hey, like I did Fresh and Fit too, can I come on and chat or whatever? That's probably why for a little bit there were a lot of girls, but I don't know if and again, I hate confirming or denying. I don't think I banged a single girl that came through from like the Fresh and Fit universe. Like if they DM me because they were on Fresh and Fit and then they came through and they were on stream, I don't think I did anything sexual with any of these people. But that was like for Red Pill arc related stuff. For Israel Palestine, like these past like 3 or 4 months, I don't know if have I brought on any like Jewish girls besides Lav. Yeah, I don't know. That was a joke, by the way. Okay. Aristocracy. Lycan has been the main guest star for that, sure. It's fallout from the divorce and you saying that you were fucking a lot of girls back in November or something. They still think you're on the arc. Yeah, I don't know. It's different. It's difficult to balance out like all the contravening forces because all the Red Pill people are like, oh, Destiny's like a sad fucking virgin loser who's getting ditched. Blah blah. I was like, well, no, that's not true. But then if I say anything about any of that, then on the other end, there's like, especially with this new trend of like the casual sex is degenerate now with some like young guys. So now I'm getting hit from like these weird moral angles of like, you have casual sex that is evil. Like the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. It's cringe. Cringe. Just don't share so much anymore. We don't care who you were fucking. But I don't think I generally do. I think it's generally, I'm pretty sure it's mostly chat speculation, or it's like chat comments or a response to a particular chat comment. But I think generally, don't think I'm generally talking about it that much. With Lav, it's come up, obviously, because Lav is fucking weird, but Get a boyfriend? True. Jokes aside, surely you can't just be over your divorce so easily. Like, if I had a 4-year relationship fall apart, well, what are you going to do? I think in retrospect, seeing how bad a lot of it was and then, like, being able to breathe now and having the rest of my life be so good makes it easier for... I think it made it pretty easy to get over pretty quickly. The girls you hook up with keep circling back into your community and start drama, or someone starts drama with them. It's a lack of personal/professional separation. First of all, there's no personal professional separation here. Okay, I'm a streamer, all right? The girls you hook up with keep circling back into your community and start drama. How many of them are there that do this? I know we do Lav and arguably Cherry. Kelly, I've never hooked up with Kelly or said or done anything sexual with Kelly in my life. Xena, never hooked up with Xena or said or done anything sexual. I hate that I'm confirmed tonight. I'm not gonna do any more of that. Okay, sorry, fuck. I'm fucking my own rule up. But like, yeah, these are people who are not. Do we just need to do, like, I'm just putting hookups on the blockchain, yeah. You don't have to explain yourself. Well, so here's the issue, this is also an issue that's difficult, is that in a way I can say, well, I don't want to explain myself, right? Shouldn't have to confirm or deny anything because it's weird for a variety of reasons. But then the second issue is that if the community memes it and that becomes a community expectation, it prevents better women from coming on stream too, because they don't want, because there are women that I'm friends with that are actually really cool, really chill, really smart. But if they come on stream, then the assumption is, oh, well, it's because they fucked. And it's like, well, fuck. Well, not every woman wants to have the reputation of like fucking streamers. And it's like, well, then they're just not going to come on stream too, because of like all of the community memeing on everything too, which is, yeah. What is the argument against a brutal crackdown on chat memes? No, I do believe you should clarify at all times because you want your life in the open, as you've mentioned throughout the years. Yeah, but when it comes to hookups, it's not about me clarifying my life. It's about other people. Not everybody else wants their sex life to be fucking public, you know? Do you currently spiral when you think back to the arguments, fights, and the unfair treatment you received while she defended her actions from your last relationship? No, why would I spiral? I'm done. I'm processed that. I'm over it. Just need to set better boundaries. Also, it's not like, let me give you the wrong impression. It's not like I was perfect in my relationship with Mel either. Like I'm a very, very difficult person to date. I'm not saying that like, oh, I'm difficult to date because like I am a perfectionist. I'm difficult to date because my time commitment is very, very low. I can be distracted a lot. Well, before Vyvanse, especially. After Vyvanse, I'm actually a lot better on my in-person communication with people. But before Vyvanse, I'd be distracted a lot. It's very hard for me to go to dinner and chat with somebody without wanting to check my phone or look at other stuff. I'm a pretty difficult person to date, too. Like, even if Mel wasn't a toxic, abusive manipulator, even Mel at her best would probably prefer to be in a relationship with somebody different. Is your desire for open relationships a cope for your inability to maintain a lasting relationship with a girl? I'm pretty sure I've had multiple longer relationships that have been longer than probably any relationship you've ever had in your life. But yes, sure, dude. Isn't it fine to have a male-dominated audience? I don't see how you could skew your content to be more female-friendly. No, and that's kind of where I'm at. I actually, I largely agree with Erudite's point, and that, I'm okay having a massively male-dominated audience, but for the few women that are here, you don't want their attrition rate to be very high because they feel more pushed out than they should otherwise, right? Yeah.
how easy he's manipulated. You have someone who you could actually change just by complimenting him. And then you have Biden, who like sees that he's losing support among key demographics in his base because of his support for Israel's war on Gaza. He's unmovable. You can't move him on it. He's going to keep sending weapons. He's going to keep supporting. And look, I'm not saying this to make the argument that Trump is better than Biden. I'm just saying in this very small slice of who they are as people, it seems as though it's easier to get Trump to champion some of the policies that we might want versus Biden, who doesn't give a damn about what his own base wants.
What is the support for Israel polling USA? Do you think it's possible to maintain a platonic, healthy relationship with an ex as they start dating someone new, as long as you've moved on or you have somebody else new to talk to? Oh, shit. Americans divided over U.S. support for Israel and the Palestinians. U.S. support for Israel. Democrats, 40% think they get too much, 43 think they get the right amount, and 15 think they should get more. So it seems like Biden is probably about following his base, right? Or wait, did I read this wrong? Oh, no. Yeah, this is correct. Oh, I actually like this. This makes me a little bit proud. So, Democrats think that the support for Israel is either about right or too little. So over 50% think that we're supporting Israel about right or too little. And when it comes to support for the Palestinians, 35% think it's right, 14% think it's too much, and almost 50% think we should support Palestinians more. That's cute. That's nice. Good job, Democrats. I wonder when this poll was taken, though. Let's check. January 5th, about a month ago. It wouldn't surprise me if these have shifted a bit in favor of the Palestinians since then, but damn, this guy in Kick Chat is unhinged. How have you not realized yet that a large part of the reason women fuck Destiny is for social media exposure and an entrance ticket to the orbit? It's as transactional as prostitution for him to complain about people speculating is laughable when they all just go on logistical stream 5 minutes after getting nutted on. Okay, so one, it's pretty easy to get on my stream. I don't think anybody has ever fucked me to get on stream. It's very, very easy to do that. There's a reason why Mr. Girl talked to like 100 girls and couldn't find a single person where this came up at. Hi, what's up? Give me your takes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We got a lot of stuff to go over today. Give me your go. Let's go. What's up?
Do you have not have time? I don't want to distract you from the glorious mission of debating Finkelstein.
Yeah. No, I got some time. Go for it. What's up?
Okay, if it's a very bad connection, I'm sorry because I'm outside and I'm literally stomping the snow. So,
well,
you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Never tried this before. Calling you from the outside. So people summoned me, let's say, to make takes about, get your takes about Tucker Carlson thing, about Navalny thing, about situation on the front thing, like a lot of things. I don't know if people who wanted to ask questions are there right now or not. So that's
shit,
on
yeah.
you, I guess.
You should have made a fucking thread and had them ask questions of the thread, and then we could just done it on stream. I don't know what. I haven't watched the Tucker Carlson thing. Navalny's death is sad, but I don't know much about him. But yeah.
I hoped that you watched Tucker Carlson thing.
Nope.
Now it makes everything less interesting.
I'm sorry. I mean, I read all the memes about it. What about it?
Well, then you know. If you saw the memes, then you don't need to watch it. So yeah, anyhow, I just wanted for you to say something other than cringe and the usual commentary.
Yeah, it seemed kind of cringe.
But Yeah, if you didn't watch it, then I don't know what else. I mean, I do want to ask you then a question instead of me being asked,
Sure.
as you are the ambassador of the US of A. So say me this. Do you guys not have bread?
No, unfortunately, capitalism has left all of our stores completely and totally destitute of basic supplies. So when Tucker Carlson went to stores in the glorious Russia Federation, he cried when he saw all the shelves were fully stocked. He went to Pizza Huts and he bought stuff, and there were literally posters of Gorbachev on the wall eating Papa John's, and he just it was glorious. Yeah.
It was so good. Like he inhaled the bread like he never seen one before.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, maybe you don't have it. Maybe just I don't know something about you guys. Well, and also next question is then, let's go the meme route then. Do you think that Stalin, he was kind of cringe, right? But he built this like metro station. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'm sure Hitler did a couple good things for Germany too. I mean,
yeah, he was kind of cringe when you think about Hitler, but he kind of industrialized the country.
Yeah.
You can't deny that, know?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking now that maybe Stalin was kind of actually based, because the metro station was kind of cool when you look at it, Yeah. It's kind of like this.
But this is every tanky's defense of every tanky's defense of Mao or Stalin is always like, but they industrialized the country. So it's like, yeah.
That's true, but I didn't expect an American right-winger to do that. That's new. That's juicy.
Yeah. Well, they're populists, so they just support whatever is against the current establishment, and that's about it. Yeah. Unfortunately, as stupid as it is.
What do you say, as an ambassador of America, what do you say about those like cater things you use in supermarkets to, store stuff in while you're shopping? Do you have those?
Yeah. Wait, did Tucker Carlson say we don't have carts?
He was impressed with the Russian carts. He was like, "Oh, look at this!" He didn't inhale the cart like he inhaled the bread.
Yeah.
But he was very impressed. So, do you have those?
We do. Listen, the funny thing is that if I want to be real, I can't be anti-American to you because you're European, and I'll always defend my country, okay? But if I wanted to give you actually somewhat real, somewhat meme answers, technically in America, I don't actually know if we have bread in this country. We have, I think, small combinations of wheat that are like 95% combined with sugar, and then we put that on our shelves and we call that bread. Now, is it actually bread? I don't actually know. And as far as carts in the United States, well, we have carts, but a lot of them get abducted by homeless people, so some of them have security devices on it, and for a lot of them, the wheels don't work. So, I don't know, maybe Russian carts are really nice. If I wanted to give the super anti-America, pro-Russia argument.
Great, thank you. I knew something was up, It's just that he was very impressed with the chains. Like the ones you use so people don't steal the carts.
Oh, okay. I didn't know anything about the chains.
Russia,
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he was very he was like, look at this, like, this meme, like Russians stealing like washing machines from Ukrainians, and this meme, like unknown technology, blядь. You know this meme?
Okay, I didn't know that meme, but okay, Jesus.
Basically, when Russians discover something, there is this meme that they are like unknown technology, blядь.
Oh,
so
gotcha,
that was Tucker Carlson. He was
Have you heard of the
chain, and it was like, ooh, unknown technology, blядь.
Have you seen any of the memes about the unfortunate punishment of Russian soldiers being made to give blowjobs in the field, and that is definitely not. It's definitely not gay because there are no gay Russians, but it's just it's definitely not gay. Yes.
It's not gay. It's just a means to educate and make them better soldiers. It's like it's like this sort of thing. It's not gay. Yeah, it's nothing gay about that at all. Yeah.
Educate or goonjicate?
But yeah.
Sorry. Anyway,
Also, the last question, I suppose, about this whole thing. So, what do you think about Prince Rurik in
Think about
1862?
what? Wait, say that again.
Prince Rurik, who came to establish Kiev and Rus.
In 1862? Well, I mean, if we want to understand him, I feel like we would need to look at the full lineage of his family and go back to the year, 1355 in order to truly talk about him. I don't know if we could begin in the 1800s.
So you think that Putin didn't go deep enough, you think? Right?
Yeah, I think that was the big problem. I think they cut out because he had like 2 more hours of history, and Tucker Carlson's trying to censor.
Yeah, he was like 40 minutes was a little like, it's not enough now that I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 862, not 1862. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Shit. Oh, okay, yeah.
1862. Yes, 1862 is about as early as it gets for Kiev and Rus. Oh. So, on a semi-serious note, I was very against, I'm not against, it's his right to go and interview Putin, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. But I was very anxious, I guess you could say, about this being very effective piece of propaganda, of anti-West propaganda, anti-Ukraine propaganda, that would be aimed at American voters, in particular audience of Tucker Carlson, right?
Sure.
So that, I think, was the goal and the aim, and everyone probably would agree with some common sense that that was the aim and the goal of Tucker Carlson, a person who has been shitting on Ukraine and repeating Russian propaganda like non-stop for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I assumed, but what I assumed would happen, we made a bingo card sort of like of the topics that would be brought up. So they were like, NATO, it's all about the NATO, things Americans care about, right? Things that like pro-Russian seems care about. So like anti-gay shit, so like LGBT invasion, I don't know, like trans and kids in the bushes, gender-neutral bathrooms, I don't know, something like that, right? So mostly I expected that. What I didn't expect was a Putin's fun fiction of history for 40 minutes. And what's your opinion? Was that an effective way to approach right-wingers, conservatives in America to make them like Russia?
I haven't watched it, so I can't say. I will say from a political / historical perspective, I actually think that hearing things like that are really important because I think it gives you an understanding of the type of narrative that a particular leader is carrying with them and trying to impose on the country. Now, I'm saying this without having heard what he's saying, but sometimes the way that people carry themselves in the present is dictated by these ideas that they have of the past. And the reason why they lay out these grand schemes and narratives is to show, well, this is who we're embodying. This is where we came from. This is the spirit. This is the legacy that we're defending.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That's what Putin wanted to do, and that's why he did it. But he said things like that a million times, so it's not new. I heard this in Russia. He addressed people like that. No, I mean, I don't know, like for 5, 7, 8 years now, 10 years now, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like we haven't heard it. But it usually is not addressed to the Western audience. So Russian propaganda, as much as we laugh at it, is very effective. And it also is very... It works for many people. It works, and especially in the West, there are a lot of pro-Russia agents with loud mouths and big platforms that do this sort of thing, right? So it's kind of they usually kind of do this like spin that they say one thing to Russian audience, right, and they say a completely different thing to the Western audience.
Sure.
So they kind of like try to cater to things that they know Americans who can be for them would care about.
Yeah.
So we genuinely expected Putin to do this, but he actually did the exact opposite. He did a much more truthful actually thing. So he's like, we have rights, we are Russia.
Yeah. So I don't. When I've listened to Putin speak in the past, to be fair, this is in comparison to Trump. Putin seems like a pretty smart person. I would never say that he's stupid. I wonder if
I wouldn't say so. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Putin thinks that people in the West who are especially conservatives who feel like everything is lost are maybe looking for another narrative to grab onto, and so that's why he tried to lay out the whole, well, this is how we view ourselves as Russians, rather than doing like the propaganda line, giving them something positive to, I guess, like grab onto and then build from, maybe, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
So the something positive that is Ukraine is a nothing, and that we actually have all the rights to do whatever the fuck we want. That basically was the message.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I didn't listen to all of the historical thing, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a complete bullshit. Like any person from Poland, from Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth history, bullshit. Nothing like he said is true. Ukraine is completely different thing. There was no Ukrainian nation, no Russian nation back in the day. It was like, well, whatever. It's a lone story. It's a fun fiction that Russians learn in their textbooks. So it's like, it's their narrative, the one they serve to their own people as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Russian greatness, of Russian rights to everything, like holy rights and things like that. So pan-Slavicism, it's called. So like pan-Slavic, shit. But the point is, it's not that. It's that just I was very surprised that he chose that line, as many people are. Because I can't imagine like a redneck who's like anti-vax flat earther or something, who believes in Jewish space lasers. Is like, yeah, I'll lecture about a guy I never heard of in a part of the world I don't know nothing about. Great.
I think for Americans, it might be hard for you to see that, because if you're communicating with people like me or Dylan, I mean, obviously we're nowhere there. But I think there is this growing this growing discontent in the West, and it's hard to tell at any point in time how large it is or how transient it is, like if it's just going to come and go. But there are people that are looking to the East and they're seeing things like, wow, actually, Christianity is kind of like weak and gay, and Islam is like strong and based. And they're looking at America and they're like, wow, America is like gay and trans, and Russia is like white and traditional and no affirmative action. And there are a lot of people, there are a lot of these like, I wouldn't even know if I'd call them conservatives, but there are a lot of these people in the West who are like, our stuff isn't giving us the meaning and purpose that we want anymore. And here's Putin, this like super strong man with this huge white Christian, wants to defend,
with cheeks full of buttocks.
Yeah, basically, whatever. Yeah, but like, but that idea is actually becoming more and more attractive, or at least it was to a lot of people in the West. I think that's why Islam started to become popular amongst a lot of like these Zoomer like red pillars, for instance, too. So yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, the only compliment I saw, I think it was a bit of a flop, this whole thing with Tucker Carlson. But one of the positive things, which is hilarious, I saw from right-wing, like, no, I don't know, right-wing, whatever you call them, like fans of Tucker Carlson, let's say, right? So they were like, the guy knows history and can recite like names and dates without looking like on a paper list of something, They were impressed by that. Yeah. While Biden is like falling off the stage or some memes like that,
Sure, maybe, yeah.
And I'm like, are you aware, like literal like passersby can tell you in Eastern Europe like better lectures on history, so it's not like, it's not that impressive to be honest. Yeah, but it was for them apparently. So I don't know. In my opinion, it was a bit of a flop. Actually, Zelensky is now given an interview to Fox News person Brett something. I forgot, unfortunately, the name. So yeah, maybe that people will, I don't know, like make some sort of like comparisons between the two. I hope in favor of not insane lectures about history.
Yeah.
Fun-fictional history. So maybe that will help. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah. If you watched it, we could like probably talk a bit more. But if you only saw the memes, then whatever. Something to think about, I guess. Yeah. I also messaged you. I think you probably didn't have a time to watch it. It's a Russian installed governor in occupied region of Ukraine, Zaporizhia, and he basically describes how they deport people.
Yeah. Oh, I watched that. If you sent me that, yeah, we watched that.
Yeah. So, you watched it on stream. Thank you. I appreciate it because it's just to me it's very obvious that they're doing it. Obviously, we know, all of us know that they're doing it, but they rarely just are so, brazen about it, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, we did other things to them that I will not mention.
Yeah, that he said at the end he wasn't allowed to do it.
Yeah, not medicine at all. Yeah, we know the things. We saw the things. I saw the bodies of the things they did with people. So I'm not like confused about that. But yeah, anyhow, that's probably like the gist of it. The Navalny thing, I talked with Lotterbox about it. And
are you a Navalny hater?
Ukrainian. Yes,
yeah,
of course.
Okay, yeah. A lot of Ukrainians are Navalny haters because of comments he's made in the past relating to Ukraine. So.
Not only that, he's like quite literally a fascist fuck, so an imperialist as well.
Okay, hey, listen, it's Russia, okay? Listen, okay? Finding somebody to the left of Putin, okay, doesn't mean they're going to be a secular, liberal Democrat.
Yeah, yes, I agree. The best they have, not gonna lie. Like, not all the other people Putin already killed.
Oh, some people are saying he's further right than Putin. Okay, maybe, I don't know. I don't know fuck all about him. I just know he was
that truly depends on your vision of like Russian, how to say this, like Russian ideas of right. They're very different from like American stuff because there are like people like Putin who are obsessed with some sort of like Soviet Union nostalgia, right?
Yeah.
So he wants this like Soviet Union 2.0. He repeatedly said that Soviet Union was the biggest, the dissolvement of Soviet Union was the biggest catastrophe in 20th century, geopolitical, right? So he's obsessing over that. And there are a lot of Sims in Russia that dream of this like Soviet Union. Well, people who are fans of Navalny, they usually detest the communists and they think that they were the downfall of Russian Empire. So they prefer Russian Empire before that. They usually seem for Tsarism. You call Tsar for some fucking reason, but it's Tsar, like for Tsar period. So they are like that, and they're fascists of a different sort of kind. They're about like the aristocracy, the elite, that shit. Whereas like the rest of them is a bit different. But at the end of the day, they are all, sort of like Russian supremacists. not all of them, obviously, but people who are like very right, which is most of Russia.
Yeah.
But Navalny,
I do think I am,
I mean,
not to be like, not to throw Ukraine or anybody under the bus. I am sympathetic towards the idea that, and I'm guessing a lot here, but for the United States, it is a big part of the U.S. mythos that we are like the largest country in the world with the biggest military, with the biggest economy that rules the free world, et cetera, et cetera. I imagine that during the Cold, sure, but I imagine during the Cold War, the Soviets probably saw themselves as being like not even worthy adversaries to the United States, but superior to the U.S. So up to 91, I imagine there's like both these countries are running high off of, Rocky IV. We've got like all this nationalistic pride in both of who we are. We've got the space race. We're competing on nuclear arms. And then the Soviet Union collapses. And that's got to be unbelievably horrible if you're I don't know, mentally, psychologically. Yeah, I don't know how you recover psychologically from that.
For Russians.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that like if the United States would have like lost our if NATO collapsed or something else like in that same way, I'm curious what US people would think going forward, like, well, fuck you, like I think the US is still the greatest country and blah blah blah. Like that's got to be a really difficult thing psychologically for Russians or ex-Soviets to deal with.
I'm crying right now. Yeah,
well, I'm sure you're not. Yeah, of course. Obviously you guys aren't. Okay, sure.
I'm aware, believe me, I'm aware how much they want to be the glorious great empire again. Oh, I know. I have results of it right outside my window, basically.
Sure.
So that's of course that was very bad for them psychologically. They haven't recovered. They still stick to this like idea of winning in the World War II as like the greatest achievement. It's very important to their like lore.
Yeah, of course, that they were the ones that defeated the Nazis.
Yes. When I was a kid, my school was very like pro-Russian, basically. So we have like a lot of Russian narrative there. And I didn't even know how much like Britain participated in America, how much United States helped, Lend-Lease and everything. I didn't know.
Yeah.
So it was always given to us like a great Russian people, never mind the Ukrainians, never mind the Georgians, like always the Russian people. Like, so yeah, Russian like glory is very important. It also is very important to fascists. They like perceive themselves as very powerful. And as soon as that feeling starts to fall apart, they basically panic. So, and it all like falls apart because it builds upon this notion of supremacy and superiority. So a lot of Russian far-right fascist people who despise us now despise Putin as well, because they think he's an effective leader. Sure. So they don't like cry about war crimes they commit in Russia. They don't cry about like them and destroying lives of millions of people. They cry about how ineffective they're at it. So they should have taken us like, I don't know, like in first months, right? Not like 2 years now. So it's a very delicate thing, and many Westerners just don't understand if you're anti-Putin, that absolutely does not mean that you are against war in Ukraine, that you are not a Russian supremacist, that you're not a chauvinist. It absolutely doesn't matter. That it's not like a package deal. You hate Putin, you hate everything he does. It's not like that at all. Yeah. But I talked with 2 Russian people who I actually kind of respect and trust. So they are least insane Russians I know and are very smart. So I asked them, why the fuck Navalny returned? Because for me, that's confusing. The guy was poisoned. He was like there in the United States, People were praising him, whitewashing him, hyping him up, placing inspirational quotes everywhere he goes, calling him Nelson Mandela or some shit, So making giving the Oscar to the film about him. Fucking Wolverine is making, the actor who played him, Hugh Jackman, makes like an epic speech about how great Navalny is. So he has the most hype he ever did in his entire life, right?
Yeah.
So why not stay in the United States, be like basically like an opposition in exile, so to speak?
Russians I don't think, here's the question, like does opposition in exile ever really amount to anything? Like historically, because I feel like don't people normally see those people just like sellout losers who are just like.
Yes, true, but maybe he had a chance that way. If Putin fell out of power, fucking died or something. Navalny is pretty young, pretty young. So obviously he could have, at least waited it out. Because how can he not know that every single opposition person, like Nemtsov, Lenka, Polonetskaya, how you звали, I forgot, whatever her name was, they all are dead. They are killed in Russia. So Navalny was literally the only one left alive, you know.
Sure.
So at this point, I just didn't understand. I thought maybe he was like wanted to be some sort of like a martyr figure, like a martyr figure that would attract like more popularity to his cause in Russia. That was kind of how I saw it. But those two Russian dudes, they explained it to me that he was having like a Daenerys Targaryen moment, basically. That's not what they said, but that's how I see it. So remember that stupid scene in Game of Thrones last season that pained us till this day, right? So when she flies on a dragon, and the dragon gets fucked by the Iron Fleet, and she somehow survives on another dragon, and then the writer said that Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. So
we remember,
Navalny, in my opinion, kind of forgot about what Russia is. So he really expected people to come out. I even found some quotes from his team, Navalny team people, not himself, but his team, when they're like, "There's never been much support in Russia for like anti-Putin Navalny revolution. Navalny will return and everything will be like people will go outside." And of course, people in Russia did fuck all when he was arrested. So I think he kind of just forgot, like Daenerys did, what Russia is. Like she forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Yeah.
It's a joke, but not really.
No, I know what you mean.
I do think I do believe he believed there would be much more support than it was.
Maybe.
And I also that's just my theory, obviously. I also
he might have been waiting for his. Maybe he was waiting for his like Mandela moment. He was hoping that something like that would happen. You know.
Yes. So people in the West were like much more supportive. He got insane coverage, which annoyed every Ukrainian in existence, but that's what happened, right? He got insane coverage. He got insane support, and I think maybe he thought that this would be some sort of shield. Maybe for him as well, just because how popular he got. But at the same time, my opinion personally, that he always has been an allowed opposition. So as long as he kind of like, as long as Putin cared about virtue signaling to the West, like showing to the West that there are somewhat like a democracy, somewhat like a liberal country, and they have some sort of opposition actually allowed in the country, the country that is actually not dead currently, which is Navalny.
In the West, we call that controlled opposition, basically,
Controlled, controlled opposition, So that's why he was sort of allowed to exist and to sort of criticize Putin, but to a certain degree, only to a certain degree, right? Corruption, for example, but never like anything else. Russian supremacy narrative, dictatorship, anything like that. Whatever. Point is that he was actually allowed the controlled opposition kind of guy, in my opinion. But then he tried to escape this controlled puppet thing. And I do think he wanted West's help for that. And the West kind of did help as much as they could, obviously. But him returning, of course, was like a death sentence, in my opinion, obviously. Sure. But I don't think he was actually trying to be a martyr. I think he actually planned to survive in that fucking prison.
Maybe,
or people to do something, like go outside, do something, actually protect their great savior. So they are now calling him their shepherd, their lost Tsar, but they didn't do fuck all to help their shepherd or their Tsar. So I don't know, like crying about him now is not really effective because the guy is fucking dead, okay? And when he was alive, probably they could have done something. But that's so. I now call him Navalny Targaryen in my head.
Okay. Well.
Whoa.
Yeah. Loaderbox, hello.
Hey, I just came in to ask about the President Sunday debate. People are saying you only want to do it today or tomorrow.
Yeah, if he's saying I don't know anything and I'm a retard and I haven't blah blah blah, then we can do it today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Wait, President Sunday dude is like the serial killer vibe dude. That guy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, serial killer from the 30s vibe.
So I don't talk about my participants in that way, but you can. Okay.
Agreed. In the end. Whatever. Yeah. Anyhow, best of luck with Finkelstein thing. I'm so rooting for you. You can't even imagine how much. I'm like, I don't know. I can't drink right now. I'm not allowed due to health issues, but I will when you have a debate. I don't care.
Thanks a lot.
And Destiny, are you okay with it being more of a debate with just like 3 prompts or 4 prompts?
Sure, I guess. What are the prompts?
I'm figuring them out. I've been watching his videos today. It seems to be that he's got opinions that would differ from you on who's to blame for the failure of the peace process. That might involve some internal questions like has Has Israel ever made a good offer? What would a just resolution look like? What do Palestinians want? What does Israel want? Like, what's the goal of Zionism? Because I kind of feel like these kind of prompts can be, because the whole thing started over like challenging your knowledge or whatever. So I feel like we could do like things that maybe delve more into history and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I don't want to. I mean,
yeah.
if he has like, well, I don't want to just be like a quiz, and then he just like obviously.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be a quiz. Yeah. It's gonna be. Yeah, so that's why I will ask those like broader questions because they
also, hold on. I just want to be clear. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a quiz for his sake because he'll get absolutely trounced, but it won't even prove anything. Okay, I'm not saying I don't want to be a quiz. I don't know anything. I don't know if he's gonna hear that and think that it's like, oh, you're like. But I mean, how about this? Like, if he has a substantive disagreement with me, we can talk about one or two things. Just because, yeah. But it's just weird for him to be tweeting so incessantly that like I've spent 1 week reading on this when I've been streaming like the past like 4 months of like reading papers and books and research and blah. So it's just funny for him to say that. So yeah, if he wants to talk about it, we can. But it has to be like today. I'm not going to give him like weeks to prepare. So I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah.
Okay, all good. I'll let him know, and then if he says yes, I'll put you guys into a group Discord chat.
Okay, love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Anna.
Bye bye. Love you.
Have fun.
He went away before I said it. What the fuck? In the fields. He's tall. He's so tall.
Yeah,
Holy
he's super
shit!
tall.
I watched. I watched your amazing like. How does it called? It's such an American thing. We don't do things like that. How it's called?
Canvassing event.
Canvassing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Canvas is something we have a word canvas, which is like something you paint on, like paint on, like a.
Oh, canvas. It is the
paper
same
you
word
paint on.
actually. I think in English, it's the same word. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Well,
Like, why is it?
It's called is that a homonym? Or no, there's another word where it doesn't sound the same. It's spelled the same. Or no, it's not spelled the same. It is a homonym. I'm sorry. No, they're spelled differently. It's like one canvas with two S's and one S, one S. Yeah. So they sound the same, but they're different words. Is it homophone?
I get it.
I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
In our language, it's ammonium, but it's the same thing you're trying to look at, I suppose.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's so cool. Like I was very, hyped for what you were doing because I do want people to vote in America, not for Trump,
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that a lot. Yeah. Oh, air raid, obviously. Whatever. Exploded here. Whatever. Anyhow, point is that the situation on the front is very dire right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is very, very, very bad. I just been to Kupiansk region, where there is like offensives of Russians, very intense, 300 tanks, at least 100,000 people. So very hard to chomp those tanks with our teeth. So would really appreciate help, of course. So we are hoping that people will get their shit together, at least in Europe. In America, the situation seems to be very.
Yeah,
very
well, I mean,
dicey.
hopefully we figure something out with our Congress. Actually get legislation passed essentially.
Yes.
So,
Yes, you have your own problems, I understand, obviously. And also, I am not one of those people who doesn't understand that Israel is a priority for United States. Of course it is, right? But
well, I don't even think in terms of Israel, I don't think Israel is that hard right now for the U.S. in terms of like, are we sending a lot of money to Israel right now compared to, I think, what Ukraine needs? My understanding is I don't think we would be.
The package was allowed for Israel, but not for Ukraine.
What was the Israeli package?
I don't remember exactly now the number, but there was like something 60 million and something, I think.
60 million? Okay. Because for the Ukraine packages, 20 billion for Israel? Really? Okay.
I don't remember, dude. I don't remember the number. I can't tell. But I just know that that was the issue. Like they allowed to be voted on the Israel package, but not on the Ukraine stuff, which is Mike Johnson, I think the person is who everyone is screaming at right now about that fully. Because just as a soppy story for you all before I go, I just, my very close friend of mine, my friend of 20 years, died recently, a couple of days ago. And he was on the Zaporizhzhia front, and they have been overwhelmed there for a long time. And I couldn't call him because there was no connection, but they finally managed to, and we had like a little conversation about how he's doing and everything. And the last things we basically chatted about. A couple days before, he was losing concentration, not being able to perform that well, simply because of how tired he is, and how like everything is just seems like basically people become
So
like anxious,
a lot of your
and they're like starting to be less hopeful. Literally, the last thing he asked was, "So you whether yeah what?" Yes?
Sorry, a lot of your messages are breaking up a little bit. They're like coming in and out.
I lost the connection or something.
Whoa, hello.
Oh, I apologize. It must be the something to do with the internet or like the A rate.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hello? I can hear you.
Must be something with me being outside.
Maybe. Yeah.
Won't, because they will just figure stuff
fuck,
out.
I don't
It's
think.
just
Fuck,
a bit,
hold on.
like,
You
hard,
literally
like,
wait.
politically for them right now. But my voice lacked conviction.
Patrick, thanks for the 10
I'm breaking
subs.
off, right?
Yeah, I didn't get anything for like the last like 60 seconds, I think.
Well, then no sob story, I guess.
Sorry,
then.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, my friend died. Okay.
Well,
asking if the West will abandon us or not. That's the sob story.
Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we get our
yeah.
election shit figured out, and hopefully we can send you guys some more
hopefully.
stuff. Yeah.
Thank you for retweeting that thing, by the way, about Carl saying that nothing will change for Ukrainians on Hasan's stream. I'm still boiling over that.
Yeah, those guys are wild. So, yeah.
Yeah, but that got me like in the feels for some reason. I don't know. So yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, guys, right now I'm doing a fundraiser for a car for the dudes. So if anyone wants to help in Kupetsk region, please do. Other than that, thank you all as always, and bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks for the conversation. Bye. Imagine dying for a made-up country like Ukraine because you don't want to be part of Russia, which has a Western culture, and your lifestyle would probably not change much. Imagine dying for Russia when the country is too ashamed to even admit that it's at war with another country, and they have to call it a special military operation. Otherwise, your population is so unsupportive of your war effort that they would revolt and have you killed. Yikes. Oof. That's a big old yikes to me, fam. Why the fuck does Israel need so much money? Normally, we give them about $3 billion a year for military shit, right? We sent $17.6 billion. For what? I guess to replace all the missiles and everything they're using? I guess actually this is a pretty big operation. But damn. Somebody when I said, I love your stream, but most of what Anna said was misinformation about Navalny and Russian liberals. I'm pro-Ukraine, and I'm a Russian liberal who worked with him. Anna's representation is not doing any justice. I feel unfair to not have one perspective. Rip. I think that apparently, has it passed? I think it said it passed the Senate, so I assumed it did. Yeah, there apparently people that worked with Navalny did an AMA yesterday. Oh my God. It didn't pass the House. Oh, so they didn't get anything. Okay, well. Damn. Apparently Israel's a really fucking small country because every fucking Jewish fan I have is connected to some big politician. I've got so many people now that are like chasing down to see if I can talk to Herzog, I think the president, Shlomo me. I've got like 3 different people that have emailed me with connections, see if that can happen. And then now I think I'm talking to this guy in about an hour who's supposedly, oh my God, I just realized who this guy is. The one time my face blindness didn't work. Somebody said this guy is a really big scholar in Israeli law. And that he would chat with me, and now I'm chatting with this guy in an hour. We watched the video of this guy. Oh my God. I get to ask him the questions. I think this was the guy that was in the, I'm not gonna be able to find it. This was the guy in the debate. He was in an FT interview today. I recognize this picture. Wasn't he in the or I recognize him from this picture. Fuck. The guy? My face blindness didn't work. December. Oh, and he writes for a tablet. This publication is, I'm not going to say it's necessarily bad. Don't get that impression. But this is a very, very, very pro-Zionist publication. What were we saying about Navalny? Apparently, there people that worked with him did an AMA in my subreddit. Serious. My friends, family, and I worked with Navalny. Ask me anything. Preach said he'd do content with you if you and Abba invited him. Oh, I mean, if he wanted to. Okay. Well, I'm talking to that guy, I guess, in an hour. That'll be a fun convo. My first super Zionist.
Like, for instance, like my girlfriend might ask.
What is this?
Something like, this sounds really bad, but she might ask, like, do you think we'll still be together in a year? And my answer to that is always gonna be like, I mean, I hope so. We should be. But like, I can't say like with 100% certainty because you might go fucking crazy. I don't know. But like, so like.
Okay. Watch Sneeko getting flopped. What? You guys are obsessed with watching Sneeko fighting. Do you have questions ready for him? Nah, but I should be able to do this one off the dome. Off the Iron Dome.
See, now I'm gonna press the gun.
Kind of a Toriano, what we just showed.
I think you are face blind. I don't think that's the guy. I think it was the guy. Why not read the AMA or even talk to Navalny? Dude, you want to why not get into that? Because I don't. It's just not in my area that I'm digging into right now.
Let's go, Sean. Let's go, Sean. I'm not Sean. Let's go, Sean. Let's go, Sean. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ow, what the fuck?
Not Sean.
Somebody said this. Yo, Lil D, read this. Your tech on consoles is intuitive but bad. It's no longer generational leaps in technology. You're not going from Nintendo to PS1 or then to PS2. You're paying for FPS increases now like desktop computers always have. What else are you expecting? I thought about that a little bit before I spoke because I'm like, yeah, like the generational leaps in technology in PS1, 2, and 3 were huge. But maybe now that everybody's on like similar chip architecture and all that, maybe the generational leaps aren't that big. I don't know if I believe that. I feel like there's probably, like, are you telling me that the only difference between one generation of console and the next is literally just graphical processing power? Is that it? That's literally the only improvement that you can make? Like incremental improvements in graphics? Oh, yeah, this guy. We watched this.
Azerbaijan, of Armenia. Why? Because mostly Armenians live there. They said it should be governed by Armenian.
This is the guy. We did watch it. Yes. Debating Sam Cedar's long-lost brother. Fuck, wait, is that anti-Semitic if I say that? Isn't it a CPU with an integrated graphics processor all in one? Wait, is that true? Do the PS5 chips and everything, is it all onboard graphics, or do they have Oh, maybe it is. Yeah. They're APUs since the last generation. Okay, well, if they're APUs, wouldn't that be even a bigger argument for everything being improved? Meaning you could probably make bigger improvements in the game than just higher resolution or more FPS. Do you plan to play the next FF7 this weekend? No, I don't have time. After, in March, we're gonna chill, okay? Okay, Norman Finkelstein. Wait, debate prep. Another Reddit thread. Wait, is today Friday? No, okay. Confirm. Would you consider debating Einet Wilf or Joseph Cohen? If they're big guys, then sure. Also, I'm getting angry Israeli messages now, so ready to start bleeding some of these super pro-Zionist fans by debating these right-wingers. Okay. Fuck. Okay, there's one thing that I didn't like. I was looking at a bunch of different timeline plugins, and this was the best one that I found, but it's not that good. I got a couple issues with it. One is that these dots aren't spaced apart depending upon the length between events, which is annoying. So like this happens, well, and then two, also I can't overlay the colors to show that like, oh, well, this 1937 event happened within, you know, these revolts. That's also annoying. I don't like that. There might also be a thing, I might look this up later today, is oh yeah, I'll finish that Hasan vid. I'll start playing that. It'd be nice if I could change the colors just for the prime ministership so that I could be able to tell like if Eshkol was the prime minister, you know, from 63 to 69, if I could like color this through his prime ministership. How do I make it happen then? Should I send you their contact info? I mean, reach out to them if you have a connection with them. See if they want to debate me, and then email me, yeah. How do you deal with someone who texts huge paragraphs? I want to talk about text ages. I don't know, bro. There's been a few people I've talked to that do that. It's very, very, I don't know. I think that if I was I don't know. If I was a normal person, I think I would probably just read it and respond. But when obviously I've got like so much fucking shit going on all the time that when I get, sometimes people send like really big messages or lots of messages and it's like, and I see it and I can't even, I just like, oh fuck, I'll respond to it tonight or sometimes even the next morning because it's just like a lot. But if you're a normal person, you're just responding to somebody, if you're friends or whatever, I don't know if that should matter as much. I don't know. I'm not sure. Make more time for your friends. Don't be a bad person. Okay, let's get our Hasanabi here while I figure this other shit out. So that August doesn't go bankrupt.
The most recent form.
If they spaced it out better and cut into small pieces, it might be easier. Do you really think so? Because then sometimes I'll have people that send me like 9 messages at once and I'm like, and then I'll just respond to like the last message. And then they'll be like, why did you respond to these? And I'm like, fuck. I don't know. I think people just text in a different way. Because I've talked to a lot of people that text like that too. It's just hard for me to, it's hard. I don't know.
Form of cop-on-cop violence. Apparently, there's a cop who tries to kill a dog and starts shooting the partner instead.
You talk to high people in Israel, but not Palestine. Biased much? Listen, if you've got like PA people that want to chat with me, or fucking Mahmoud Abbas, or if the ghost of Arafat, if you've got high Palestinian people, I would gladly talk to them. 1,000,000,000%, yeah. Also, wait, what are you talking about? I've debated so many Palestinian people, big or supposedly like Western pro-Palestinian people. Fuck off.
the most recent form of cop-on-cop violence. Apparently, there's a cop who tries to kill a dog and starts shooting the partner instead. They're claiming that this is safe for work. I don't know. Is this safe for work for real?
For real,
I need
for
to
real?
scroll through this, dude. So many of you sent this to me. There's one thing that cops like doing is shooting dogs, right?
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Watch out! Are you okay? No, you shot me! Oh god! Are you
What the fuck? Still good. Still good. Yo, that shit still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as fuck. Thank you for reminding me of a funny, highlightable, clippable moment from the stream. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you can't laugh at that, I don't know what the fuck how you're living.
It's funny, but I can't laugh because like if this same thing was happening to like a group of people that he likes, he would be talking about how fucking horrible it is and how it's like one of the most disgusting things in the world and blah blah blah. It reminds me of when I think it was it Vosh or Hasan? Like if they ever see clips of people crying about how hard it is to make it in like a Gen Z world or their jobs are tough or blah blah blah, you know, they're very sympathetic. It's like the worst thing ever. But there was that one video of there was a lady cop that was either stressed or crying about something. I don't think she'd even done anything wrong or like anything objectionable. And it was either Vosh or Hasan that spent like how long like just deriding her, just going off. The lady, no, not it wasn't the lady cop on Mr. TikTok. It was just some lady cop on a TikTok that was complaining about something related to work or something. And man, bro, they were, I don't remember which one it was. It was either Hasan or Vosh. Yeah, they were just brutal towards her. I was like, Jesus. Or probably Hasan and Vosh both did this when they're looking at when they were watching Rittenhouse. And they're like, oh, those are fake tears. That guy's not really crying. Like, really, bro? You think that 17-year-old kid was a stone cold killer?
Okay, my friend, you are not living La Vida Loca. Okay, I urge you to live Moss.
Oh, true. The white woman who was having that breakdown in the beauty parlor. Oh, I am the retard whisperer. I have dealt with enough crazy people, not just women, crazy people that I can tell when someone's crazy. Somebody go put together a timeline on that. I watched that original video and I was like, damn, you know what? This woman seems like she's having like an actual autism attack. I think this woman has like fucking issues. And I think it was like a year later it came out. She did have like severe fucking like mid-function autism or something. I was right and I was exonerated. Get shit on, okay? Get shit on. Let me get a bowl that is red. Why does Hasan sound like Hasan AI? What if he did replace himself with AI? Would anybody notice?
Watch out! Shoots immediately. No! That's not real! Dude, what the fuck is... The fact that this is the counter those hate watchers have just shows how pathetic their grievances are with you. Just like their obsession with watching the top of the hour ad break every fucking time. Now that... the timing of that is good. And I read it like a fucking dumbass. I just got cooked. Where's the chatter who brought up the cop shooting me thing? Remember when the Destiny fans tried to outrage farm this? Yes. There's a reason why Destiny fans posted this on LSF, okay, and then brigaded it like they do with...
Oh, shit. How far are you in the Scars of War book? Oh, I finished that a few days ago. We finished that on stream. I think we read the last 3 chapters on stream. I think this was the cop crying one. It was Vosh.
So I told her, I said, don't bother with the food because right now I'm too nervous to take it. It doesn't matter how many hours I've been up. It doesn't matter what I've done for anyone. Right now I'm too nervous to take a meal from McDonald's because I can't see it being made. I don't know what's going on with people nowadays, but please, just give us a break. Please just give us a break. I don't know how much more I can take. I've been in this for 15 years and I've never, ever had such anxiety about waiting for McDonald's drive-thru food. So just have a heart, and if you see an officer, just tell them thank you. Because I don't hear thank you enough anymore. All I want is just my...
The thing she was going to say at the end was, all I want are my lynchings back. She's a cop, you see. Seriously though, I have so much to say about this. Now, what may seem in a vacuum like a one-off viral video, I think this actually belies a lot of really important issues that I'm going to run through as quickly as I can, because I feel like I could talk about this one clip for a literal hour. In fact, I know I could, because it is my job to talk. I am actually talented at that. So let's actually put this this talent to use, okay? So, oh man. So first of all, I went to, this seems kind of fake, and you confirm the source for me. This has led to a media shitstorm. Everything has been confirmed. The police department, the McDonald's, everything. Like this isn't just like a video. This has already involved the affirmation of larger organizations. So, I mean, it's happening. So listen, okay? First of all, the first criticism that I'd like to address is this is one person having a nervous breakdown. And I agree, this does seem to be one person having a nervous breakdown. However, a person having a nervous breakdown can be relevant depending on the reasons why they're having a nervous breakdown and other socio-political, contextual, considerations that one must make around that nervous breakdown. If this was just one woman who was a cop, who just lost her shit one day, I wouldn't mind too much. Right now on the internet, there are tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of people who are mobilizing behind the injustice that this poor woman has experienced. I have seen people posting the phone numbers of that McDonald's. I've seen people talking about how this is why nobody,
Anyway, boring, dumb. Oh.
Bro, that's hilarious, dude. Okay, dude. Like, this motherfucker is not a victim, and this motherfucker is not like distraught. He literally did exactly what conservatives openly fucking fantasize about on the internet, which is go to a...
By the way, if you want to talk about like crazy, if you want to talk about like crazy pre-genocidal stages of like dehumanizing others, this is a really good example of that. Even if you think Rittenhouse wasn't, even if you thought that Rittenhouse was a card-carrying actual Nazi, the idea that you would assume that a 17, 18-year-old wouldn't have this response to being in like a life or death situation where he's literally killing people, it shows that you are unbelievably disconnected, or you've engaged in levels of like dehumanization that shouldn't even be possible. It'd be one thing if he was just like making fun of him, like, okay, fine, as a conservative, make fun of him. But the fact that they like don't even think it's real crying. I think didn't Emma from the Majority Report send the same thing? Didn't she tweet out that she didn't think the tears were real? Like, bro.
A fucking riot situation, okay? With your weapon and shoot. That's why Chris Kyle...
Meanwhile, Hasan is crying because he read a news story where the IDF shot a reporter in Gaza. Like, bro. Fuck. Somebody told me that they cut out the most unhinged shit in this Hasan video. So watching it doesn't give you the good. I think they mocked the crocodile tears live on the Majority Report. The VOD it is then? Somebody have to link me the VOD on the timestamp. Then they just wanted to celebrate the funeral and they shot him. Bro. Kill me. Emma Loki sometimes is even more ridiculous takes than Hasan. Emma is the perfect balance of like smug and stupid to infuriate the fuck out of. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Where were we? 68. What does it mean when it's red versus blue? Is red left and, or no, it's just certain parties. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say. I need to read up so I can have an understanding on the parties too. I don't think it matters that much for foreign policy historically. Well, I say that I'm completely ripping that from Ben-Ami. That like, you might have been left, you might have been right, but your foreign policy positions were pretty similar regardless. Yigal Alan. I've never even heard of this guy before. What a loser. 69. Does foreign policy include settlements? Maybe. Do you ever go to a symphony if a girl asked you? Oh, I don't think so. At this stage of my life, I don't think I would go to events just to simp. Maybe, unless it was a symphony I really wanted to go to. So if it was like a video game music symphony, then hell yeah, I would. Good starting point for Hasan stuff. Okay. Wait, February 26th, 1969. March 17th, 1969. Or like a Final Fantasy one or whatever. Yeah, sure. I'm just not a concert person at all. I went to a Toei concert in LA, I think, with Lily. And I was like, okay, well, it's Toei. It's my favorite band kind of at this point in time. And I'm just not a concert person. I just didn't give a fuck. It's like, why am I sitting here just listening to this? What's the difference between... Oh, alignment was a political... Whatever, I'll figure this out. How do you square that with going to the cinema to watch movies? Because going to the cinema to watch movies is like a better experience, I think. Like seeing something on a large screen with a theater soundtrack or with a theater speaker system is like a better experience. In terms of sound, going to a concert is not a better experience. In terms of seeing them, I guess if you want to see them, you could, but I don't know. Do you not like the spontaneousness of it being live? You mean spontaneity? Is spontaneousness a word, or is it spontaneity? Is spontaneity a word, or is that continuity? Am I making that up? Spontaneousness. I might be making up words. No, I am. No, spontaneous. No, spontaneousness. No, spontaneity is not a word. I'm thinking of continuity. No, wait, spontaneity is a word. Okay, don't care. All right. March 17th, 1969. Was Golda Meir the first head of state that was a woman in the world? 69, June 3rd, 1974. No? Oh, okay, never mind. Was she the first elected head of state? I don't know much about music, so I could be wrong, but don't a lot of classical pieces have places that are intended to be improvised? A long time ago they did, but not classical music doesn't really incorporate any elements of improvisation in contemporary playing of classical music. Spontaneity. Did I say spontaneity? No one cares. 1974, where are we? Jewish leader named Golda. That's some J.K. Rowling style naming. Okay, true. True. Meyer wasn't elected. They didn't have directed elections for PMs back then. Well, I don't think... Do they even have them now? 1974 to June 20th, 1977. Yeah, I don't know if prime minister is ever an elected position. I think the U.S. having an elected head of state is actually, I think, incredibly rare in the democratic world, isn't it? Sorry, hold on. For the shakers, because I'm sorry, we have dumb Eurofucks in chat. Having a head of state that's elected by the population that actually has a lot of power is incredibly rare, to be clear. I'm sorry. Because there are going to be some Europeans like, oh, we elect our head of state, but your elected state does like fucking nothing. Like, I don't think the president of Israel literally does anything. I don't know any of the presidents of Israel. I don't think I've read a single thing in all of my history about Israel of anything. Not to be mean, if I do end up talking to Herzog, I love you. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if the president does anything in Israel. I don't even know what they're like. I think they do less than like a Knesset member. I'm not even sure. The French president is really strong. Okay, maybe a couple states do. All right. Historically, they mostly touch their secretaries. Based. Who is the Queen of Israel? She just got blacklisted yesterday. Oh, shit. Okay, where were we? Sorry, you guys are distracting the fuck out of me. It's like being. I don't like that they put the lifespan here. Just give me when they were in office. Begin. This guy was hardcore, dude. And then he mellowed out. Good job. Hello? Thanks, bye. God, it's so cool that somebody calls me and I just answer my watch. God, that's so fucking cool. Oh my God, I feel like a goddamn secret agent. Okay. 77. June 20th, 1977. August 5th. No. October 10th, 1980. Oh, I still have no idea how, I don't know I don't know when Israel does elections. I don't know. A lot of you European states, even for your prime minister, you just like have elections like randomly. Like, I feel like you wake up and it's like, oh shit, new prime minister today. You guys are like, oh, no confidence, elect new one. It's so weird to me. Ugh. Fuck, he's ready now. Oh, God. So Reddit said that Arafat mellowed out too, similar to Begin in terms of terrorism. Nah. Arafat 100% supported. He was all for that second intifada stuff. I don't think he planned it. Like, I think I kind of wondered that before, and it seemed like there was maybe something. I don't think he planned it, but he definitely enjoyed the violence. Arafat was just always a piece of shit. Wow. Unbelievable. Chat. What am I looking for? Participants copy invite link. Who do I turn to recommend future kick or keep guests? Talk to Kelly or Q. I don't know if Kelly still works for Q or not. many books have you read on Israel Palestine at this point? One. From the guy that I agree with, and he's the best guy. Cover to cover one, but I think we've borrowed chapters out of several. Like I've done chapters out of a couple of Finkelstein books. I think we've done a couple out of the Abba Iban's autobiography. There was somebody gave me one that I've read one chapter through right now because it was a more modern version. I might read this guy's more in my free time. Somebody recommended me this. If I don't get like a major historian's name, I'm not sure. Oh, but Benny Morris recommended this guy, so I was like, okay, fuck it. It was a Enemies and Neighbors, Arabs and Jews in Palestine and Israel. And this author is Ian Black. I'm going to take a shot. This is my last time to make you notice. Ianette Wilf said yes. She's a pretty big deal. Sent you her dits. Please do the thing. Thanks. I don't know who this person is. Jesus, that's intense. Former Israeli politician, served as member of the Knesset for Independence and the Labor Party. Okay, cool. Raised in a labor Zionist family. Are we going to agree on most things? Foreign policy advisor to Vice Prime Minister Shimon Peres. Interesting. Oh, she would actually be cool to talk to, I think. Did you know that Israel has a lot of McDonald's but no Arby's? They don't have the meats. Okay. What's the difference between Harut and Likud? Do they like rebrand or something? Do they become until its formal merger into Likud? Do they merge into Likud, or did they merge, or did they like become Likud, or did a bunch of people become Likud, or? My solution is based on World War II. They keep going until capitulation is achieved. However, the aftermath, occupation, stabilization, rehabilitation, reformation should be done through US/EU, not them. Okay. At Destiny, bro, where did your reservation for giving people a place to spread propaganda on your stream, especially with no Palestinian counterbalance? I've talked to so many Palestinian people. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, listen, no offense, but at this point, I'm pretty sure I can represent the Palestinian arguments better than most of the Palestinian people I brought on, okay? I'm good. You're about to see me flex my full pro-Palestinian power in this conversation, okay? Any notable people? Pretty sure that the Mark Lamont Hill guy is probably the most prominent person I've spoken to on Israel Palestine. Do you think? That guy makes consistent appearances and shit on CNN and stuff. Wait, he's the guy that made this joke. Did they post this in the subreddit?
I think it's up to us as citizens to do the same. When a young African American walks in a Cheesecake Factory with a Make America Great Again hat, he shouldn't be verbally accosted. You should maybe inquire as to why he's wearing it if you want to hear his point of view, but he should by no means feel that he's not welcome in a restaurant.
Okay.
This is the problem that we have as Americans, and we can all do better.
Mark, I know you want to respond to that. What do you want to say?
Nah, I was wondering what dude was in the Cheesecake Factory, but I think for me, you know, most
oh, he's so mad. Oh, he's so mad. Okay, sorry. Anyway. Hello, hello? Okay, I can see you, but I can't hear you. Crushed. Another huge victory for, I guess this would be for Palestinians. I'm probably arguing to the left of this guy. So, Begin and then Yitzhak Shamir. October 10th. 3. September 13th, 1984. He scouted my power level. And he dipped. From 84 to 86. I should probably write down, what's the formal name of the, when you talk about like the head of the, is it Minister of Defense? I should write down all those people as well. Do those get swapped out with the PM? No, they don't. They must not. No, they don't. Tracking like the political parties and everything. It'd be good to like have all this in my head. They do indeed? Oh, they do. Oh, okay. But you can have like a different prime minister but maintain the same like minister of defense or whatever, right? Or do they always have to be? Oh, okay, because they carry over. Gotcha. Because I'm pretty sure there have been some ministers of defense that have carried through multiple PMs, I think. The cabinet is appointed by the prime minister. Part of the cabinet will pick. Okay. Hello, hello? I see you, but I can't hear you. I don't know if you haven't clicked the join audio thing or if the mic isn't quite working. I see you moving. I can't hear anything though. I see your lips moving, but I can't read lips, so it doesn't help me at all. Can you hear me? Like thumbs up if you can hear me, or? Nope, maybe not. It's kind of an ominous angle. Okay, I don't understand. It's Zoom. It is the easiest program in the world to use. The internet can't be this bad. I am on. Oh, he emailed me twice. Hey, I see you joining, but I can't hear you, and the connection seems to be a bit laggy. Are you connected to your Wi-Fi or a hardwired Ethernet connection? Question mark. Boomers don't get good internet. They're still on that 15 megabits per second shit. Even 15 megabits per second. Even bad internet today should be able to easily handle. Okay. Shamir again. And then Rabin again. Oh, wait. July 13th, 1992. With all that money we just sent to Israel, you guys should be able to afford good internet, okay? Oh, okay, I can see you. It's not lagging. I can't hear you. Oh, I can hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
And let me. Sorry. So I'm not a professional.
Internet person. That's good. You're fine. Still working? Everything okay? Oh, nope. Shoot, it's not lagging at least. I just can't hear your microphone. Let's see. I'm opening the chat on the side. Although I don't know if you can see the chat on your. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Did you push like the mute button? Is there like a mute button on your app or your phone? Or I'm guessing it's on the phone right now. Or actually.
Okay. Now can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yes. Hello?
This should be good.
Okay. We good?
Wait. Now you can hear me?
Yes, I can indeed. Can you hear me? Oh no. Maybe if we could just do a phone call, I guess. If you'd like, maybe it. Oh wait. Easier to just do a phone call. Connectivity problems. Or you could just do audio only on Zoom. Do audio only on. Oh wait, now I hear myself. If you could try turning off the video and just do audio on Zoom, and it might be easier. Hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me. Just audio is fine. We don't have to do video. Fantas is Netanyahu in 96. June 18th, 1996. July 6th, 1999. And then July 6th, 1999 through March 7th, 2001. Ehud Barak. Labor. Oh, one Israel / labor. The fuck does this mean? Is this an alliance? One Israel. It was an alliance. Okay. / labor. Okay. Can I make phone calls on Zoom, or do I need to use like my Google Voice account or whatever? Okay, where are we at? March 7th, 2001. April 14th, 2006. Why the fuck is there a thing in parentheses? Suffering a severe stroke. Oh, Jesus. RIP. 2006, okay. We've got whole merit. Wait. Sharon. And then he changes parties, or is this an alliance? Moderates from Likud. Changes party in the middle of his prime ministership. Oh, they had a new prime minister election. I go, okay, whatever. Cringe and weird. I never have problems like this. Can we talk by phone or reschedule for 20 minutes from now? I'll go somewhere else really unusual. Talking by phone is fine if you're all right with that. Would you like me to call? Otherwise, we can wait 20 for you to find a new spot. I'm live for the next 7 hours anyway. So either works for me. January 4th, April 20, whatever now. 14th. March 31st, 2009. Are you going to hold the phone up to the mic or something? No, I think I just call him on my computer using Google Voice, right? Party, Kadima. Big Boy Ben. Back in action, 2009. Benjamin Netanyahu, we've got March 31st, 2009 through May 17th, 2020. No, June 13th, 2021, sorry. What program does he usually use for calls? Zoom. He said this doesn't normally happen. That's what he just said, so. And then we've got June 13th, 2021. June 30th, 2022. Damn, what happened there? Naftali. Benet. Did I not make an article for this fucking guy? People. LMN. I did not. New note. Oh, I didn't for either of these. Oh, no, I did. I just missed him. Oh, he emailed me. What did he say? Sure, call me. Okay, we're doing a phone call. I can make phone calls on Zoom or no? There's just not gonna be any voice, I guess, which kind of... Or, I mean, there's not gonna be a video, I guess. Rip. Google Voice. What? I just looked at my last text message on my Google Voice. I'm like, who the fuck am I sexting? I'm up. My dick is up. My dick is up. Are you still here? Are we gonna have fun? My day is going great. I just got back from an orgy. Who the fuck? Who the fuck am I talking to? Why do I look so thirsty? And then I see it was that when Ayla was on and she had like her little text bot, and we were just like spamming messages at it to see if it would respond. Jesus Christ! Like, what the fuck is going on here? My God. To call and text, get a Google Voice number. I can't just call from my. I already have Google Voice the account, or I have Google Fi. I should be able to make a call on my computer with Google Fi, right? Okay. Call from computer, Google, Fi. Fi? Make calls on PC. No shot. Is Google Voice still integrated with, You can use the phone link for Zoom? Wait, can I? Create a Zoom link and give them the number. Okay, hold on. Okay, new meeting. Invite. How do I get, Oh, wait, phone call. Choose one of the audio conference options. It doesn't let me click on anything. Skype, bro, I fucking hate that ass fucking program. Choose one of the audio conference options. It's not an option. It's not letting me choose. It just shows me a bunch of phone numbers, and there's no buttons to push. Okay, end meeting for all. Use Microsoft Teams? Bro, I don't have time to do a whole ass fucking new bullshit. Oh my god. Edmund, thanks for the $100, my dude. Good one. Is that an American number? I tried calling and got a busy signal. Call. Are Israeli numbers? Israeli area code, country code? Israeli country code. Do they have 7-digit phone numbers plus 3-digit area codes like we do? Or if it's Israel, I don't know if, because this looks like it's formatted like an American number. Oh. Israeli phone number format. Plus 97. Okay, do I actually need to do that? There's no way this phone number is like 12 digits long.
You don't have enough credit to make this call.
Oh, I can't make international calls. Kill me. Credit. Settings. Credit. Credit. How do I put money on this account? Payments, add, credit, $25, yeah. Buy. Wow, ill iteration, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Okay, try one more time. Boom. Did you say plus 972?
This call is being routed by Google. The cost of this call is 2 cents per minute.
Based. I'm sorry, I typed it wrong. We are getting the trolled. Oh, yes. We're doing a fundraiser for Palestinian IEDs, okay? I'm getting trolled right now. I can tell I'm getting trolled. I'm just kidding. In a video game. Oh, call in 15 minutes. All right. I'll call you then. Jesus Christ. He's got to set up the next troll for 15 minutes from now. Yeah, another Finkelstein plant to waste my time. Okay, no, it's not good. All right, he'll figure it out. Okay, to 2000 to 2021, June 13th. Boom, boom, boom. Naftali Benet? It's got to be Benet. That's how you pronounce the name, right? Party. Yamina. And then we've got June 30th. Okay, never mind. July 1st. 2022 to there are no silent letters in Hebrew. I didn't say silent letter. Yamina. Yamina, right? December 29th, 2022. Yes. Yesh Atid. The fuck is that party? And then we have December 29th, 2022. Benny. Likud. Okay. Present. All right. Okay, whoever does look up this timeline plugin. Is there a way to change the colors through the? Do you call them prime ministership? D-Man, can you destroy these two shit as it's streaming you over your women's sports debate? You're looking at me a video from 3 weeks ago. Premiership? Is the premier, would the premier be the same as the prime minister?
Okay, welcome to the Panic Button. I'm Nina. I'm Jesse. Today,
Okay, this thing of using live filters is scary as fuck. I don't like this. I do not support the live filtering of... That's really weird, I think.
we're continuing on with our reaction to the transports debate between Destiny.
Transports debate, not a transport debate.
Between Destiny and this other streamer.
I just wanted to understand your position better.
When you look at the history
Oh my god, this guy. How old is this debate? Why are they even watching this?
of things like video games, you look at the history of things like chess, it seems like men are way more competitive in these arenas than women are, such that women are not competitive at the highest levels. It might be the
So
case
do you think that
maybe it's all
might be
socialization
social
or whatever,
pressure?
but it could be. But if you eliminate all the women's spaces for them right now, then women just disappear. They cease to exist in these
I
spaces.
don't think women's. I don't think so. I think that if you eliminate women's spaces there, I think a lot of the socialization, a lot of that social pressure. I think it even.
That guy is a woman now? Put respect on Synth's name? No, Synth is... That's another Synth you're talking about. There's another Synth who's a trans woman. That's not this Synth. This is a different person. A different Synth. Unless this Synth also became a trans woman. Both are trans women. Okay, whatever.
Even mitigate some of the social pressure in things like chess, for example, where the women players who are like obviously women on average have higher IQs. I don't think it's unlikely that women players will still be competing in chess and even doing so more so now that they're not viewed as like second class chess players, for example.
Women can go and compete with men right now if they want.
I hate how often he says the words women and second class or women and what do you say, degrading, doesn't mean the same. I've never felt like the word woman on any title makes it less important. I don't know where you're getting this from. Is it just because you don't care about women? Because that's a personal perspective that not the entire world shares. You know how many people like watching really fit girls run around? So many. Just because you don't.
That's... What a gross and retarded fucking thing to say. I'm not watching the rest of this. You don't think people take women's sports seriously? What if I want to watch some fit women run around on the screen? Yeah, that's called not taking sports seriously. Okay, don't care. I don't know why I'm... There's nothing of value here, yeah. Okay, is there anything else in this plugin where I can change the colors of the side on the fly? Active color. Using pre-written classes for line, body, and the active color. You can use blank at the beginning of the code block to add pre-written classes or your own classes to the... Oh, this would be to the entire wrapper, though. So active color, background, modifier, success, error, hover, accent, hover. Oh, but this wouldn't change the... This doesn't change the color. It just changes how... where the color shows up. For active color, we use Obsidian CSS variables as active color, so it matches the theme. The default active color is background modifier success. If you want to use your own color, do the timeline active color CSS variable attached to the timeline class. Ooh. Am I able to... Do you think I can just throw this in here and it'll work? Oh, did that work or did it just... Hex for purple. Poobo! Boobo! Nope. Do I have to like define timeline somewhere, or do I have to? You have to create a CSS file and put it in the style folder. Is there a CSS file that my entire vault draws from, or I can't just do, can I do inline CSS? Do I really need to create a whole other file? I can't ask my chat. This was dumb. All right, we will figure this out on our own. Fuck it. Or maybe I'll just wait for somebody to email me how to do this. Timeline. There's another snippet for footnotes and node links. I don't think I care about that. Don't, Straw Waffle, kill yourself. Don't leave me a whole other fucking thing to learn. We don't have time for this. Okay, for active color, we use Obsidian's CSS variables as active color, so it matches the theme. The default active color is background modifier success. If you want to use your own color, use this CSS variable attached to the .timeline class. Does this imply that there is already an Obsidian CSS file somewhere that I can modify? Where is Obsidian CSS stored? Your CSS file is now located in this bullshit. Okay, so we go to Vault. Is it going to be like a fucking hidden folder or some bullshit? Where is Vault Obsidian folder located? Is it called Vault or is it not? Oh no, it's probably not. I think that the third from the bottom is the safe icon. Down here. See, okay, users, Destiny, documents. Hopefully I don't run out of my tax folder. Okay. Is this documents folder a different documents folder than the user documents folder? I hate the new Windows file system. I'm sorry. User, Destiny, it was. Ah, good one. No, wait, it wasn't. Oh, wait, do I just not have? Wait, so there is no default? Oh, research. Oh, no, it's named after what I named the vault. Oh, I understand. Okay. Okay, research. So it should be vault and then .obsidian / no, this isn't doing it. This ain't it. Wait, somebody said there's an appearance CSS snippets. Oh, wait, we were already on our way there. Has it been 15 minutes yet? It's been 10 minutes. If I create a CSS file, does it have to be like .css.md, or can I just name it .md and it'll be read as a CSS file, or Style sheet.css. Refresh. Turn this on. Okay. So now we need timeline, obsidian. Where was the meme? Oh wait, it was this. Nope, not that one. This one, this one. Nope. Nope. Community plugins. Timeline, George, Butco, Limfeo, fucking Limfeo, George. Okay, boom. Build timeline. Okay, scroll down. All right, for active color, we use Obsidian's CSS variables as active colors so it matches the theme. The default active color is background modifier success. Okay. If you want to use your own color, use this CSS variable attached to the .timeline class. Okay, so if I go into this file, if we add this .timeline bullshit, blue and hex, if I add this here like this, and then we Control S save, and then we do this. Wait, we're gonna ditch this because I'm hoping that this timeline shit is defined up here. It's not working. Wait, maybe I need to refresh. What's new? Why the fuck did this update? Go back to the CSS snippets page. Where was I? Oh, here. You must apply the CSS snippet in settings. Did I not apply it? Where were we? Open. Appearance. Apply CSS snippet. I think it is applied. For active color, we use Obsidian's CSS variables as active color, so it matches the theme. The default active color is background for success. If you want to use your own color, use -- timeline active color CSS variable attached to .timeline class. That should be this here, right? Do I need to do do I need to declare or open or close this like CSS sheet format? Is there like a format? Do I need to declare or do all of this for a style sheet, or call the guy?
Hi, thanks, Stephen. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I have never had such a range of technical difficulties. It's particularly embarrassing since I understand you're like a professional computer person.
No, yeah, you're fine. No worries, no worries. Hey, Edmund, thanks for the $50.
So where are you? Where are you located?
I am in the United States. I live in Florida, in Miami.
Oh, very nice. I'm actually flying to Miami tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot better weather than in DC.
Oh.
Cold and rainy here.
Well, hey. Oh, wait, are you you live in Israel though, right? I think in the West Bank, don't
I
you?
live in Israel, but I teach at George Mason, an American university.
Gotcha.
So I come here a few months a year.
Okay.
And then I'm coming down. I'm giving a lecture at the University of Miami. So.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
That's what. So it's a pleasure to meet you. We were put in touch in kind of a funny way. This lady who I don't really know contacted me and said I should talk to you because you're going to be speaking about Israel on Lex Friedman's podcast, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah, basically. I'm sure you're aware of Norman Finkelstein.
I was asked to debate him on Piers Morgan, but I said no.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. It's going to be him, and then he has a debate partner, I think Muin Rabani. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's going to be me and then Benny Morris against those two. So I'm just like doing some final prep before that conversation, basically.
Okay, so I assume the allegations are going to focus. It's going to be mostly about Israel committing genocide in Gaza type thing.
A little bit actually, but first I wanted to. I guess actually, us talking is kind of random. You run on like my schedule sheet of like people to consult before the conversation, so I don't have like a specific thing that I contacted you for. It's more just kind of like a general conversation. We can get into the international law part of the ICJ genocide stuff. I think is really interesting. If you don't mind though, there's one thing I'd like to prod you on first. I watched a debate between you and another man over I think it was the legality of the settlements in the West Bank. I think it was a thing that you guys were talking about, and the occupation in general. Yeah,
and that's a subject I've written about a great deal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind? Can I ask you a few questions on that? Are you comfortable talking about that topic?
Absolutely. But I understand you do like we're not like recording this or anything, right? This is for your information, right?
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Let me back up for a second. So I'm a live streamer. I'm live streaming. So the conversation is being broadcast right now. Yes, correct. I'm so sorry. I thought you knew when I reached out to you. My bad.
I thought you were preparing for a conversation.
Oh,
I got it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. That if you're uncomfortable with that, or if you want me to email you something back, and we can set up a different conversation, we can. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. We can chat, but it's just good to know that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. My bad.
It's a different kind of chat.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So so then you understand right now we're broadcasting that my audience can hear you, and we're having a live conversation that people can record and everything too, right?
Sure.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Okay, so my, I guess like for a broad strokes thing, my feeling on occupying territories is, it feels like from 48 and onwards, there was an awareness until 67 that if there was an occupation of territories that possessed a large number of Arab Palestinians, that would represent a unique problem for Israel in terms of how do you run this territory with all of these other people here that might not be good members for your democratic government, that might have like completely different interests, basically. And then from 67 onwards, like a very strange thing happens where Israel ends up conquering a multitude of territories, and then they become occupied territories. And then since 67, with the absence of the Sinai, Israel has kind of been in this weird limbo of we occupy and we kind of run these territories, but we also don't give democratic rights to most of the people, like the Arab people living in the territories. I feel like this position is legally untenable, but I know you have a different opinion on that. Yeah, can you explain?
Legally, I have a different legal analysis, but also a different factual analysis.
Sure, that's fine.
So
yeah.
from 1948 to 1967, the area that they've called the West Bank and Gaza, they were both occupied, but they were occupied by Jordan and Egypt, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
They were occupied because all of this area was part of mandatory Palestine, intended to be a national home for the Jewish people. And when the British left in 1948, Israel declared independence, but was invaded by Arab armies from all sides, with a goal of basically meeting in the middle and, squashing, wiping out the Jewish state.
Mm-hmm.
And they were not fully successful, but they did manage to occupy some territory.
Mm-hmm.
So the West Bank was created. There was no separate entity called the West Bank before 1948. It was simply how far Jordan got in its goal of taking over all of mandatory Palestine, i.e., the area intended for a Jewish state.
Yeah.
So the area was occupied from 1948 to 67 by Jordan, and no country in the world registered any objection, interestingly enough, or found any moral or legal flaw with that arrangement. In 1967, it came under the control of Israel. And there, I think the important point is that it did not come under the occupation of Israel in my legal analysis.
Mm-hmm.
That is to say, not every time a country takes territory in war is it an occupation. And let me give you an example. Let's say Ukraine successfully pushes back the Russian forces that are currently in Donbass. right? Where Russia runs Donbass, most of the people there speak Russian, or like Crimea. Let's say Ukraine really has a miraculous success that nobody can imagine and kicks the Russians out of Crimea. Where most of the people are Russian citizens now, most of them are ethnically Russian, and most of them want to be part of Russia. Would Ukraine be occupying Crimea? And the answer under international law is clearly no, right? Not in any, because why? Because Russia itself occupied Crimea in 2014. Does that make sense? So you can't occupy territory that was occupied that you previously had a claim to. And this is an international law principle called uti potestatis juris. But what it really means is countries cannot change borders by war. And so what were the original borders were the borders of the Mandate for Palestine. Jordan and Egypt invaded, but the fact that they occupied some territory doesn't take a slice out of mandatory Palestine, and Israel still retains a sovereign claim. So this is not occupation. This is maybe basically ending occupation, liberation, reconquest, whatever you call it. And I can prove this, by the way. Take, for example, just a few months ago, Azerbaijan managed to overrun an area called Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh had a 100% Armenian population. They all did not want to be part of Azerbaijan. They had a history of not being part of Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan had never exercised control there. However, it was within the boundaries of what was previously there, called the Azerbaijani Soviet Socialist Republic. And that meant that doesn't matter, regardless of the wishes of the population, it was going to be politically part of Azerbaijan. So no country now calls Azerbaijan an occupier in Karabakh, even though they took it, in a war. And that was exactly the same status of the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, as it's also known, in 1967. So it came under Israel's control, but it is not an occupation under international law. Now you turn to a separate question of administration. So you assume that there's an international legal requirement that everybody vote democratically. I don't believe there's such an international legal requirement, because take a look, there's many countries that are, not democracies and are, or monarchies even, and are members in good standing in the international community, certainly in the Arab world. But let's say it's a moral requirement. I think it's more like it's not like, Saudi Arabia is Saudi Arabia violating international law by being an absolute monarchy. But let's say that it's still a good thing, right? So the basic principle of democracy is, what did America have its revolution for? No taxation without representation, right? Not everybody gets to vote for everything. Rather, you get to vote for the government which exercises certain massive control over your life. So the Palestinians are not taxed without representation because they're simply not taxed by Israel. They're not drafted by Israel. And no law that the Knesset makes applies to the Palestinians. Indeed, since 1993, the Palestinians have overwhelmingly, over 90% of the Palestinians have been governed by a Palestinian government called the Palestinian Authority, which deals with basically every issue in the ordinary life of a Palestinian, their taxes, their social policy. Think about it. They have laws like pay for slay. The Palestinian government dedicates 7% of their budget to paying bounties, basically, for terrorists. Is that a law that Israel passed? No, they pass it themselves. They have their own money, and they do with it as they see fit, even very much against the wishes of Israel. So so they have their own government, which is why it would be weird for them to vote for a government that does not in fact govern. Now, it's true that Israel has various security operations in the West Bank, but protecting yourself from hostile elements is not governance, right? It's a nation's right of self-defense. Just like when the United States would conduct, anti-terror operations in Sudan or Somalia or Pakistan, that doesn't mean that, now people in Pakistan have to vote in America because America tries to, preempt terrorists operating from those places from striking America. So today, the Palestinians have two governments of their own, really. The soon to be defunct Hamas government and the Palestinian Authority government. So Israel has no interest in governing them, and in fact, they don't govern them. And what's sort of surprising about these discussions is they pretend that the Oslo Accords never happened. And the Oslo Accords were the agreement in 1993 which transferred control of these areas to a Palestinian government.
Okay. Okay. So I'm taking notes, and then if you want, it's easier for me when we discuss to go point by point. So I'm going to go one point at a time, and then you can kind of go back and forth with me. I wrote down everything you said. On a very broad macro level, I think I understand what you're saying, but this is the problem I think that I have when it comes to the status of these territories being occupied. Is it sounds like Israel wants to simultaneously be able to control and administer to these territories while saying that they're part of Israel proper, but then make reasons or carve-outs for why it's not actually, and that's why they don't have voting rights like Palestinians. I think it's I feel like you can have one of these positions. So I'm familiar with I can't pronounce the Latin, but I'm familiar with the legal concept that after the mandatory period expires, there is an international legal argument that the only emerging state from mandatory Palestine, Israel, would be the one that inherits all the borders, and that there was an occupation of the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, the Golan Heights, from Egypt, from Jordan, from Syria. I'm sympathetic to that argument. But I think there's a few problems with the comparison. So this is like the first point. So you mentioned that Jordan and Egypt, for instance, occupied sections of the mandatory Palestine period, and that other people internationally didn't seem to have as much of a problem with that. And I agree with you there. But if we look, for instance, in the case of Jordan, I think that was because there was a formal annexation of the territory, and because the people there were granted essentially all the same rights as Jordanian proper citizens. Isn't that pretty?
Is that a big accomplishment?
I think it's I think it's probably the most important thing. Yeah.
No, I mean all the rights of what were all the rights of a Jordanian subject, not citizen?
Of a subject. I mean, well, they lived under the Hashemite monarchy, right? But it was the same.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So to say they have all the lack of rights that every other Jordanian has, right? They still couldn't vote. Those weren't voting rights. It's not a democracy. If you're saying that they have to have a meaningful democracy, that doesn't satisfy. And I think annexation. I think in this case, the annexation argument, that it was better to annex. I think that's the argument that tries to have it both ways. Because certainly, if Israel were to annex this territory, would the international reaction be, "Oh, it's great you annex"? No, and I have a proof for this. Israel did apply Israeli law, right, annex as you would call, to parts of the Golan and the parts of the West Bank around Jerusalem and Jerusalem itself. The reaction, and it gave voting rights. It gave a path to citizenship and voting rights to the inhabitants of those places. The reaction of the international community was not to say, "Oh, okay, so this is fine now, because these people can vote and these people can become citizens." The reaction was to say, "Oh, that's even worse. Giving them citizenship is even worse. That's like, taking them away from like Palestine." And the reason embassies left Jerusalem was because of a Security Council resolution that was passed after Israel applied its law to Jerusalem and the surrounding areas. So I think that's a proof that would not satisfy these international objections, because when Israel did it, the reaction was even more antagonistic.
Sure. So a couple things. So one is, let me be very clear. I don't think, as you said, I don't believe there's an international requirement for a democracy. There's no international requirement that people can vote. But I do believe that internationally we recognize, and I could go and find the particular, I guess, where this would come from in the UN, but I'm pretty sure that we recognize that people have the same rights, generally speaking, in a country when it comes to at the very least, like things like ethnicity or, a people's right to self-determination or whatever, that you can't give some rights to some people and some rights to another people. So, for instance, if it was the fact that Israel was a monarchy and nobody was able to vote, like if you annexed it and made Palestinians the same as Israeli citizens and no one was able to vote, that'd be fine. But the reality is that Israel is a democracy and some people can vote and some people can't. And I think that's what people have a problem with. Not that it's a democracy or a monarchy or whatnot. And then just real quick on that thing, because you brought up Israel did apply Israeli law to parts of the Golan Heights and the West Bank, and people were mad about that. Well, of course, but I think that's because Israel is not annexing these territories as a means of finally incorporating these people into their borders and then giving them voting rights. It's a strategic thing that once like a demographic majority is met in these areas, they can be safely annexed without the Palestinian Arab population. They're threatening the demographic majority of Israel proper, right? I think that's a substantially different thing.
No.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
The reason they did it for Jerusalem and Golan is Golan was seen as strategically important, and what do you call it? And Jerusalem is seen as sort of nationally, historically, and culturally important. Nowhere does it say that you have to sort of incorporate all the territory you might have a title to. But I got to say, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, it's not just a monarchy. It's by definition a monarchy that privileges a particular non-Palestinian population, namely the Bedouin Hashemite clan. That's why it's called the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. So I think it's implausible that everyone was okay with Jordan because they annexed it. Annexation makes it worse, right? That is, the whole international community is now saying, Israel, God forbid you should annex, right? When Russia annexed the Crimea, that made it worse, even though they granted everybody their Russian citizenship. That makes it even worse, right? So other examples don't go like that. But I want to say, I really think what we fundamentally disagree on, Israel is not, in fact, administering the Palestinian territories, and Israel isn't saying that it is part of Israel. Now, if Israel, having sovereign rights, wants to give away some of this territory to a Palestinian government, that's fine. It's actually not clear that it's better for the Palestinians to be a minority in Israel rather than have a government of their own, right? And in fact, that's why they would prefer a government of their own. The real fight now is over territory, because the Palestinians have a government in half of the West Bank and all of Gaza, and about 90%, let's say 85% of the Palestinians are under that government. What they want is the other half of the West Bank, where a far smaller number of Palestinians live. That's not a question of democracy. That is a territorial dispute, a borders dispute. It is about the borders of a Palestinian entity and the borders of Israel, but it has nothing to do with anybody voting.
So when we say it has nothing to do with anybody voting, or when we say it's a territorial dispute, or when we say the Palestinian Authority kind of administers to this region, I mean, the Palestinian Authority administers to the region, though, as like a subject, essentially, of Israel. No? Like when we say, for instance, that
Israel cannot override Palestinian laws.
When we talk about like the approval of building new settlements or expanding settlements or approving building permits, this is all done at the behest of the administrating Israeli government in the West Bank. No,
that's only in Area C, the half of the West Bank under Israeli control.
Mm-hmm.
In Area A and B, the Palestinians build whatever they want, with one exception: Jews are not allowed to build. But
sure.
The Palestinians build whatever they want. They have their own permitting process. Even in Area C, frankly, they build whatever they want, but just illegally. But so we're only talking about the area under Israeli control, and the question is really about borders. And we know that Jews have no rights in the Palestinian area. Right? Jews are not allowed to own land there. Is that an Israeli law? Does Israel design their education curriculums with like suicide bomber Mickey Mouse? Now, their government is not great, but that doesn't distinguish them from Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria.
I understand.
It's a weak government.
Yeah, I understand their issues related to Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. So the reason why I'm not as focused on those governments and their issues with their people is that I think that Israel, because of this territorial dispute / occupation or whatever we'd call it, it has a responsibility to the people that they're essentially occupying or have territorial disputes with. Like even the idea of calling this a territorial dispute is interesting, because who is it a territorial dispute with? Because there's not even another there's not another country.
Who says it needs to be with another country? It's not clear. Why does it have to be? Why you can have with an entity? You have the Palestinian Authority. That is supposed to be the representative of the Palestinian people, and it's so much like a country that the United Nations even says it's a country. So this is going to be the first, this is going to be the, so it's something like a country, but in particular, it's like a country in ways relevant to democracy, right? That is to say, what are Israel's attempted, controls on this area? The control is designed for one purpose, right? Israel's not exploiting these people for labor. They're not taxing them like South Africa. They're not making them serve in the Israeli army like South Africa did, right? It really wants nothing from them other than to prevent attacks by them. And even if it was a separate country, Israel would have the authority to do that because self-defense is an inherent right of every person and every country, right? The checkpoints people talk about. All these things, these are security things, right? Israel is not trying to extract something from these from these people. And interestingly, now that Israel, in the wake of October 7th, has basically said we don't want any more Palestinians coming here to work, because hundreds of thousands of Palestinians would enter Israel to work. Now the West is horrified. Oh, you want nothing to do with them? No. You need to have them in your country working. Now, if truly, we want the Palestinians are supposed to have their own government, let them find jobs for their own people, right? Mexicans don't have a right to come into America to work. That's something that can be granted as a political matter, depending on diplomatic relations. So there's no, and I got to tell you, Hamas. You could say by this definition, Hamas decides, occupies Israel because Hamas can decide when they have school in Israel by when they shoot rockets and when they have terrorist attacks. Right? Those things shut down school in all of southern Israel for weeks and months. Does that mean Hamas is occupying Israel, even though it greatly affects and in many ways controls the lives of Israel? No, not everything is Not every exercise of authority is occupation. As ever, just like when America does a drone strike in Pakistan, that doesn't mean America is occupying Pakistan.
I agree with the drone strikes don't make for an occupation, but I mean, I think clearly the moving of settlers into, I guess we can call it disputed territory, and then having these settlements expanding while there's no clear answer for what a Palestinian state would ever look like, I feel like it makes it a much more hairy issue to navigate. Like even when you talk about
by definition, the settlers only live in that half administered by Israel, not the other half. Zero Jews. Right? And think about that. That's a fundamental, basic distinction. You have two political entities here, or three maybe if you count Gaza. You have a Jewish state in which Jews and Arabs live, and then you have a Palestinian political entity where zero Jews live. Right? Where's the inequality? The inequality is on the other side. Right? It's the Palestinians who are establishing an apartheid Jew-free entity.
Sure, but
and want to have an apartheid Jew-free
but I guess
state.
the question is, like, let's say that what you're saying is true, and I buy into that completely. This is where I find the difficulty in having it both ways. Why then Israel just not annex completely Area C and then declare that Area A and B will be a separate state that the Palestinians then get to administer to?
Okay, so there's two prongs to that, and
Yeah.
I can answer, and let me deal with them both. So first of all, the first prong, I think, it's a little bit cute to say, why does Israel not annex Area C? What do you think would happen if Israel were to annex Area C tomorrow?
Well, I mean, the Abraham Accords came right as an attempt to stop Israel, I think, from annexing Area C. So I imagine there'd probably be a huge international backlash. Yeah.
What do you call it? Sanctions imposed by the Security Council, right? So, the fact that Israel is not doing something, that it's being threatened by countries, if it does, that's in itself an explanation, right? So great, you should go and speak to the UN and tell them not to impose sanctions, right? But you can't fault Israel for not taking an action, which the international community is threatening to basically kill Israel if it takes. Right. So when Israel has talked about this, the reaction was not, oh, that's going to solve our problems. Now, as for the Palestinian state part, there's simply no rule that everybody gets a state. There's a rule of self-determination. Self-determination does not mean state. Now, practically, what's the difference? A state can have an army, and a state can control its borders, and like immigration, and a state can buy weapons on the open market. So imagine if a Palestinian state run by Hamas didn't on October 7th have to rely on rifles and RPGs, but could also have tanks and fighter planes. Right? Israel would be unsurvivable. So Israel has certain requirements for that area, that it has to be demilitarized, and there has never been a successful example of a demilitarized state. There's demilitarized territories, but not really demilitarized states.
I mean,
isn't that
a
matter of Israel?
Yeah, so just
only thing and that's not a matter of Palestinian self-determination. They can literally have everything they want there, except weapons to kill Israel.
Well, okay, so for a couple things. So when we say there's no rule about who gets a state, or we talk about self-determination, would any other country in the world, or would there be a consensus in the UN that we would consider self-determination to be granted to a people who are deprived of a state, and then whose borders, imports, exports, immigration, militarization is all controlled by a neighboring state? I feel like nobody else would consider that to be self-determination.
There's tons of people like the Kurds, for example.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3,000 independence movements around the world.
Well, but the Kurds,
Uyghurs-
even when you say the Kurds, though, do you think that people that live in the Kurdistan regional government in Iraq, do you think that they're afforded the same opportunities and have the same amount of controls as the Palestinians in the West Bank?
Do they have the same opportunities and controls?
Because
They
the
certainly have
Kurdish
fought-
people have their own military, right? They're Peshmerga. They have their own police force. They have their own weapons. They have, yeah.
The Palestinians did also, by the way. Do also. They have their own security forces in the West Bank.
Well, no, I
But
mean, like,
they
I think
actually-
the KRG, they have their own, I think, like, army. Like, they were performing military operations alongside the United States to expel ISIS from Iraq, and they can have, they've got airports.
So Iraq is an entirely different system. It's just a different kind of state. But I think in many ways they have fewer rights because they tried to secede and they declared independence, and the Iraqis came and really pounded the shit out of them. And ever since, they have not actually been the same. So and certainly they're not recognized as a state by anyone. So that's already one big minus. They don't have sovereign immunity. Their leaders can't fly around the world, and go to receptions. So the Palestinians have lots of things that the Kurds could only dream of. Hold on, I'm getting another call that I have to.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get off at the top at the top of the hour.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
for example, take American Samoa. People in American Samoa are not U.S. citizens, and it's run by America. So there are such arrangements in different places in the world, but also has there ever been a people that have been so intently set on exterminating other people over the course of many decades? Right? Like that is to say, this is not a made-up threat, right? This is not a made-up threat. Israel would love to, not have to deal with this, but their persistent attempts to slaughter Israel and the small margin of error that Israel has if it were to retreat to the 8-mile wide borders that we have, before 1967, given modern technology, are just untenable, right? Even with the weapons Hamas has, you can shoot all the way across Israel from West Bank. The whole country would become. Israel has rights too, right? And
Israel does have rights too. Yeah, so I understand
the
this.
fundamental right of any country is survival.
Yeah, but I understand you brought this up. Fundamental right of a country is survival, but that doesn't give them the right to occupy a neighboring people and deprive said people of a military, right? Like if they.
I don't know that not every ethnic group is entitled to a military. Take Somaliland. Somaliland is an ethnically different area of Somalia that wants to secede. Nobody recognizes their independence. No one recognizes their efforts to get a military or a navy.
True,
and
but I think
worldwide such examples around the world.
Yeah, I understand, but I think worldwide, like since '67 onwards, not only has the entire world seemed to believe that there should be a separate place or some sort of negotiation for the Palestinian people to not live under Israeli occupied or administered territories. I think that even Israel itself from 93 onwards has realized that it probably needs to negotiate like a final settlement relating to Palestinian citizens. And I don't think that the Israeli plan right now of the slowly encroaching territories and the slow annexation of the West Bank is moving anybody towards a more secure or a more, I guess, like just future for either party. It seems like...
So I disagree. Israel doesn't have a plan to encroach. Israel has territory that's under its control, Area C. 0 Israelis are moving into Area A and B, and they would be lynched immediately.
Okay, well, here real quick, because you keep bringing up that it's just Area C versus Area B, but Area C is like, obviously, this is what a lot of people care about, right? This is like some of the most important territory. It's been like...
No. The reason they care about it is because Israel already conceded the other half. Do you see what I mean?
No.
They're always going to care about what's not left. What's not left. If Israel now said, you know what, we'll trade you. How about you take Area C, we'll take Area B? No, now they're going to care about Area A and B.
Wait, so you think before 93 nobody cared about the old city, nobody cared about Al-Aqsa Mosque, nobody cared about the rights
That's not Area C.
Isn't that East Jerusalem and everything, like right outside that?
That's not Area C. Area C does not involve Jerusalem. Jerusalem is its own thing. The Jerusalem's is not part of this discussion.
Wait. So would you say that East Jerusalem is completely and totally off the table then in terms of like any type of future negotiated thing, even though in 2000 they were considering dividing that along ethnic lines, or?
Here's the problem: the Palestinians, every time the Palestinians reject an offer, the presumption is the next offer has to be at least as good as. The fact that one of Israel is also entitled to democracy, right? So the fact that some Israeli democratic government made an offer which was rejected does not mean you get to go back to that offer, right? That whatever Israel's best offer was, the next offer has to be at least as good. So that was then, and they should have taken it. But you can't like say, oh, you know what, we're going to go back to that offer you made before the Intifada.
Yeah,
and before.
and I'm definitely sympathetic that they
that's
always
off
seem to
the
be
table.
they seem to be a generation behind on offers. But then if the offers are getting worse and worse, what is that besides encroachment?
Oh, that's perfect. If the offers get worse and worse, that's actually a way to get them to take the offer, right? If they keep thinking the international community is always going to take the last offer as a baseline, then until they get maximal, just keep having a breakdown in negotiations. Only the first time the international community says, you know what, you should have taken that offer. We're taking 10% off this time. That's when you're going to see movement to an actual negotiated resolution. And that has never happened. That's the one thing that has never happened. There's been no shortage of peace proposals, each more generous than the last. That's the one thing that has never happened. I think that's what needs to happen. And I think also it's unconscionable to say that Israel should have a territory where they say Jews aren't allowed to move. Why is that a problem? It's only a problem if you assume that a Palestinian state has a right to be born free of any Jews. And there's no territory like that. There's just simply no territory like that. No group, when it gets independence, when Kosovo gets independence, they couldn't say, oh, you know what, first all the Serbs have to leave. That was not a condition.
Do you think that there's any negotiated settlement between Israel and Palestine where Palestinians accept that all of Area C, or the majority of it, is essentially already ceded, that East Jerusalem is completely off the table in terms of any shared administrative thing, or that it's just gone? Or?
Well, you see, we have different baseline assumptions. I think under current circumstances, there's simply no overlap in bargaining range. Right? There's no, well, we've seen, we have to believe the evidence of our eyes. The reason that attempts at negotiated solutions have failed is not because, the parties are stupid and, they just don't know what's good for them, that, the people with Middle East PhDs know what's good for them. There is no overlap in bargaining range. Israel has offered the most they could, and now would offer less. And there needs to be a penalty for not taking, those offers. Actions have consequences. Certainly, currently, almost all of the Israeli political parties would not agree. Yair Lapid, who's like the leader of the more left-wing party, is against the division of Jerusalem. So whether the Palestinians can agree to it, I'll tell you what's unique about the Palestinians. Usually national liberation movements
you
never get offers. Oh. Usually national liberation movements, how many of the thousands of national liberation movements in the world ever actually get internationally supported offers of statehood?
Well, how many international movements started with land that they assumed was kind of going to be promised to them, by another country, right? I think that the Palestinian territory compared to the other mandates in the surrounding areas after World War I are relatively unique in that Britain seemed to promise the land to two different peoples, and that became unworkable as a result of Britain's policy, no? So, I mean, I'm sympathetic towards Palestinians feeling like...
There were lots of unfulfilled mandates. And for example, in Lebanon, right, Lebanon was created by screwing over the Sunni to favor the the Christians, and that has not resulted in successful demands for a Sunni state. Syria was created during the mandate of Syria. Multiple groups were promised and actually given at various points states, including the Druze and the Kurds. There was a discussion of Kurdish statehood during the Iraqi mandate, and there was even discussion and a proposal in the League of Nations for an Armenian mandate, which was never realized. No one goes back and says, "Oh, that's an actionable right." And no one talked about a Palestinian state, by the way, in the League of Nations mandate. No, there's simply no mention. The mention is that Jordan could be turned into an Arab state, which it was. So my point is,
I understand. Well, I understand the other mandate.
My point is that they say no. Nobody else says no. I wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal. Take the Palestinians no for an answer. It is simply unprecedented because being granted a state is such a rare occurrence. No one ever says, you know what, no, we're going to wait until we get a better offer. That's not quite the state we want.
Sure, but I don't think for any of the other examples, whether we're talking Lebanon, whether we're talking Jordan, whether we're talking Syria, Iraq, for any of these other examples, I don't think that you ran into the same issue of foreign population coming in at such a high number that ended up contesting, even if there were separate groups in the area, for that particular land that would be granted over to whatever government existed after the mandatory period expired. And I think that and you can see that regardless of the civil conflict or regardless of the warring between nations, that the stability of Israel-Palestine and the different groups inside of it now, right, the Palestinians and the Israelis, seems to be unique compared to compared historically to the countries around it, and that these are two separate.
I fundamentally disagree. I would actually say the Israeli-Palestinian conflict situation is one of the more stable ones in the region. And if you want to see real instability, that's Syria. But no one says give the Druze a state. Break it up. You can't have the state run by the Alawites anymore. Let's break it up and give, the 5 different ethnic groups their own separate states. Lebanon is far from stable, right? It's controlled by the Hezbollah, different little warlords in different sections. And the wars that have been in all the countries around Israel, like the Syrian civil war, Syrian invasion of Lebanon, the Lebanese civil war, have been far, far worse than the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict combined. So, as a matter of fact, when you look around the Middle East, what I see is there's more ways to mess this up than there is ways to get it better. But listen, I have to get on another call at the top of the hour. I'm really sorry we had such a hard time connecting.
Okay.
That was.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate the call. Yeah.
I would love to continue. I didn't know that this was going to be like a. I thought it was just going to be for your. For
my channel. Oh, yeah. I'm just kind of curious. Seeing the different.
For your edification.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to cut this off, but I did have another call scheduled for now.
Okay. Well, thanks. I'll shoot you an email. Maybe we can chat again later. But thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Great.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Fuck. Well. Thoughts? I don't know how to fuck. I have to go point by point. I wish there was a way to autistically go point by point by point by point. I feel like when he compared the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank to the Israeli annexation of the West Bank, obviously people are happy with the Jordanian annexation because those people were made members, basically equal citizens of the kingdom. But he pivoted that to that Jordan is not a democracy, but who cares? If Israel wasn't a democracy, it would still be the same issue. Ukraine wouldn't be occupying Crimea, but they had internationally recognized borders. I don't feel like that's the same thing. I don't think there have ever been internationally... I don't know if there's been a consensus on internationally recognized borders for Israel other than armistice lines and the recognition of a state. You realize Finkelstein will do the same to you? Yeah, but for Finkelstein, I think I'll be rambling on my notes. For him, I just wanted to hear a lot what he would have to say. So I'm not trying to win a debate against the guy. I want to hear what he has to say. Israel did not apply. I also, I don't know how deep we would get into this. Obviously, Finkelstein wouldn't argue this. But his idea that the Palestinian Authority is a wholly separate government that wholly administers to Area A and B and is completely separate on its own, I think is also a little not true. Clearly the PA is a negotiated entity that was literally created by Israel. So to claim that that's like a wholly independent government when it was also only supposed to really be an interim authority from 93 onwards that never got resolved. When he said there's no rule about who gets self-determination, the United Nations, I think, and Israel itself has agreed historically that the Palestinian people would be probably granted a state at some point. I wasn't explicitly stated in the Oslo Accords, but that was always the assumption for negotiations from Camp David onwards. Talking about Israel's survivability is never a legitimate argument for depriving a neighbor of any of their rights, right? That's Russia's argument to go to war, is we're threatened by Ukraine joining NATO, therefore we're going to go take the country over. That's not a good argument. He said that East Jerusalem is the fuck. He said that is East Jerusalem not considered any part of Area C anymore? I still thought that there were neighborhoods in East Jerusalem that were. Is that a totally C? I need to look that up. Area C Wikipedia. A and B are completely. The PA does have the ultimate authority in Area B and C, or A and B. Do they control the borders going in and out? Doesn't Israel still have like that demilitarization line or whatever bullshit on the right, and they monitor the borders, or is that not true? Do Palestinians have total access over the borders now? International boundary. Boom, 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 boom. East Jerusalem. Area C, remaining areas, 30%. Wait, is all of this area here considered like Israel proper now, the red stuff? Or I should see where we're at, I guess, for the current state of... Area A and B don't have border access? Okay. Okay, areas A and B, and then closed restricted areas, closed remaining areas. Oh wait, I'm sorry. A and B is literally only these fucking white areas. Jesus fucking Christ. Red is East Jerusalem, which was annexed in 1980. Okay, so East Jerusalem is totally off the table. Well, I mean, it was still being considered. It would still be considered at Camp David, though. The red stuff is Jerusalem. Gotcha. Jesus. How much was Netanyahu considering annexing? Was it just the areas outside of Jerusalem, or? Wait, hold on. For the guy that I just talked to, when he said I didn't realize this was for your edification, do you think he was being passive aggressive there, or did he just mean he didn't know that that I was going to be asking him about stuff like that? Was that? I can't tell if that was for a. I can't tell if that was a passive aggressive comment or not. I feel like I was super polite in that conversation, but okay. Was the principle of the new state inheriting the previous region established in 1948? His whole argument hinges on the idea that Israel owns areas A, B, and C and has benevolently let Palestinians administer areas A, B, and just wants area C. Basically, there's a concept in international law. He is right in that there's a concept in international law that in the borders of a given place, any emerging government essentially inherits. It was the Latin phrase that he phrased, but I don't know how to type that out or spell it or say it. But there's a concept that the emerging government is the one that inherits all the borders. And under that concept in 48, all of the invading Arab states are essentially conquering territory from Israel, And that in 67, Israel basically fought and took most of that territory back, or all of that territory back, I guess. The problem is that Israel, historically, through treaties and negotiations, has not conducted itself like all of that territory belonged to Israel proper. It's conducted itself like that territory is occupied and the final situation of that territory is to be determined. Through the negotiations with other countries, through the negotiations with the Palestinians. If they would have simply annexed the West Bank, the Golan Heights, the Sinai, if they would have just annexed it and then made all those people citizens proper, then I think that argument is stronger. But from 67 onwards, that's not the way that Israel legislatively or internationally conducted itself. Like, oh, these are all parts of Israel now. And you can see that in their different treatment between, for instance, like when they annexed the Golan Heights in 81, Israel, annexation, Golan Heights. Through the Golan Heights law. So Israel annexed formally the Golan Heights. Israel gave back the Sinai Peninsula. So it seems like there's some fluidity here in terms of how they deal with their land. So to pretend that they just obviously own the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and that that's like Yeah, it just, that doesn't seem to be, Isn't this international law principle established after Israel became a state? No, I think this is like an earlier international law principle. I don't know if this even exists anymore because I don't think states don't normally fight over territory and governments emerge and shit like that. Usually stuff is done by the UN now, I think. Oh, was this part of the Trump peace plan? God damn, how cucked. The future state of Palestine. Do Palestinians even want this shit? What are these things? Netanyahu announced that the Israeli government would immediately annex the Jordan Valley and West Bank settlements while committing not to create new settlements in areas left to the Palestinians for at least 4 years. And the Trump administration had given permission for an immediate annexation, saying Israel does not have to wait at all, and we will recognize it. Jesus. This would have been, I think this Trump peace plan and that public announcement for annexation is, I think, the precipitating event to the Abraham Accords, because I think other Arab states, I think, kind of rushed to sign agreements with Israel under the condition that they wouldn't do this annexation for some period of time. The Emirati ambassador, Emirati meaning UAE, to the U.S., Youssef al-Otaiba, authored an op-ed addressed to the Israeli public that was published on the front page of Yedioth Aronoth. He warned that Israel's planned annexation of the West Bank territory put a stop to any normalization of relations with the UAE and other Arab states. And then Kushner and his assistant Avi Berkovitz told the UAE or that they would agree to normalization with Israel in return for an Israeli announcement that the West Bank annexation was off the table. You really ought to look more at the current status of Jerusalem and a map of the offer at Camp David / Tava. Its peak Bantustism? I need to learn how to pronounce that word. My understanding is, this might look like a bad map, but my understanding is that this is an incredibly generous because a lot of I think that what they essentially tried to do is, this is just the area around for East Jerusalem and like the old city and stuff, was the idea that if there were ethnic areas of Arabs living in these places, they would basically be given to the Palestinians, including lots of places in, I don't know where East Jerusalem starts and stops. It's not just the old city, right? The old city is a part in East Jerusalem. Let me check here. Is the old city is all of East Jerusalem considered the old city? Everything that's outside that wall or whatever, or? I think the old city is just the part that has all of the, like the Temple Mount and the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the fucking, all that shit, right? Go to Israel and film content? Yeah. Is this, when we talk about the old city, is that this area right in here? Is this where all the bullshit is? Or is this another church that they fight over sometimes? Oh, fuck me. What the fuck? old city. Yes. Oh, okay. Wait, it's where this stupid fucking gate is. Well, that's certainly not a new city. Good one. So if we're looking for like Al-Aqsa Mosque or whatever, the one, is it? No, it's here. This is it. Okay. And the Western Wall is where people go to pray or do dumb shit. That's where they dug the extra tunnel under. Where is the place where they want to dig to find like the +5 sort of fucking Jewishness or whatever? Is it under here? Or are they looking for like the second temple? What is it that Jews want to dig under here and Arabs don't like them digging under here? Or Muslims, I should say, actually. The bottom left corner. Okay. That's what they were looking for in New York City. I can't believe that guy's flying to Miami. Should I go to his presentation tomorrow or his lecture? Would be a real power move. So is East Jerusalem considered, okay, so this area right here, I'm guessing this little green outline is the old city. And then all of this red area is considered East Jerusalem. And that's been annexed proper into Israel such that I'm guessing then from the Israeli perspective, that's just off the table for future negotiations. Area C, excluding East Jerusalem or is East Jerusalem still considered a part of Area C? The red is properly annexed. He might think you were ambushing him for a debate under the false pretense of trying to study against Finkelstein. He thought it would be a private call to learn from him. Oh, maybe. Fuck. Maybe the person that set the email up fucked us over a little bit. Oh, I'm not to... Oh, fuck. I wonder if it did feel like an ambush. But I'm just like a random YouTuber guy. This is like his area of expertise. Shouldn't he want to do that conversation? And Area C is what, like 60%? As of 2013, Area C formerly comprised about 63% of the West Bank. Jesus Christ. You're debating Finkelstein, who he didn't want to debate. You shouldn't be a random YouTuber guy. Wait, what? Well, I think he doesn't want to debate Finkelstein, probably because he considers him bad faith. Oh, maybe he thought I was like a Finkelstein simp. And that's why I was asking him those questions, and he doesn't want to... I don't know. Don't care. Okay. Oh, this worked. We made our timeline change color. Yes. Okay. Okay. If we can make... Oof. All right, here we go. Big memes. If we can make... is this? Don't care. Oh, Kelly notes. If I can make this change color based on this timeline thing, do you think I can define separate timelines? Like if I did timeline 1, or is it going to break the entire plugin? Let's find out. Ah, yeah, fuck, it breaks the whole plugin. Can I define like subclasses of timeline? Is there like a way to do this, or would it just depend on how the plugin works? Or I guess we could just probably look at the actual default colors, background modifier success. You can use your own color. The term you're looking for 5 minutes ago was Udi Posidetis Juris. Juris, maybe? Okay. Boom. Source. This would be the. Is this going to be where the code for the... This doesn't work based. Oh, God. I don't know how to fucking read any of this shit. Package? That sounds like some shit, no? Nope. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Let me read the code. I understand all of this. Absolutely. Yes. Oh my God, I'm cracking the matrix. Bum 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 blub 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 blub. Okay, if something is like defined, what would we call this? Like an element, or what the timeline thing is? Like my guess is going to be, if I can modify a CSS sheet, but it changes timeline, this whatever this is, class, element, dick, I don't know what the fuck you would call this, but if I my guess is going to be, since this is like the only defined thing and it is all the timelines, there's no way that I can do multiple declarations of colors without probably changing like the actual source code of the plugin itself, right? Because the plugin probably only makes a call or defines this one timeline thing, and there's no way that I can, there's just no way that I can have this CSS sheet define me multiple colors, right? I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. Okay. What is, can you comment on a CSS sheet? Does this work? I don't even know. Oh no, wait, I can just, we can turn it off here, right? You can do multiple colors, but only if you do separate timeline blocks. How? It didn't seem like there was any way to do, like, can you do inline CSS in, I don't know how you, can you do inline CSS in a code block in Obsidian? I don't know why I'm asking chat, because fuck me. Okay. Okay, where were we at? Appearance, boom. Style sheet, turn off. They should turn back to green. Yes. Okay. Obsidian, inline, CSS. Using the inline style element and interleaving HTML. Oh God. How do I do? Would I have to like inline like HTML and CSS? Do I have to do the CSS first? Or I'm sorry, the HTML first? Or can I just like do CSS here? inline styles. I think you can do span style equals CSS/text/span. I think Markdown won't render inside the HTML. Inline CSS doesn't work inside code blocks. If you can add HTML classes to the timeline, then just tag them with different classes and define the classes in your CSS style sheet. The old city is part of East Jerusalem. Gotcha. D-Man needs a +10 star. You're right. Fuck this. Don't care. Don't care. Listen, if anybody else can figure out how to get me different colors so I can at least like color the different prime minister periods, that'd be nice. Okay. Otherwise, fuck it. We don't care that much. We'll do our Hasan memes while I read stuff. Wait, does anybody have a link? Oh no, I got a link to it. Hold on. What is this?
Oh, yeah, this one will be fun.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, this one will be fun.
Good one. Update. Sunday said no. Okay. Looks like he ran. I hate to support men, but I'm with them on this one. This is so disrespectful. Oh my god, I never call women hoes, but this one here is a hoe. Even if I didn't have COVID, I already have a debate tomorrow, and I don't do debates on no notice with no topic or preparation when it comes to ongoing acts of genocide. Okay.
Isn't that odd timing, by the way? Joe Biden said that it was Vladimir Putin who was personally responsible for the death of Alexei Navalny. Alexei Navalny has been in prison for almost 3 years. A prison near the Arctic, completely out of sight. The Russians, because of this war, and basically the unity of NATO in fighting Russia, have, just like happens in war, united behind their leadership. Alexei Navalny is not some popular leader in Russia. He doesn't have 50% or 30% or even 10% of the country behind him. He has maybe 2 to 3%. Why would Putin, right as the United States looks to be blocking $60 billion to Ukraine, right as the Western Europeans are meeting in Munich with Kamala Harris, why would he order Alexei Navalny's death? Now, again, we've been shown no evidence of this. We're all supposed to take this on faith.
Huh. I never could have predicted that this was his opinion on this. Crazy.
And I'm willing to concede, for purposes of the argument, that Putin, for some reason, picked up the phone and said, I want Alexei Navalny dead. But the question would be, given the timing, what would be the motive? All he's doing is fueling this propaganda in the West, getting people to hate Russia more and more, at exactly the time they're trying to convince Americans to send that $60 billion to Ukraine. And that's what they're using the Munich conference to do. Quote, Putin is, quote, throwing down a gauntlet to the West, Gould Davy says. As we come up to the second anniversary of the Ukraine war, he is again testing Western resolve. Navalny's death should serve as a, quote, wake-up call to U.S. Republicans opposing aid for Ukraine in Congress, and also encourage European NATO allies to bolster their assistance to Ukraine, Gould Davy said. So that's the narrative that they're using. What is the United States supposed to do about the fact that Russia allowed Alexei Navalny to die in prison, or that they killed Alexei Navalny? We're supposed to go to war with Moscow over it? Are we supposed to send U.S. troops to Russia and arrest Vladimir Putin?
Is anybody suggesting that? What is he even talking about?
What is the purpose of all this? What is the conclusion from this that we're supposed to draw?
We just condemn them and say it's bad. Don't do that. It's kind of shitty. Okay, wait. Somebody said that I can... Okay, hold on. CSS comment. How do you comment something out of a CSS sheet? A cascading style sheet. Okay, this. Okay, you gave me this code. In the stylesheet.css file, put this. In Obsidian, put my class 1, all your info goes here. My class 2, separate info goes here. Where am I putting this? I can just put this in brackets in a code block, or my class 1. And then before this, my class 2. Refresh the gist I sent, please. I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. Never mind. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. What color is this? That's red. What color is this? Bro, just fucking green. Okay, thank you. Okay. Control S. Oh shit. Okay, this is fine. This works. This is good. Appearance. Yes. Turn this on. Refresh just in case. Boom, boom. No, it didn't work. You fucked me. Why didn't it work? You have to rename the file again. Why? Control S. Separate the code blocks, you stinky. Separate what code blocks? I'm just trying to see if I can get this first my class 1 to load. Because right now this is like black, meaning something is not working right. Oh wait, somebody said you can't define classes inside classes. Oh, that guy's saying you're a fucking retard. You can in CSS. Try with named CSS roles? Bro, I don't know what the fuck any of that shit means. It's doing something. Like something is happening because it's able to fuck with the color here. It's just for some reason the color is not taking. I don't know why. So something like if I, well maybe actually wait, hold on, maybe it's not. Yeah, okay, so right now it's working as intended. And then if I do this thing here, there's no way this is what I need to do, right? No. When I put the my class 1 here, so it's trying to do something. I don't know how it's trying to mess with the color somehow. I just don't know why. Or I don't know what's going on or why it's not working because I don't know anything about CSS. If you're using vanilla CSS, you cannot nest classes like that. That's only available in things like SCSS. Okay, well, everybody's saying you can't actually do that, so fuck you, Code Monkey. Use body4, comma, my class 1. No way would this work. Nope. Hold on. Nope. Oh, what the fuck? Can I get multiple? No. Nope, that shit fucked. It's never working. Let me know if you figure out something. I'll love you a long time. a sippy soy soy. One sec. Do you think if you go out on the street and you're drinking like an alcoholic drink, do cops actually pull you over? Do you think they would? Or I'm asking I'll ask my chat. We'll see what they say. Does that actually happen? Like if you're outside, if you've got like a, what is that? A mountain? Why is it Mountain Dew alcohol?
Yeah, isn't this crazy? It's Mountain Dew.
Yeah, it sounds disgusting. Baja Blast alcohol.
It is kind of disgusting.
Ugh. What if you walk outside with like a clear water bottle and it's like vodka? Could a cop pull you over if it was in another container? Not in Tampa/St. Pete. I've done it forever, especially downtown with cops everywhere. Do you have like your Canadian ID? Yeah. You would probably be like, oh, I'm from Canada, I didn't know. And they probably wouldn't care. Just don't take any weapons with you. Or act drunk. If you act drunk and belligerent, then they can also pull you over too. Or not pull you over, stop it. Nobody's driving drunk here. Okay. What the fuck is this?
Thing. I was on social media last night. Very interesting, as you see black support eroding from Joe Biden. This is connecting with Black America because they love sneakers. They're into sneakers. They love the, you know, this is a big deal, certainly in the inner city. So when you have Trump roll out his sneaker line, they're like, wait a minute, this is cool. He's reaching them on a level that defies and is above politics. The culture always trumps politics. And Trump understands culture like no politician I've ever seen.
Question for you on that point, though.
Yeah.
Will the people that are excited about the sneakers and excited about Donald Trump, will that translate into them going out and voting for Donald Trump?
Well, anybody willing to put $400 down for a pair of sneakers? Yeah, I think that's commitment and love. It's
hope
something.
you're right.
It's something. It's affection. Even the sneaker thing. I was on social media last night. Very interesting, as you see black support.
Okay.
When life calls for a little comfort, peanut butter M&Ms.
Why do Destiny's fan base, like this dude who's talking to Anthony Fantano right now, why do they think they're progressive? Do they not realize that every fucking argument they make is like damn near identical to right-wing arguments from, I don't know, 2014, 2015, 2016, when like all of his fan base, including Destiny, before he like turned into a progressive supposedly for a brief moment, were already like firmly within the alt-right? Like these guys basically got de-radicalized from the alt-right supposedly, became Destiny fans, and then slowly...
Was this a Mr. Girl talking point, or was this just a standard lefty talking point? At one point, people were saying that my entire fan base was ex-Nazis. I'm trying to remember who was the first one that had that talking point. Was it Zerka? It might have been a Zerka talking point.
But surely seeped back into that exact same fucking framework. I don't even think they realize it, though. I don't think they recognize it personally. I think they genuinely do think they're progressive. This guy is progressive. Look at him. He's shitting on Kick, which he should be. That part is very valid, right? But it makes no sense to be like, I'm a progressive guy, I hate Kick. But also, Kick exists because Twitch was too woke and too SJW.
What is he talking about? What, hello?
And that's why they fucking created... that's why they created Kick.
Happened, and what sort of happened and you know, as a result of that is you get this disgusting, heinous counterculture of Kick, of Rumble. You have these platforms who will enable people who behave like that, will enable people who say problematic things. And now, like, when otherwise you could have controlled that type of behavior, now it's just completely loose. It's just completely out of control. So I see that.
No, wait, I'm not.
Let me finish.
I'm not following you.
I see that streamer as a direct result of that.
I really don't get what you're saying.
That's such a dumb argument. Yeah, that streamer should have fucking stayed on Twitch and should have grown even more prominent with his pedophilia.
Is he talking about Vosh right now?
You know, because if there was no Kick, that streamer would be streaming on Twitch or YouTube.
Or is he talking? He must be talking about somebody else, right?
Are you saying that if he was allowed on Twitch, he would be able to be more easily controlled or something?
No, I'm saying because of Twitch's aggression and like draconian rules when it comes to like not saying anything problematic.
But he's not just simply saying problematic things. He's collecting what is effectively CP and posting it on a Discord.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been allowed to do that on Twitch.
But he's simultaneously fucking saying Twitch's woke policies created Kick. What is it, bro? Do you want there to be woke policies like anti-CP policies? Is this simply a matter of disagreement between what policies you think should be allowed? That's crazy. This is such a bad argument, man. This is like the domino thing, you know, like that meme of like you drop the small domino and then the big one falls. But he's doing that for CP. What the fuck? He's like, Twitch bans unregulated online crypto gambling casinos. And then at the end of it, the largest domino is like, random fucking streamer at kick.tv is collecting child pornography. How did we get here? Don't worry about it.
Hello?
Hello, what's up?
Hey, what's up, dude? So, I wanted to show you this video. Because, you know, you said you weren't busy with anything. And I wanted your, like, take on this. I know it's a little bit long, but have you ever heard of this creator called the Queer Kiwi?
I have not, no.
Okay, so she's like, I guess you could say like, I don't know, bred to, but adjacent, but it's more just like LGBT like content in general. And she made this video that I sent you. And I kind of wanted to get your opinion on it because I thought it was like insane. Where she reacts to a TikTok of a woman who basically like brought her straight friend to a lesbian bar. And then like she was getting pressed by like lesbians at the bar. They're like, why did you bring this straight person? Or whatever. And then this person, the Queer Kiwi, is like, well, they're actually right for harassing you because it's their safe space or whatever. And she makes these like crazy arguments. And I kind of just wanted like to get your take on it.
How long is the video?
It's 23 minutes. You don't have to watch it all. Or anything.
Link it to me and I'll watch it in a bit. My audience wants me to watch Hasan saying the same fucking retarded shit over and over and over again, I guess, because they're fascinated with that. So I'll watch this in like, give me like an hour and I'll do it, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll join back in an hour. Have
Thanks.
fun.
All right, bye.
Have they been less aggressive with their pursuit of justice? The point I'm trying to make is that Twitch would still be the predominant streaming platform if there wasn't so many people fed up with their fucking...
I mean, they're still technically the predominant streaming platform from what I understand.
Technically, but Kick is a big problem. We can agree on that, right? We're not going to pretend like we disagree on that.
Yeah, but it's not a problem that doesn't exist because Twitch has rules.
I see that directly. I mean, what's his name? Trainwreck's TV?
Bro, it's so funny where he's like, on the one hand, he literally is saying, I think you can reason with this guy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't think he's coming across as like not the worst person ever. It's the worst time for me to say this. Okay. I think that you could like talk this dude down and explain to him why he's wrong and maybe he'll be more understanding. I think he comes across a little bit misguided and not like unhinged. Okay. Or maybe I'm a fucking idiot who always thinks that you can reason with anyone and everyone, which is why I try to reason with like gray names on their 7,000 sock account in here saying the same exact nonsensical bullshit.
Oh, however, thanks, Straw Waffle. I'll try that later.
The point he's trying to make here is a ridiculous one. That's number one. If he wasn't in front of an audience and if it was a private conversation, I agree. The notion that like this dude here, let me take it all back for a second. He's advocating.
What do you think of what do you think about Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch saying there's damning evidence of war crime by Israel? Do you think they are not trustworthy? I think they're probably roughly trustworthy when it comes to reporting facts on the ground. If it was the case, like it wouldn't surprise me if Israel or people in Israel have committed some war crimes. That is almost for sure the case over the last 20 years. I don't know what the purpose of the question is.
Advocating against deplatforming while simultaneously talking about the issues of replatforming. Do you understand? Like, it's not deplatforming that created Kick. You can't make that argument.
Seen any videos of women rebounding? Nope.
Especially when you ostensibly are not pro CP or pro the collection of child pornography like this one cake streamer was doing. And therefore, you would probably demand, understandably, to ban that person from Twitch as well.
TV. The reason he's the founder of Kick. The reason he even started Kick was because he was banned off Twitch, and he saw that as a direct opportunity. You know, fuck, there's so many people that have been banned over realistically small stuff, not
Okay,
major stuff.
okay.
Let me finish.
No, I'm
Hold
stopping
on.
you because
Hold on.
it's an awful
Not
point. It's an
Alex
awful
Jo-
point,
not
and
Alex
people
Jo-
in the
not
chat are
Alex Jones
fucking
level.
cringing at what you're saying, bro. Listen.
I don't care what people think.
No, you should. This is a point where you listen.
But it was
listen.
not
I'm stopping
Alex
you
Jones
before.
level,
I'm
but it was
stopping you
treated in the
before.
same way.
I'm stopping you before you harm yourself because
He's right, by the way. He's smart to fucking stop him because this dude is making an argument that's unironically coming across really fucking bad for him.
yeah. I think self-harm is against TOS on Twitch. Listen,
Also, Trainwrecks isn't even banned on Twitch, man.
Just because we know for a fact that the way that the economy on the internet works today and what's allowed and what's not allowed, just because we know for a fact the fact that we don't allow the purchase and sale of certain things in the light, in what you would call like, you know, a white market. You know, just because we don't
Purchase and sale of what thing? Like child pornography? Is that what you're referring to?
That could be one thing, or black tar heroin, or slaves,
No,
or
that's not what I'm
illegal
saying.
weaponry.
I'm not talking
no,
about directly.
listen
I'm
to
talking
me.
about
Listen to me.
opinions.
You're not even listening to me finish my point. Just because we know the fact that we don't allow that in sort of like, you know, the regular markets on the internet, so on and so forth, and as a result of that, that pushes the sale and purchase of that stuff down into the dark web. Just because we know it creates a black market of sorts around that kind of stuff, around that kind of whatever you want to buy, whatever you want to purchase. Just because we know that exists doesn't mean that we should just start taking a softer approach with it in general society. Because, well, it's going to exist anyway down there in obscurity on the dark web. So we might as well just be like open to it generally because it's going to exist anyway. You're completely ignoring you're completely ignoring the fact that there is potentially a sliding scale of exposure that goes on between just rejecting it and making it illegal to an extent and just allowing it to flow unquestionably. Like
I'm talking about the marketplace of ideas, though. I'm not talking about like black tar heroin, or it's a completely different.
No. It's not just the marketplace of ideas, because you're talking about a guy who makes a name for himself on Twitch, effectively creating a CP subscription service on his Discord.
Who? The guy on Kick?
Yes, the guy on Kick who we talked about. There's a little documentary.
Specifically, he would be heinous anywhere.
But you specifically brought him up as an example. How are you not talking about?
Why did you bring him up then? That makes no sense. You're the one who brought him up because you thought it was a good point to bring about.
Is this even about me? Why the fuck am I listening to this right now? Or what is this? Watch the YouTube vid? I can't. People said that there was too much cut out of the YouTube vid.
That like you tried to make an argument that Twitch created him, okay, by having aggressive terms of service, because aggressive terms of service somehow created Kick, and then that guy found a place to do
rambling, but it's over a period
his
of time.
shit at Kick. The real argument here should be Kick should also have aggressive terms of service. Not that Twitch created the pedophile dude.
Him specifically.
I use them
as if your goal here is, if you have like a consistent moral through line in this debate, then you can't have a grudge against Twitch in this circumstance, which you, I assume, recognize is doing the right thing and banning the child pornography guy.
An example because of the ripple effects of Kick existing, of Trainwrecks transferring over to Kick, making Kick. That's the reason he was
Kick existing is another point for replatforming. People that get deplatformed now have secondary markets where they are replatformed. So the problem should be not that those secondary, like this person's argument literally doesn't make sense. If you are consistent, then you shouldn't be advocating against deplatforming. You should be advocating against replatforming. You should be advocating for more deplatforming. You should be advocating for Kick to not exist then. Not that it's really fucked up that Twitch is banning too many people. That's so dumb. What are you saying? You're like, I'm against deplatforming because people then go and replatform the people that were deplatformed. It's like, no, if you're on the side of being against child pornography, you should be advocating for more deplatforming.
We get it. Oh my God. How many times do you
situation.
repeat the same fucking point? Holy shit.
Enabled to do that. If Twitch was a little bit more lenient with their approach of I don't know, banning certain ideas that didn't align completely with, like, I don't know, leftist ideology, he wouldn't have been enabled to do that. He wouldn't have a platform as large as Kick.
Bro's just mad that Destiny's bad. Yeah, 100%. It's got to be the reason why he's like bringing it up like this, and is completely oblivious, much like many Destiny fans are, to the actual facts of the matter. Ironic because, you know, you're supposed to be this fucking super brilliant debate lord guy here. Trainwrecks is not banned on Twitch.
Like he does right now, which is, by the way, not in the dark web. Kick is a large platform.
No, I know it's not in the dark web. I'm not saying it is.
And because of the ripple effects of that aggression, of that pursuit for justice, which you are participating in too, we now have this platform which enables people like him and other problematic people to do whatever they want without.
I haven't watched this guy's video. This is more entertaining than watching his video, in my opinion.
Without any rules. So now we have like a complete fucking lawless land of fucking ignorance and problematic behavior.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Seems like he's advocating for more deplatforming. Once again, he doesn't want Kick to exist, which is like quite censorious, my friend.
Okay, here's the thing though. What you're not explaining and why what you're advocating for makes no sense.
Okay.
Is because ultimately what you're arguing here is because there are some rules which you've arbitrarily decided go too far. We need to have less rules and be more lenient, or else we might have a streaming platform at some point that's more obscure that gets made out of bitterness against Twitch.
Thank you, Melon Boy.
My impression watching your debates was that Israel was not committing war crimes, but it also seems like human rights groups disagree with you. No, oftentimes, one is people don't know what war crimes are, and two, there are certain things, like for instance, like the Goldstone report, that is incapable of assessing whether a war crime has been committed. That's my issue. If somebody were to say, like, I'm actually pretty sure by Israel's own admission, there have been times where they must have committed war crimes. Now, some of these are prosecuted by Israel themselves. So I don't know if it would it be considered a war crime if you prosecute it in your own domestic litigation system? I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that Israel's never committed any war crime ever. It's just that oftentimes the charges that other groups make are kind of dumb or unsubstantiated, or it's a misappropriation of international law in the way that they claim it.
And there's people doing stuff on there that's even worse.
It's not just, it's symptomatic.
So what I'm asking.
So like what you said, look up damning evidence of war crimes as Israel attacks wipe out entire families in Gaza. Wiping out an entire family is not a war crime. Killing a civilian is not a war crime. Like none of that is, I don't know what your article says, but also I don't care. Let me just do this. Right. Shooting the hostages would be an example. No, shooting a hostage would not necessarily be an example of a war crime. It is highly contextual. It has to be with the explicit goal of shooting and killing hostages, right? One of the reasons why, for the law of armed conflict, for international understandings of law and armed conflict, one of the reasons why it's so important to protect civilian populations, and one of the reasons why not protecting a civilian population, setting up booby traps at home, dressing as civilians, one of the reasons why this is so demonized in international law is because when you do that, you create a scenario where the belligerent, where the attacker, has harder times making these distinctions. And so because Hamas, now that does not absolve Israel from being compelled to try to make the distinctions. Of course, you still have those obligations to protect the civilian population, even when the enemy is not. However, When they don't, it creates a way more of a fog, way more of a mist, where it's easier for the belligerent to make mistakes. Well, belligerent or defender, I guess. Yeah. You need to be way more specific when you say killing a civilian is not a war crime. No, I don't need to be more specific at all. Just like killing a person is not first-degree murder. A war crime, or the evidence required to support the war crime of killing a civilian to make it a war crime, there either has to be distinction wasn't made, could make it a war crime if you're not distinguishing between civilian and military targets. Proportionality assessments aren't being made when civilians are being killed and you know that civilians are being killed. These would be things that would make it a war crime. Just killing a civilian, killing an entire family, killing an entire house, killing an entire apartment, a whole city of civilians is not a war crime. The element of the crime that makes it a crime, the intention to kill them or target them, is the part that makes it a war crime. Do you have any clear examples of a war crime you're 80% confident, over 80% confident individual has done? Well, there were some things at the end. I mean, at the very least, if they're prosecuting other people for it, they've for sure done it. I think I did read this off stream. For one IDF soldier prosecuted for stealing a Visa card from a Palestinian home and spending money with it. If you're, I don't know the rule. I'd have to look at international, customary international humanitarian law. I'm sure that stealing things from civilians that you're fighting, if it's not a violation of international law, or if it's not a war crime, is this at least a violation of international law? Must be, absolutely must be. Arguably, I don't know about the white phosphorus stuff. I'm not sure. There was one accusation for Kassad where I believe Israeli soldiers forced a child to open a bag because they thought it might have been booby trapped. That's almost for sure. That's almost for sure a violation. For sure, it's a violation of international law. Whether it's a war crime under the Hague Statute, I'm not sure how to check, but for sure that's a violation. And those are at least two things I know have happened for sure. But EPWs and civilians are entitled to personal property, but you can seize and keep war booty, like bringing home a German Luger, if allowed by your armed forces. Okay, yeah, but this was an Israeli soldier that stole like a Visa credit card and made like a $400 withdrawal. That was not, yeah. Looting is a war crime. Yeah, that might be the case. Well, I don't know if it's a statute. Looting. Let's check. Hague statute? No, Rome statute. I know I'm almost for sure it's covered by Geneva Conventions or just customary international law. But I don't know if it would be considered like an ICC war crime. But it would still be a violation of, let's see, international customary humanitarian law looting. Rule 52, pillage. So this would be the customary rule. State practice establishes this rule as a norm of customary international law, applicable to both international and non-international. So pillage is prohibited. So at the very least, it's customary law. I don't know if it's codified anywhere exactly, but that would be a contravention of international law for sure.
How lenient do we need to be? How much do we need to just kind of like let go out of fear that somebody with a worse opinion or a worse type of content or a more abusive or a more destructive whatever is going to rise as a result of it? Like, do you not potentially see a future where just not having any boundaries around any of it actually ends up coming through with like the worst outcome here?
By the way, the reason why I said this is reactionary thinking is because whether he recognizes this or not, regardless of whether he sees himself as a progressive or not, he's engaging in a reactionary line of thinking. The argument that like racism will always exist, and as a matter of fact, it exists way harder behind closed doors. That's why you should let white people say the N-word. Not saying that he's making this exact argument, but this argument is analogous and it is reactionary and it is one made by right-wingers in general. Okay? I'm not saying he's making that argument currently, but the root of the logic is the exact same. That's why I'm saying it's reactionary arguments in general.
I'm not saying you're going
because again, to go back to Alex
you're-
Jones,
you're-
there was a point on the internet where it was the Wild West, and we just kind of let people talk about and discuss whatever and make whatever accusations they wanted, and it resulted in the families of dead children being threatened multiple times and harassed
You're
mercilessly.
misinterpreting my point on purpose. You're
No,
misrepresenting.
Oh,
I'm really not. Listen,
Let me ask you a question. Am I
Okay.
saying that we shouldn't have any rules? Is that what I'm saying?
It is because I don't know what you think the rule should be. You're not.
No,
You're not defining what the rules should.
You're not saying it.
Sorry, hold on. Just being very, very, very clear. Does a state have to allow / encourage behavior for it to be a war crime? For example, if an individual soldier robs me of his own will and is reprimanded by his superior for doing so, is that no longer a war crime? War crimes, very specifically, a violation of the law of armed conflict or violation of international humanitarian law is not a war crime. A war crime is something defined under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, and an individual can be the only one who can be charged with a war crime, not a state. So a state can't be charged with a war crime. It would be an individual being charged with a war crime. Now, is there like a conspiracy element to committing a war crime? So for instance, if I'm an Israeli commander or if I'm any commander and I order a soldier to commit a war crime, is there a conspiracy element to it? Like conspiracy to commit a war crime? I'm not sure. I don't know. But a war crime always applies to individuals. Violations of other types of international law would apply to states.
Yeah, but come on, he sounds like someone who had made that argument at least once. No, I'm not gonna say that this dude is fucking making an argument to say the N-word is a white guy, okay? I'm not. I don't know. I don't know any.
What does the ICJ cover in this regard then? I believe the ICJ is going to look at large bodies of like conventions that everybody's ratified, and then the ICJ related to like the UN and everything. Like if you're a member state of the UN, which is basically everybody, and then if you've agreed to things like certain conventions, then the ICJ can see if they'll hear cases related to that. But the ICJ does not rule on matters of war crimes. That would be happening in The Hague. That would be the International Criminal Court. So, for instance, this genocide case before the ICJ is because in the UN or in front of the UN or as part of the Convention Against Genocide. Because Israel is a party to this convention and South Africa is a party to this convention, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the ICJ has a right to hear or says they're hearing this case between these two parties of Israel and South Africa. Yeah.
Anything about him? The only thing I know about him is that he is, I guess, an Anthony Fantano clip channel, judging by what people were saying in the chat. Originally, he was like a Fantano.
Was bombing Nagasaki / Hiroshima a war crime? No, again, only individuals can be charged with war crimes. Now, you can look at like rules of proportionality and you can argue that there was, I don't know, what would you call it then? If somebody violates, you would just say it's a violation of international law, I guess. But I don't think you would ever call it a war crime. Like, for instance, like genocide. Well, unless it's a separate charge for genocide and. Yeah, like genocide is not I don't think a war crime. I think war crimes are very specifically referred to the Article 8 stuff, I think, in the Rome Statute. Pretty sure. I'm like 65% sure of that, of what I just said.
Fantano fan, and he's also a Destiny fan, it seems, and he fancies himself to be a progressive.
So like the Holocaust was not a war crime, but like individuals acting within the Holocaust might be guilty of committing war crimes, right? Or it's possible that a country could commit a war crime because of the leadership and the order of some leadership, but any individual soldier, or is committing genocide, but any individual soldier might not be committing a war crime. So you could have a genocide with no war crimes, you could have war crimes, no genocide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Unless the Rome Statute does define genocide as a war crime. Let me check. Hold on. Somebody said 25(3)(e). Under Article 25(3)(e) of the Rome Statute, the International Criminal Court, a person who directly and publicly incites others to commit genocide has committed a crime against international. Okay, so inciting people to commit genocide might be a war crime. Is doing a genocide a war crime according to the ICC? Under Article 25(3)(e). We just check, I guess. Yeah. Article 8 typically covers war crimes. These are general principles of criminal law. 25, individual criminal responsibility. Control F, genocide. Let's just look. Oh, genocide is listed under Article 6. crimes within the jurisdiction of the court. Jurisdiction of the court shall be limited to the most serious crimes. The court has jurisdiction in accordance with the statute with respect to the following crimes. Oh, okay, never mind. Nope, the Rome Statute does cover the crime of genocide, crimes against humanity, sees war crimes, and then the crime of aggression. For the purpose of this statute, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm. I'm pretty sure, though, I think still, though, for this Article 6 charge of genocide, I think that there would still be a separate charge of genocide for the state as well, but it wouldn't be part of the ICC that does that. I think the ICJ, I think, would rule on that, like they're doing right now in the International Court of Justice, I believe. I believe, right? Jurisdiction, admissibility, and applicable law. Does elements, does the elements part of this only... I think this is like a whole separate book. Article 9? Is Article 9 a whole separate book? Oh, why are you wasting my time on this? It's not a waste of time. We should know. Article ICC. Elements of crimes. Oh, no, they do have a separate... Okay, because a lot of them is on Article 8. I think that's what the majority of this is. But they do have Article 6 and Article 7. And Article 6 does include genocide. Okay, with respect to the last element, let's for each crime. In the context of would include the initial acts in an emerging pattern. The term manifest is an objective qualification, notwithstanding the normal requirement for a mental element provided for in Article 30 recognized circumstances will usually be addressed in approving genocidal intent. Appropriate requirement, if any, for okay, genocide killing. Perpetrator killed one or more persons. Such persons or persons belong to a particular national. The perpetrator intended to destroy in whole or part that national, ethnical, or racial conduct took place in the context. Manifest pattern of similar conduct directed against that group. Or was conduct that could have... Okay. So this is by killing, by causing bodily or mental harm. But this is perpetrator, so these do still all apply to individuals. These charges would be. I don't know if the ICC has to make an overall ruling of genocide first. I'm not sure. Because it would have to be in the context of, would include the initial acts in an emerging pattern. It looks as when countries are trying the ICJ for genocide, it's in violation of the Genocide Convention, under which signatories are required to prevent genocide, not actually trying. Well, I think preventing genocide, I think, is one aspect of it, right? But there's like 3 different elements of that convention, which is what the guy was talking to me yesterday. And South Africa is doing the pushing on the easiest one, kind of. Bum, 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 bum. The fuck is this? Oh, cute. Doesn't it only matter if you can justify committing a war crime or not? Well, I mean, you would have to prove the elements to have it be a war crime, right? That's part of... Wait, did Destiny just say, don't blame Hamas, just the individuals? No, you can blame groups of people for, like, other sorts of customary international law violations. But individuals are what the ICC tries. Bosnian Serb. RIP.
and he's simultaneously defending the idea that like Kanye West should not be deplatformed for his takes.
Because here's the thing: we could say hypothetically, you know, you brought up the guy who there was that document.
He's also a pedo. No, don't do that. We're not. Listen.
Who's also a pedo?
We are not like the debate lord audiences that catch someone making a false argument and then immediately extrapolate from that false argument the logical conclusion.
Didn't he literally coin the term debate pedophile?
Don't do that. I don't like that. It's one of my least favorite aspects of debate culture. Okay? It is when the audience does stuff like that.
Oh yeah?
This is why people hate this community? No, we don't. This community is not like that in most parts. For the most part, we're not like that at all, because I specifically hate that kind of toxic drama purgatory that debate communities engage in, where they are like being as categorically uncharitable as possible.
True.
And then clipping someone out of context.
Oh my God.
And then
not
claiming that they're like, defending child pornography existing. I don't think he believes that. He's making that argument currently without recognizing that he's making that argument currently. So you should always be charitable to the people that you're receiving. You should always be charitable to the people that you are debating, I guess, or that don't agree with you.
Crazy. That's crazy, because I thought when I was debating Ben Shapiro, I thought Hasan was screaming, like, why is he just screaming at him the whole time? Why is he having a conversation with him? Ah! And like retweeting and constantly liking other like tweets that Nazis are making about me on Twitter. But okay, dude.
Until they demonstrate that they absolutely are making that argument. That's important. Because the reality of the matter is, that is what Destiny's community does quite frequently. They try to run off of some kind of logical fallacy that traps the interlocutor into a position that they don't agree with, to then run with that and then hyperfixate on that and consistently over and over again repeat it as though that is exactly what that person had said and that's what they represent, that's what they believe. This happens to me quite frequently, as a matter of fact, and I hate it when people do that.
Oh.
It is exactly what the alt-right used to do. It is exactly what they kept doing over and over and over again. It is exactly what Destiny's community does. Vosh's community does this as well.
True.
It's really frustrating, and I think it poisons any kind of real productive conversation that you could have with someone with differing opinions. Okay? It's just straight Gamergate shit.
True. Gamergate. Does anyone else? Gamergate?
About who was collecting the pictures of teen girls, right? Let's say that fucking guy, because he's mad he can't do that on Twitch, starts his own kick. Does that not then, in your mind, create an argument, well, maybe we should be more lenient about this stuff because he went off and created his own platform anyway? No, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't mean that we should start having a softer approach with that shit.
The demand for a site such as that would be much lower if you were just to ban extremist people who are actually like extrememely directly harmful to society, like Nick Fuentes, like Alex Jones, than if you were to like ban people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro. Like
nobody's banning Ben Shapiro.
Okay, or
even trying to. I mean, as noxious as Ben Shapiro is,
Destiny.
But the thing is, like, the thing is, Destiny. In some of his worst moments, has advocated for and voiced very loudly some pretty heinous and violent shit.
Like what?
It would be a really stupid idea to repeat it on my stream right now, which I don't want to get banned from. So I'm not going to walk into that fucking rake, you moron.
Wow.
Like you can go and look it up on Twitter, on YouTube, on wherever, because I'm not going to come on stream and repeat the stuff Destiny said that got him banned.
The way I understood it, it was on a much more moderate level than I'm like.
The way you understood it is wrong, because you're a fan of his, I suspect.
Oh,
like that's crazy.
I like how he just went from don't make assumptions about people, don't strawman people, don't be uncharitable, all the way to this guy's clearly a Destiny fan, brain rot.
This guy's just regurgitating everything he's hearing from Destiny's communities without getting an actual point and going on and on about getting canceled online. Unlike you guys shouldn't cancel your subscription to the top of the hour. Brother, that is a very good fucking debate, but you did it at 4:47. You have like at least 10 more minutes to hit that. Like, you busted a nut. 13 minutes is too early. Like 450 would have been too early. Stop throwing 10-10s like that, okay? Timing matters. Timing matters. If I were to do a debate for you at 447, you give me a fucking 0 out of 10. Great execution, yes. Awful timing, regardless.
Really seen words come out of this man's mouth that unquestionably advocated for the murder and death and killing of people who, for his own personal ideological reasons, he found to be disagreeable.
True.
And that's not good.
You kind of do the same thing, don't you?
No, I don't hop on stream and advocate for the death of others. No, I don't. Or else I would be in the same pool as Destiny right now.
Okay, but
That's not even why I was banned from Twitch, by the way. I don't know why everybody seems to think I got banned from Twitch like a year before I did.
He is a relatively moderate streamer. You wouldn't agree that he's politically like moderate, like relatively speaking.
I think he has his moments, but generally I don't really tend to classify people who, advocate for systematic murder to be moderate.
Brother, it's a ridiculous thing to say that about a person who has advocated to run over Black Lives Matter protesters because they're ruining.
Why did everybody take Mo down as run over? Where did this rumor start? Run over Black Lives? Where did this come from? What the fuck?
The Democratic re-election chances, okay? Like, when you add that to the tail end of that conversation, that doesn't change the reality even at all. That doesn't make it moderate. This is what happens when you are so perma-stuck online and don't fucking comprehend that things like this, okay, statements like that come across unhinged to every single person that hears it, that is not directly in the immediate orbit of the content creator. Okay? Like, Too Mad ODs. Everyone's talking about how he has credible accusations of pedophilia, stalking, death threats of other content creators. What does Destiny do? He tweets out about how he was a real one. RIP to a brave soldier, and like unfriends him on Discord. He does that because he thinks this kind of edgy nonsense actually plays well to his fucking groiper ass audience.
The joke I was making was unfriending somebody as soon as they die. That was the joke. What, does he think I'm like supporting the accusations? What? Also, I'm pretty sure I tweeted this right when he died. It was before any weird shit came out about him. How long ago did he die? Jesus, where was this? Nice. Rip on, brave warrior. Removed. He died. That was it. This is the joke. What does he think I'm like? 21 gun salute for a brave soldier. I support his rapes and pedophilia. Too mad. The fuck?
Groiper adjacent audience.
Also, Groiper adjacent. Hasan likes so many Groiper tweets about me. Hasan is the #1 Groiper consumer of Destiny news, by the way. Wait, actually, hold on. I don't want to just make the... Somebody link me the... What was the last Groiper tweet that he liked about me? It wasn't my group up here. I mean, I can show these. Hold on. He was literally going through a Groiper account on stream. Oh, it's also... The Groipers are the ones online who are like, Destiny doesn't know anything, blah, 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 blah. Hasanabi likes Drain Incel. Does this guy know anything? Is this a Groiper account? Let me check. Hold on. Twitter.com/Drain Incel. Bro ran off with all my engagement. Nick Fuentes isn't a Fed. Shut the fuck up. Huh. Crazy. Isn't that weird? Crazy how I've got the Groiper fan base and Hasan is the one that is constantly liking and retweeting Groiper accounts that attack me. Like, Jesus. There are more instances of him doing this. Like, he amplifies so many of these tweets on Twitter. It's insane how in his fucking head I am. Good one, Hasan.
Formerly reformed 4chan pollsters, for example. Formerly reformed Kiwi Farms.
Oh, wait, hold on. Another one?
As a consequence of the 20-year affair that is known as the War on Terror, return have been brain barbarian
And all of
what they are whatever.
Fucking good. Oh, he did this censored men. Yeah. You can see up here the censored men Twitter account as well.
Research stream. All I
Not looking good. Sean Strickland outlines his issues with the LGBT community. 10 years ago to be trans was a mental illness. It was a mental fucking illness. Do you agree with Sean? Groups of American Christians go to Israel to serve Jews. This is who Hasan is quoting? He acts, what the fuck? Jew flag, Jew flag, Jew flag. An Israeli colonial, I'm sorry, colonel, admits using tank fire on civilian infrastructure. This could just be, Israeli war, They're just, The Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, acronym ISIS. Oh, that projection, Jesus.
Frequenters who now also still do the exact same thing. And then they turn around and go, it's a joke, right? Like that person is saying right now. Now, I try to be as charitable as possible to people making jokes. The difference, however, is that he was a friend of Too Mad.
I was a friend of Too Mad? Wait, oh, sorry, never mind. I connected all of it. I understood. I'm sorry. A long time ago, Too Mad was going to debate Hasan, and Hasan got it in his head. I might have joked about it even on stream. I might have said it. Hasan got in his head that Too Mad was going to ambush him with me. And so Hasan actually dodged the debate with Too Mad because he was so fucking frightened that I was going to show up in the debate. And so that's why he thinks that me and Too Mad were like best friends, I guess. Yeah, that's why this is where that comes from. I understand now. Yeah. Jesus.
The difference. He loved Too Mad when Too Mad was coming after him.
Too Mad actually asked you that, didn't he? I think he sent me a DM about it, but we didn't actually have official plans for it because it would have been funny. He sent me a DM, but I was like, I think this might have been around the time I was just moving, or I don't know if I had my shit set up, but it would have been funny. But yeah, the idea that me and Too Mad were friends, no, we barely ever talked, and most of his DMs to me were like unhinged, crazy shit.
For me, a big fan, had him on the show. It's a joke that is funny to people who are like super fucking people who are also super online.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why I always say, just be normal. Just be normal. You laughed at a cop being attacked by a dog? Exactly. Because that shit is fucking hilarious. You can cry about that all day, every day. Okay? The dog was not attacking the cop, by the way. And no, I didn't laugh at the cop being attacked by a dog. I laughed at a...
Too Mad was arguing with H3 on Twitter, and Ethan said something like, okay, Destiny, to him. LOL. Hasan must have poisoned that well. Yeah, he did. I think that Too Mad was getting tweets from... I never gave him anything to tweet. And we never had even that formal plan to ambush Hasan. It just would have been funny, but I was too busy moving at the time. I think it was, am I crazy, or wasn't it J-Reg that was writing tweets for him? Because I think when they were arguing, I think we looked at Twitter and I was like, wait, what the fuck? When did Too Mad learn politics? Because his tweets were way more politically, intellectually oriented than I expected them to be. But I think it was J-Reg who was writing tweets.
No, it wasn't Dreg. It was me, Booksmarts, and a guy named Lucifer.
Oh, well, never mind. Okay. Apparently it was Wicked Supreme, Booksmarts, and a guy named Lucifer. Never mind. There you go.
A cop shooting the other cop thinking that they were shooting a fucking dog. And the reason why that is not a part of my mini sequence of cancellation clips is because most people look at that and go, that's pretty funny that that happened. Okay? It's a perfect fuck up. Cops being trigger happy, cops trying to kill a fucking dog, and then accidentally shooting another cop in the foot. And then going, are you okay? And then the other cop going, no, you shot me. That is an objectively funny comedic situation. You can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, try to say, no, it's cool that, like, you were friends with Too Mad. And it's cool that, you know, while everyone is talking about how much of a fucking abuser he was, okay, that you're, like, talking about how you were friends with him and reinforcing that. That's a joke. While simultaneously turning around and being like, I can't believe that in the number one OECD nation for police brutality, okay, a police officer shooting another police officer in the foot in a wound that grazed the other cop, by the way. It's not like the other cop fucking died. Okay? When he was interested in trying to kill a dog, that is, you can't laugh at that. That's really fucked up. It's like trying to cancel Reno 911 while simultaneously advocating for infinitely more heinous shit. Do you get it?
Infinitely.
Yeah, dudes will call you Osama bin Laden and then pearl clutch when you make fun of law enforcement. Is exactly right. People do this all the fucking time. Where's the clip of me laughing at the cop? I'm sure it's out there somewhere. It's very funny. Bro out here explaining how Too Mad jokes and cops shooting cops aren't the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the most recent form of cop-on-cop violence. Apparently, there's a cop who tries to kill a dog and starts shooting the partner instead. They're claiming that this is safe for work. I don't know. Is this safe for work for real? I need to scroll through this, dude. So many of you sent this to me. There's one thing that cops like doing is shooting dogs, right?
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out! Are you okay?
No, you shot me!
Oh, God! Are you...
What the fuck? Still good. Still good. Yo, that shit still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as fuck. Thank you for reminding me of a funny, highlightable, clippable moment from the stream. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you can't laugh at that, I don't know what the fuck how you're living, okay? My friend, you are not living La Vida Loca, okay? I urge you to live Moss. Watch out! Shoots immediately. No! That's not real! Dude, what the fuck is... The counter those hate watchers have just shows how pathetic their grievances are with you. Just like their obsession with watching the top of the hour ad break every fucking time. Now that... the timing of that is good. And I read it like a fucking dumbass. I just got cooked. Where's the chatter who brought up the cop shooting me thing? Remember when the Destiny fans tried to outrage farm this? Yes. There's a reason why Destiny fans posted this on LSF, okay, and then brigaded it like they do with every other clip on this fucking broadcast, some of which does actually end up reaching terminal velocity and end up getting people to fucking yell at me, okay? But the reason why it didn't work for this is because people saw the clip and objectively thought it was hilarious. And I remember the posts on LSF where people were like, yeah, what's the problem here? Like, why are you guys mad at him? Yeah, sometimes the loser brigade does work, okay? You can catch me in a moment, especially if I'm saying some shit that you can misconstrue like I'm an anti-white hater or something, like an anti-white racist. Now, obviously, in the real world, most people are not going to give a shit, but in the Reddit world, anti-white racism is the most egregious of racism. It's the only racism that's good. So that kind of stuff will work on LSF. This didn't because it was objectively funny. Sometimes you realize you're out of even Reddit social acceptance. Exactly. I can't get over this chatter. You whacked out commies. You got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? I can't get over the chatter. 18 hours apart. What happened, bro? Wait, Andre the Client? Was that the guy who said this? Oh, before I forget, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break now. Oh no, this is a different guy. This
that
game
ad
goes
break,
hard.
baby.
He's a game watcher. Please tell me you did not ban this guy, especially for saying the truth. You whacked out commies got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? Is fucking exactly the type of motherfucker I want in this chat. He's a gaming watcher and he's possibly the one who brought up the cop video was Sean did something. Is that the guy? Let's see what he had to, what else he said after that. Oh, Lake McGrew, you fucking clapped these guys too quick. Oh, ew, never mind. Okay, that's fair. Oh, God, it's like these fucking lame asses. Fuck Hamas terrorists. Good. This guy's been coming in here. Destiny is so angry. Maybe he should smoke some weed and chill. Since 2018, he's coming in here. People cheer. Pepega aim Iran. This looks like London Omega Lol. India smells like shit. China #1. People say communism is good. Omega Lol. D-fans make incel 4chan threads on their subreddit where they document how they do catfish operations with your pictures is fucking wild. There is no way that's real. Please send this to a moderator if this is correct, because that is absolutely insane. I don't want to believe that that is real.
That what is real? D-fans make incel 4chan threads on their subreddit where they document how they do catfish operations with pictures of you.
Hasan forcing himself. Oh, they delete it too.
Oh, is he just going through my subreddit right
Hasan
now?
forcing himself to laugh at a cop being shot. LSF thread backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. They literally do it openly. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
When the thread backfires and they start upvoting it because they're like, this is objectively a funny video, they'll delete the thread on LSF and they'll try again later. This operation basically is like being fucking gang stalked, okay? But actually being gang stalked instead of thinking that you're being gang stalked.
When you're... Wait, so does every single streamer that has haters, are they all gang stalked? Destiny, this shit was literally 2 years ago with no upvotes. Jesus Christ. Oh, a 2-year-old 0 upvote thread to prove how fucked our community is. What the fuck, dude? Okay.
We need to make fun of these losers more often. For a very long time, I've tried not to, but like, it's just, you know, yeah, I do want the OG thread. It's embarrassing because like, I get why Destiny does this shit, but it's so embarrassing that his fucking community does it. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you don't know me. Not only do you not know me, but like, you probably, if you didn't have such a fucking negatively framed perspective over me, you probably wouldn't even hate me. This kind of attitude is not healthy for you. They loved you and their dad loved you. Sen küçükken şişman mıydın kral? Evet. It is very, very embarrassing to be like this. Okay? It's very embarrassing to be like this towards a guy who doesn't know you exist. No matter how much he speaks to you in his like little messaging platform online. That's crazy. Hasan forcing him. Oh, even then, Hasan Piker when his pixel dog got deleted off Reddit.
I do know all of you. He's
LSF
lying,
thread
guys.
backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. Reddit as a whole has a huge.
It's so funny. Compare these
boner for
things.
cops.
Compare
If anyone
these
thought this
threads about Hasan on my subreddit, like Hasan cries about K911 dog. Compare these threads to the ones that Hasan fans are making about fucking Ethan and his wife being actual fucking terrorists, actual pro-Israeli Zionist dogs that were cheering for the deaths of Palestinians. When Hasan's fucking fan base was retweeting cartoons of Ela shooting and murdering Palestinian children. When Hasan's anti-fans on the Ethan subreddits were literally trying to dox Ela to figure out her exact Israeli like defense force brigade. Like Jesus Christ, like it's not even close. Like Hasan can sit here and rage against my community all he wants. Hasan literally lost one of the largest connections that he's managed to forge, which was a podcast with a huge YouTuber because of how unbelievably toxic his fan base is. And he's trying to say, well, look, what about Destiny's fan base? Remember 2 years ago when they posted clips of me on LSF, which is exactly what LSF is for? Like, bro, how fucking retarded are you? My God.
Would be an own on Hasan. They're idiots. D laughed at when I asked him to stop. He only raped me harder. Some phrasing is just nuts. Wait, what the fuck? Destiny wanted us to stop. What the fuck are they saying? That is so deeply unwell, dude. What the fuck? Gross. Okay, I should have never looked at this. Oh, God. Anyway, I just wanted to simply show you how much... I wanted to simply show you how much they work around the clock trying to, like, make narrative stick. And sometimes it does stick. But it almost always, like every single one of the cancellations that I've withstood, cancellations, which aren't real anyway, most of that comes from this community. And their fans are very, very dedicated. I wish they would use this much passion and this much resentment that they have towards someone that they don't know, towards something that's like objectively positive. Anyway, it's so goddamn weird and sad, dude.
The irony of him saying this is he later shits on the canvassing. Nice.
Let's get back to this.
That's not
not really.
Okay, that's not. You're missing. That's not. That's not true. Okay.
It's the same with the Ukraine shit. Someone said they stopped watching you because of your takes on your foreign policy, but when I asked what takes, they couldn't even say. Yeah.
It's okay. It's cool though. Yeah, the point being that if you ban people like that, moderates like that, there's going to be an
But again, he's not moderate, and he went on stream and advocated for the killing of other people. That's not a moderate position.
I'm not sure about that.
Hey, listen.
I've heard him talk. Don't hold on though.
No. I'm making a point.
Look how he's gotten more passionate defending Destiny than anything else so far.
Because of that one
typical Destiny dick rider.
Jesus
literally
Christ.
Lives and breathes for one thing only: fucking defending daddy. Okay. God damn, brother! Don't get so cranky. Like,
point here. You're conflating moderate. You're conflating moderate points of view with extreme.
Meanwhile, Hasan is actually crying when we delete his fucking virtual dog. Oh, good job! You killed my dog. Yeah, you good job, guys. You've only like
extremism. And I'm telling you that. Listen,
so
it does. Yes, it doesn't.
That's insane.
No, it's not, because here's my fucking point. Here's my point, and you're not listening to it, and you're not putting two and two together. The reason he's an extremist, it's not because I think his political points.
Is there any proof this guy is a Destiny fan? No. Play the clips. K911. Will anything come up if I do this? I swear by hell this here. We don't accept racism here.
I have to cover the news. I mean, they're very clearly attacking it right now, but I have to cover the news. I mean, it's disgusting. It is really fucking gross to just like nuke fish like that. It's so gross, and it's very specific. Like, it's obviously a targeted strike, but you know, you can't really do anything. It's just fucking pathetic, but I have to cover the news. You
Yeah,
know?
remember, this was after he tried to nuke us with other content creators, by the way.
What I mean? You did it, guys. You did it. You fucking destroyed my dead dog. Like, you fucking owned it. You know what I mean? And I'm sure the people that are doing that are not even like Italians or fucking, you know, Mexico or anything like that. I'm sure they're doing it specifically to make it seem like someone else is doing it. But yeah, go ahead, man. My dog who died, that I love, you eviscerated it off the map. Thank you. You did it. You did it.
I loved that dog.
Reddit, you killed it.
Hold and see what they do.
Or Hungarian flag, whatever.
Hold and wait.
It's just like
hold and wait. Oh no.
Anyway, let's get back to the news. We'll get to r/place in a little bit.
He's mad. He's look at that gum. He wants to smoke a cigarette.
Look.
Yo, can we black out Destiny shit?
I'm fucking down, dude. You want to pull?
You're trolling us on.
You want to pull the fucking Twitch? Like,
you want to put a Twitch logo? Let's put a Twitch logo on top of that shit. Are you sure?
They will never stop. They will come after you so aggressively. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Thank you to the banned tiny community for destroying my dead dog. You really got me there, dude. You really destroyed it. You fucking killed it. Thank you. No, I'm not even gonna fucking respond, dude. I don't care. They're disgusting and they're fucking gross freaks.
Yo, can we black?
Oh my god, dude. He's so fucking mad. Hold on, I'll be back. Enjoy.
Are so far outside of the Overton window that they can't be considered. You know, let's say a moderate position on, give me the most moderate Destiny position that you can think of.
Moderate Destiny position? I mean, he has a lot of like.
What's a super moderate thing that you think he believes in?
I think super moderate and super cool. Like, I mean, he's against transphobia, I guess.
Okay, let's say you're against transphobia, right?
All right.
If your way of advocating against transphobia is gas chamber all the transphobes, that's not a moderate position, okay? Which would be an example of his opinions on the Black Lives Matter protesters who he was talking about on stream in that moment. He did not take a moderate position about not liking their presence there in the streets at that time. Okay. It was a very extremist position that advocated for their open murder.
Also, I mean, his like anti-transphobia extends only as far as like what he thinks is reasonable enough to claim that he is progressive. Anyone and everyone that has spent a significant amount of time talking about trans women in sports, okay? Anyone and everyone that has done that is being ridiculous. Either they are deliberately hyper focusing on this narrative while claiming they're doing it for some like intellectual honesty, when in fact all they want to do is be transphobic as far as it's permissible, right? Even in a liberal space. Or they are very stupid and being duped by the dumbest right-wing people on the planet. And I've said this about even friends of mine that I've known for 2 decades at this point, like Anna Kasparian. When she hyper-focused on that same point of contention and doubled down and tripled down and found herself at the throes of reactionary sentiment when it comes to trans issues and trans-related issues. Yes. So, of course, I will say this about Destiny as well. It's just like a ridiculous conversation to have that is utterly irrelevant, and that's why you rarely ever hear about it nowadays as much. Anyway. anyway, we know he's already. We know Destiny himself is transactional regardless in the things that he advocates for. He's openly admitted as such when he said he would have defended Vosh for his lolly folder if Vosh had not harmed him in some way.
Murder. So
Okay,
that's
I
not
find that
that's
hard to
that's
believe. I find that hard to
that's an
believe.
example. There's literally video of it.
They should be murdered. That's what he said. These activists should be murdered.
He said they should be MOWED down, wantonly.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay, we should fact check that, but that's just.
Wait, what do you mean we should fact check that? Brother, why are you defending a dude whose like work you're not even aware of? Is this the kind of attitude he brings to the fucking albums that he's reviewing? Does this guy review albums? That's why he got banned, homie. The fuck do you mean? I can't play the clip for obvious reasons, but come on, dog. And I'm being as charitable as possible by explaining the context behind why he said it, which I think makes it laughable still. But if you're going to bring up how he got banned and how you're arguing for it, then why the fuck don't you? Yeah, they didn't even ban him on that one. I think they departnered him. But it's ridiculous to me that you're talking about how he got deplatformed and saying he's moderate, and then like when Anthony Fantano brings up a thing that he certainly said, okay, you go, oh, we should fact check that. Yeah, we should. You should fact check it. Also, he didn't even know that Train wasn't even deplatformed or banned at all, as a matter of fact. Like, Trainwrecks is still on this platform. He streams on this platform all
One
the
of
time.
many examples where relatively moderate people, even moderately Republican people, got banned permanently, and not even necessarily for political points. It was like, I don't know, a nip slip or something like that. It was small things that eventually added up to there being a huge demand for this alternative platform.
The context was much worse than any word he said. He said white redneck militias should mow down these dipshit protesters. The point is this. I want to know if he's going to, like, if he finds that out, if he finds the actual, did he say N-word slip? No, he said nip slip, right?
Nip slip or something like that.
Yeah, no, people aren't getting permits for nip slips.
It was small things that eventually added up to there being a huge demand for this alternative platform.
Listen, I'm gonna hit a bit of a reset.
It's also crazy because he's saying that there's a huge demand for this alternative platform for people that got banned for nip slips, when in fact, like, the same people that started that alternative platform quite literally were the ones who would be advocating to ban those people for nip slips, talking about the inconsistency. And then that platform that was created literally had fucking straight porn. I don't know why he's like talking about Twitch or Kick when he seemingly is oblivious to the facts on both of these issues.
Set button here because I'm more interested in some of your opinions here about like art and what you said in your video. To be honest.
All right.
I feel like we've gotten into the weeds of insanity here a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just want to like ask you here to kind of get to, because I see a lot of what you're saying in this video as kind of like an analog for a lot of Kanye fans feel around my Vultures 1 review and how people feel about the record generally.
Finally, they're talking about fucking Vultures.
And you seem to, again, kind of like take issue with this idea that, he's not being given credit despite the fact that he's a generational artist, and and you yourself acknowledge he said bad things and he's gone too far. And
the links in the description also said he's directly contributing to the rising number.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying any of that. I'm not. You've acknowledged that he's done and said bad things. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to understand from your point of view is like, to what extent in your mind do we like owe it to the art or owe it to the artist to acknowledge what we perceive to be their greatness, their artistry, their whatever, regardless of how bad they or the messaging in the artist is, or the messaging in the art is? Because hypothetically, let's say like, I don't know, there was like, I run a YouTube channel, I review music, and I stumble across what's possibly the most racist band ever. Their content is even full of like violent imagery and advocating for like, hanging people, so on and so forth. But you know what, the production goes hard. And you know what, that Peggy beat on the record is insane. Like, do I owe it to the album to like talk about it and praise it and whatever, just because like I think it sounds kind of good?
That's an instance of where the problematic opinions are in the art. So that's.
But Kanye trivializing anti-Semitism and saying that he's not racist, he just has a preference and says that his wife is a reference.
You don't think that's a slippery slope?
Well, wait a second. You don't think trivializing anti-Semitism and kind of laughing off his anti-Semitic comments as if they aren't anti-Semitic is not going too far? After he said, "I'm a Nazi and I love Hitler," and like
talking
about
murdering people and hanging people, I think it's
okay. That's which I think is fair to an extent. I just want to understand like where the border is, like how much racial hatred and anti-Semitism on a song or a record is too much for you. Like, if it's just one bar, is it okay? If it's just the chorus and the verses don't have it in there, like, can we let it slide?
I don't interpret any of his bars to be directly anti-Semitic. They may be referring to other people labeling him as anti-Semitic, and I don't want to be put in a position where I'm defending a fucking Nazi. Okay, I'm not defending.
Wait, so why did he make a YouTube video about it? I don't get it. Wait, how did he get to this position where him and Anthony are talking then?
Kanye in any way. But the point being is that like it's a big difference. You can't conflate the two. Like, I have his bars written down actually.
Well, again, specifically, I'm not trying to say they're exactly the same. I'm trying to understand for you personally how far is too far. And what I'm guessing is, again, Kanye saying in light of the anti-Semitic comments that he's made, and as you said, contributing maybe to this greater flow of hate crimes against Jews, laughing that off, saying like, yeah, man, I keep a few Jews on the staff. Yeah, man, I'm crazy and bipolar and anti-Semitic. Ha ha ha. Being like, oh, how could you say I'm anti-Semitic? I just fucked a Jewish bitch. Bah, 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 bah. Like, obviously for you, that's not too far. How much further than that could you?
So both you and Fantano can platform this dumbass and farm clout. Yeah, I'm farming so much clout off this. You don't even know, unimaginable amounts of clout.
To where you're just like, okay, man, he's actually doing too much.
Yeah, if he directly said
I don't know if you noticed, but like, I don't even think this dude is like, I think this dude's biggest problem is that he's kind of dumb. That's it. I don't think he's like a bad person in particular. He's making arguments that make him seem like a bad person, but I'm willing to bet that he's not a bad person, that he himself is simply maybe a little bit clout chasey, maybe a little bit of a genuine fan of Destiny and an orbiter or whatever. But I think that he's just more so misguided. I'm not kidding. I think that if someone sat him down, someone that he respects and trusts, sat him down and talked to him privately and not on camera, they could probably clear up a lot of his opinions. And the reason why I say that is because like, there's a difference between someone who says like, oh, well, Jordan Peterson is a respected author and a psychologist, right? Saying that specifically to defend Jordan Peterson is different than saying, well, Jordan Peterson's books actually helped me, and I think he might be a respected psychologist as well, but he's also transphobic. I think there's a difference there. Like, openly recognizing Jordan Peterson's flaws while simultaneously saying that he was helpful to him implies, in my opinion, that he is just simply misguided. Do you think Destiny or his fans offer this level of charitability towards you as you do to this dipshit? No, they don't, but that's not going to change my fucking perspective. This is literally why I started broadcasting on Twitch to begin with. This is why I became friends with Destiny originally to begin with. Because I thought that he was a perfect example of someone who had reformed, who had rehabilitated himself, who had actually sought within. I was wrong on Destiny's front, but that did not stop me from that didn't change my fundamental principle that anyone and everyone can reform. Okay, no matter how far gone they are, it's not going to stop me from trying. Many people forget that. I've been saying this for a very, very long time. That's simply the same reason why I tried to help Aiden Ross early on. Okay? That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognized their mistakes in the past, and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Okay? Privilege causes us to have blind spots. We all do it. We all have it. We are all a product of our environment. We all grow up in, and leftists should understand this, we all grow up in an environment that is deep down white supremacist, racist, transphobic, misogynistic. And therefore, of course, our framework is going to be shaped by those external factors. This is the reason why I always preach tolerance and charitability and try to change people's attitudes and try to change people's minds. I have my own weak moments where I lose sight of that charitability, but I still try to maintain it as best as I can. And yeah, to be honest, if Hasan took the same route as these other uncharitable dickheads, this would be a seriously different community and most of us wouldn't be sitting in this chat. I think so too. You can find videos on exactly this same perspective, this same framework, this same motivation back from like 2018 when I first started on this platform as well, by the way. So I showed you a bunch of videos from back then where my consistency speaks for itself. This is another issue that I've been very consistent on as well, which is why it hurts my soul when people are like, oh, Hasan is so intolerant to intolerance and his community is so fucking aggro. And there is truth to that. My community does get a little aggro at times. And what do? I yell at them when they do that.
Something anti-Semitic on the record, for sure. Just referencing the drama outside the art. For me personally, and I want to make this perfectly clear, I don't want to hold anybody else to this standard that you must separate the art from the artist. I don't believe in that at all. I think you should be free to do whatever you want. If you want to boycott the art, sure, do that. I think it's cool. I think it comes from a good place, a moral place. But I just think it's unfair. It's unfair to like try to force that on other people and unproductive to force that on other people.
But it's just arguing with other people and having opinions on the internet, forcing it on other people. Like nobody outside of like, you know, showing you their opinion on Twitter has any kind of mechanism to control the things that you say or listen to. Like, how is that making you do something that you don't want to do?
What? Sorry, can you repeat the point you just made?
You're saying that people shouldn't be sort of like forcing other people to, you know, what, not consume Kanye's music or whatever? Because he's saying,
okay, I'm going to ask you this question. I actually want to know this. I'm coming from a completely good place. Like, what do you think your role in this exactly? Like, what are you trying to achieve with your sort of like holding Kanye accountable and going super hard on him and his fans? What exactly are you trying to, what are you trying to get to with?
I mean, the question to him, the question I would present to this person would be, do you think Kanye is a Nazi or not? If the answer is yes, then you should understand what Anthony Fantano's position is, which is that he does not see any value in like seriously reviewing the work of someone who is a Nazi, whose fan base has now become a weird assortment of Nazis and Kanye dick riders who don't care that he's a Nazi. And then the normies, maybe the few normies that don't fucking know anything about all that or don't really give a shit, can't be bothered.
that.
I think I'm just kind of explaining the futility of just making a normal Kanye review around this record, because I think
I and actually admire the fact that you called it unreviewable and you like didn't formally review the record. I admire that fact. I think that's great. I don't have a problem with that. But
isn't that the same argument as buying iPhone / clothes is supporting slavery? What do you mean? Isn't listening and talking about the Kanye album being bad the same as buying? Wait, what? Dude, there is no alternative to a phone, or a phone that isn't made by some level of exploitation, hyper exploitation in the third world. Yes, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. You know what I mean? But ultimately, a shirt covers you even if you don't need it, I guess. But the same cannot be said about like reviewing, not even like listening to, but reviewing a musician's work once they have openly said that they are a Nazi who loves Hitler. Music could be more important than a shirt, for example. Yes, it can be, I guess. But you're talking about a musician who's saying that they love Hitler. Is he that important to you? Like, I don't understand this. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism does not mean that you should go out of your way to be unethical in your consumption. What the fuck? I don't understand. He's equating music to other products, but those other products are much closer to a necessity than music. Yeah. And it's like there are valid market substitutes regardless. Like at some point, it's virtually impossible, if not entirely impossible, to purchase a smartphone or a computer that does not have conflict minerals in it. Okay? Whereas there are an infinite number of market substitutes to music. Listening to music is nowhere near as important. Listening to this specific artist is nowhere near as important to you as I assume having a smartphone would be. It's like if there was an iPhone and then there was a I hate Jews phone and you were like, I need to have the I hate Jews phone because that's really important to me. After all, you've purchased a t-shirt that was made by slaves. Like, it's like kind of shocking to make this argument. That's not a good example, and you know it. I'm not talking about buying stuff. I'm comparing things like buying Starbucks to music. I'm still a little bit confused to the argument that you're trying to present here. By the way, I think it's a pretty good argument that I made, but you can explain to me why that's not a good argument, maybe. However, here's another thing, okay? If you want to, in the privacy of your own home, if you're like so desperate to listen to Kanye, go ahead. I mean, look, the Carnival song is on Rap Caviar. When I say, Alexa, play Rap Caviar on Spotify, that's the first song that comes up. I even myself have said it's not a bad song. I'm not saying that like you're automatically a Nazi if you've heard Kanye's music. That would be a ridiculous statement to make. Okay? Nobody is stopping you. As a matter of fact, the song is, at least that one is quite popular. Bro, this is the Rap Caviar. Shut the fuck up. That's not the point here. Yeah. I don't give a shit about Kanye. I'm just trying to understand your line. It seems like supporting slaves by supporting Starbucks is worse than supporting an idiot like Kanye. Supporting slaves by supporting Starbucks is not a decent analogy here at all. And you've also gone all over the place. Let's just stay on the smartphone, okay? Let's just stay on the smartphone because it's like, so we can have a consistent conversation. If there was a Starbucks equivalent or a smartphone equivalent out there who was like, I'm a smartphone that loves Adolf Hitler, and you were like, I got to get that smartphone instead of any of the other fucking market substitutes, then I'd be like, yeah, you're kind of weird for doing that, dog. What the fuck? Do you not understand this? That's the point. And you can't turn around and be like, listen, actually, well, you've bought a t-shirt that was made by slaves, so you're no better. It's just a way to do copium. Smartphone is essential and music is not. That's a bad example. It's not a bad example. It's a good example. I'm actually trying to beef up your argument. I'm steel manning it, saying that music is essential. Because you brought up the point that music is as essential to some people as it is earlier before you switched positions. You literally said music is as essential to some people as a t-shirt even. So I'm working off of your argument. I'm steel manning your argument. If music is essential, like you said it was, okay, and there are plenty of market substitutes, why are you going out to bat for this one specific type of music from this one musician that has openly said they fucking love Adolf Hitler? Okay, then so I am pro-slavery because I buy an iPhone. Oh my God. You're pro-Kanye West in spite of his anti-Semitism. Okay? That's it. And it feels like you're upset with that reality. It feels like you're upset with that reality. So you're trying to be like, well, it's okay because like I do other unethical consumptions, other purchases of products that were procured through unethical means as well. It's very odd. That's the point of this kid's video. He said Kanye's opinions suck, but his album's pretty good, and it shouldn't be crazy to say that. I think it's not great to say that. I agree with Anthony Fantano on that. I literally don't give a fuck about Kanye, but your argument makes no sense. Oh, you're in here. Oh, never mind. I got it. I just understand that almost everything I buy unnecessarily is terrible, so I see zero difference. Got it. Okay. Yeah. No, this is something I see that's very common with debate pedophilia. This is the maximum level of debate lord or debate pervertry, which is the false notion that like, well, you consume animal products, so it should be fine to also sexually assault an animal. Okay, how do you think milk is produced? It's bad veganism debates, okay? And I hear it from the likes of Destiny, and I've heard similarities from the likes of Vosh as he has tried to argue against the ethics of procuring certain materials through child slavery while comparing it to child pornography. Okay? And the point is, because there is virtually no way to avoid unethical consumption, does not mean that you should go out of your way to create further harm. Okay? It's very bad argumentation in general, and it makes you look like a weirdo. It makes you look like you're defending Kanye West, even if you're not trying to. You're doing a very bad job. This is the debate for a version of philosophy nerds talking about age of consent, Foucault, the Dersh. I love that you put Foucault and the Dersh in the same conversation as we were talking about philosophy. Sad that being a...
What the fuck? Okay. You missed so many memes? Yeah, maybe. So... I can't tell if this is memes or not. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so I think I'm doing Piers Morgan on Monday morning now. That happened. And then also... I think we're chatting with Candace Owens. Is going to come over and we're going to game and stream. We're still working on this. What the fuck? Are you flying out? No, the Piers Morgan thing is digital, I think. I'm not 100% sure on the last thing, but... Why are you gaming? They said that they wanted to do a gaming debate stream. And I'm not sure where. I'm waiting for a call back. Like, Jesus, how weird. What do I go back to in this stupid fucking Hasan bullshit? Was there a relevant timestamp? Also, wait, hold on. So here's a question. If I start getting like a string of popular debates, I don't even know if this is helping me or if this is like, because I feel like I'm spending so, well, this will be on stream, I guess. Somebody said, are you worried that you might be too associated with the right if you talk to all these Daily Wire people? Oh, that's probably why, because I talked to Ben and it went okay. Listen, if people on the left want to talk to me, then, I mean, I'm okay with that, you know? 32 minutes exactly. Or wait. if you want to go back exactly 32 minutes. 32, 40 seconds back. What the fuck are these timestamps you're giving me? Wait, go back. You want me to do the math of going back 30 minutes and oh, it's because you marked it in here on chat. Wait, did Hasan start saying relevant shit as soon as I stepped away? I should get some chicken and waffles. Oh my god, true. So what, 5:48 then? Ugh, is there even anything?
That is so deeply unwell, dude. What the fuck? Gross. Okay, I should have never looked at this. Oh, God. Anyway, I just wanted to simply show you how much, I wanted to simply show you how much they work around the clock trying to, like, make narrative stick. And sometimes it does stick. But it almost always, like every single one of the cancellations that I've withstood, cancellations, which aren't real anyway, most of that comes from this community. And their fans are very, very dedicated. I wish they would use this much passion and this much resentment that they have towards someone that they don't know, towards something that's like objectively positive.
What? Wait, does the canvassing stuff not count? Did he already say why it doesn't count? Stop.
Anyway, it's so goddamn weird and sad, dude. Ugh. Let's get back to this.
That's not really. Okay, that's not. You're missing. That's not. Yeah, that's just not true. Okay.
It's the same with the Ukraine shit. Someone said they stopped watching it because of your takes on your foreign policy, but when I asked what takes, they couldn't even say. Yeah.
Oh, we already watched this. I remember him saying that.
It's okay. It's cool though. Yeah, the point being that if you ban people like that, moderates like that, there's going to be an.
But again, he's not moderate, and he went on stream and advocated for the killing of other people. That's not moderate position.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, listen.
Hold on though.
No. I'm making a point.
Look how he's gotten more passionate defending Destiny than anything else so far. Typical Destiny dick rider. Literally lives and breathes for one thing only: fucking defending daddy. Okay. God damn, brother, don't get so cranky. Like,
you're conflating moderate points of view with extremism. I'm telling you that. Listen, so it does. Yes, it does.
For potentially landing on the moon in 14 minutes. Do you care about that? Maybe.
That's insane.
No, it's not, because here's my fucking point. Here's my point. And you're not listening to it. And you're not putting two and two together. The reason he's an extremist, it's not because I think his political points are so far outside of the Overton window that they can't be considered. You know, let's say a moderate position on, give me the most moderate Destiny position that you think of.
Moderate Destiny position? I mean, he has a lot of like.
What's a super moderate thing that you think he believes in?
I think super moderate and super cool. Like, I mean, he's against transphobia, I guess.
Okay, let's say you're against transphobia, right?
All right.
If your way of advocating against transphobia is gas chamber all the transphobes, that's not a moderate position, okay? Which would be an example.
What?
Of his opinions on the Black Lives Matter protesters who he was talking about on stream in that moment. He did not take a moderate position about not liking their presence there in the streets at that time. It was a very extremist position that advocated for their open murder.
Also, I mean, his like anti-transphobia extends only as far as like what he thinks is reasonable enough to claim that he is progressive. Anyone and everyone that has spent a significant amount of time talking about trans women in sports, okay? Anyone and everyone that has done that is being ridiculous. Either they are deliberately hyper-focusing on this narrative while claiming they're doing it for some like intellectual honesty, when in fact all they want to do is be transphobic as far as it's permissible, right? Even in a liberal space. Or they are very stupid and being duped by the dumbest right-wing people on the planet. And I've said this about even friends of mine that I've known for 2 decades at this point, like Anna Kasparian. When she hyper-focused on that same point of contention and doubled down and tripled down and found herself at the throes of reactionary sentiment when it comes to...
Wasn't this literally the debate at the time? The Leah Thomas stuff blew up, and that's what the NCAA debates over transports. Wasn't that literally the debate?
Trans issues and trans-related issues. Yes. So, of course, I will say this about Destiny as well. It's just like a ridiculous conversation to have that is utterly irrelevant. And that's why you rarely ever hear about it nowadays as much.
Hasan's position on transports.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick.
Damn.
Anyway, we know he's already we know Destiny himself is transactional regardless in the things that he advocates for. He's openly admitted as such when he said he would have defended Vosh for his lolly folder if Vosh had not harmed him in some way.
So
Okay,
that's
I
not
find that hard to believe. I find that hard to
that's an example. There's literally video of it.
How does he know so much about me? I'm so curious. I wonder if he watches a lot or if he has people that watch me that report to him. I would imagine it's the report to him stuff because do streamers have enough time? Because he still streams quite a bit, doesn't he? But like, I feel like he knows so much about me sometimes. So he's streaming almost like 9 hours a day, right? I can't imagine he has time to watch my shit. Well, but all he does is stream, right? I don't think he does anything else, does he?
Be murdered. That's what he said.
I don't
These
know.
activists should be murdered.
He said they should be MOWED down, wantonly. Yeah.
Okay, we should fact check that, but that's just.
Wait, what do you mean we should fact check that, brother?
Hasan has a point there with the Vosh defense. No, he doesn't. Why would I extend my reputation to hardcore defend somebody who constantly slanders me and defames me and attacks me in bad faith? No, I don't know. I don't owe anybody. Nobody has owed my defense or my reputation or whatever for some online shit. Regardless of my position on Vosh, I'm not obligated to speak out and defend him. You're fucking unhinged. You're fucking insane. The idea that I might like prioritize the types of things I talk about based on people whose relationships are close to me, as long as I'm not changing my actual positions, right? There's nothing wrong at all with that. No, you're fucking unhinged. You're insane. You're retarded.
Why are you defending a dude who's like work you're not even aware of? Is this the kind of attitude he brings to the fucking albums that he's reviewing? Does this guy review albums? That's why he got banned, homie. The fuck do you mean? I can't play the clip for obvious reasons, but come on, dog.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, are we done? Can we be done with... I don't care, I'm good. I'm sorry. Maddie Healy, thanks for the 10 subs. Hasan is just implying that you are pro-lolly when he says that? Oh. Okay. All right, sure. Was I banned for the mode downtake? No, I never got banned for that at all. I don't know where he comes. I don't. Well, I know why he says it. It's because it plays well to his audience. But
Greetings, guys, gals, and
Cheeto linked me this video. Jesus.
non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video. I am a little bit late to be making this video, but that happens all the time. I am always late, as I'm sure you all know by now. But what I want to talk about happened a few weeks ago on TikTok, and it was like a whole thing. And even though it happened a few weeks ago, I'm still seeing it now. And that is some lesbian bar drama. Basically, a straight woman came onto TikTok and complained about an experience she had at a lesbian bar. A lot of queer women have already voiced their opinions on this. There have already been videos made. There's been countless TikToks made about it. But I wanted to also sit down and talk about it and share my thoughts and have this conversation with you all because that's what I do here. So yeah, before I get into that and tell you all about it and have this big dive, I would like to say thank you to today's patron of the day, Aaron. I appreciate
Patron
you
of the day?
so much for joining, and I hope you enjoy this video. And if anyone else would like to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/SnubbyCat or click the top link in the description. It starts at as little as £1 a month, and I appreciate it greatly. So basically what has happened is that a few weeks back, this straight woman was invited to a lesbian bar by her lesbian friend, and they went together. Then during the night, she invited her cis-het man friend to come to the bar, and there was a negative...
If I make a minuscule commentary channel, can I take up 20 minutes of your time for no reason? Yes. Permaban every single alt until he comes back to chat with a YouTube channel with over 400,000 subs. Don't, if this guy, he keeps making alts, permaban this guy whenever you see him, okay? Jesus.
reaction, and she came onto TikTok to complain about it. So I'll show you the TikTok, and then we can get into it.
Friday night, I went to my first lesbian bar. I was about to go home early, but then my friend who's lesbian came over to the bar at the restaurant we were at and said, I'm going to go to this bar. Do you want to come? And I was like, absolutely, why not? We got there, and I was having so much fun. Everyone was so nice. The music was all like Renee Rapp, and I was living my best life. Until one of our guy friends wanted to meet up with us, and he comes into the bar for quite literally 2 minutes. Literally wanted to come and say hello and leave. Girl approaches him pretty soon after he walks in and goes, what are you doing here? To be honest, I was a little taken aback because as a straight woman in a gay bar and also a straight woman who goes to a male gay bar, I've never felt like that before or been approached like that. The girl goes on to say, like, I've been coming to this bar for 10 years and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, like, my friend didn't belong there. Now I get it. It's a gay bar for women. But the amount of very obviously flamboyantly gay men that were in that bar that were not being approached and yelled at was wild. And I'm just curious, your thoughts on this, because I was like, I looked at her and I was nice. And
If it's supposed to be a bar just for gay people and straight people or men aren't allowed in, wouldn't they just bounce them at the door? Like, I don't understand. I thought for like gay bars and shit, like sometimes women go in, sometimes men go in, but like it's generally for a certain crowd, but like it's a culture thing, not a rule. Okay, I've never heard that before, but I could be wrong. I don't know that much gay bar culture, but I thought for like at least for male gay bars, I thought sometimes straight guys go in, sometimes girls go in, that it's not like the biggest deal in the world. She's implying gay men could go. Yeah, it just seems weird.
Until I wasn't. But the way she spoke to us like as a group, and I looked at her and I was like, he's with us, he's good. Like, she was not having it. She did not want him in that bar at all, and I get it. But like,
I don't know as much about lesbian bars though, so I don't know.
Rules against that, unless there are, and I didn't see them. But we left soon after because we'd already been there for a while, and he just literally came to say hello. But I'm just curious, like, are straight males not allowed to go to a lesbian bar?
Yo, can you share your screen?
Like,
Nope. It's a second computer, so I can't really do it. Sorry.
Damn.
This was my first time going to a legit lesbian bar, so please, enlighten me.
I'll just watch
I guess,
from
like,
your
I'm probably
stream.
never gonna go back there again because it really wasn't worth the drama. But I just feel it was a little dramatic.
The entitlement that like drips off of this video is astounding. Honestly, it's quite impressive, the level of entitlement that exists in this video.
How is it entitlement? She just asked a question. Okay.
It's absolutely absurd to me that she doesn't
Do you
understand.
want like some context on this person?
Nope. I just want to watch. I'll just watch. I got it. I'm watching.
Of entitlement that exists in this video. It's absolutely absurd to me that she doesn't understand like the problem here and is confused by the confrontation that happened and the upset that it caused. Because like, even if we take sexuality out of the conversation, even if we removed that and we're just like, this is a woman's space, because, you know, she is a woman, so she should be able to understand that at least, right? You don't invite men into that space because it is a sanctuary away from men. That is not
It could be the case. I'm just saying I haven't heard of lesbian bars or gay bars ever described as safe spaces. I've never heard that before. But
a space for men to be. Yeah? And especially cis het men. Like, she mentioned that there were some like flamboyant gay men that were there, and like, why isn't that a problem? The reason that isn't so much of a problem is, one, if they were invited by like their sapphic friend, then they are allowed to be there, just as you as a straight woman are allowed to be there. They aren't going to be going and like hitting on women and making women uncomfortable. They are there with their sapphic friend because they are both queer, they are in a queer space together, and respecting that they are a guest in that queer space. If they are gay men who are going into
how do you know if it's a gay guy or not? How do you know?
A lesbian bar unaccompanied, then no, they shouldn't be there. I will state that gay men going into a lesbian bar by themselves, that shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be there. Regardless,
Oh, so it's if you go with another guy?
you brought a man, a cis het man, into a safe space for queer.
Wait, why does it matter if he's cis? Because it's for. But couldn't a trans man come in and hit on people?
Queer women.
Yeah,
We're queer women.
the point, dude. So she's literally saying that non-lesbians can come to the lesbian bar, but this one specific type of non-lesbian, which is the straight man, can't come. Like, if they're a straight woman, they can come. If they're a gay man, they can come. But if they're a straight man, they can't come. So it's like all these exceptions to them not being lesbian, except for this one, which is like, doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it sounds like, I mean, I get for her argument, the Steelman version is she just doesn't want people that are going to hit on the lesbian women, I guess.
Right, but in the context of what the TikTok is, it's like the dude was invited by her straight friends. So like, I'm just gonna assume that like the dude was like dragged along and like he's only going because like maybe he's interested in this woman or something. Like, he's obviously not there to hit on like lesbian women. Like, that's like an absurd assumption.
I mean, I would agree that if the guy didn't exhibit any behavior, that's true. But I do know a lot of guys think they can pick up lesbian women. I don't know how common that is for guys going to a lesbian bar. It wouldn't surprise me if there are losers that did. But I mean, if the guy didn't exhibit any bad behavior, and if she's just like asking a question, I don't know why. I don't know why she's so mad. Hold on, let me.
Feel safe because
we
don't have very many spaces. You know, there are not many places where queer women feel welcome and accepted and safe. And so inviting a cis het man into one of those spaces is going to cause people to be a little bit on edge and a little bit uncomfortable, because a lot of cis het men really like to go into these queer women's spaces and take it upon themselves to hit on women and make women uncomfortable, and it really ruins the entire thing for everyone that it was created for. Like you say, I don't understand why she was upset. Like, there's not a rule that men can't be in there. Like, no, there isn't an official rule that men aren't allowed to go in, like straight men aren't allowed to go in. However, it's pretty heavily implied that cis het men aren't welcome in these spaces. Like, legally you cannot deny them entry. But it seems like a pretty obvious conclusion to draw to not bring those people into these spaces. And to make it even worse, this lesbian bar is one of only 3 in the entirety of New York. And it has a capacity
So like,
of
who gives a
75
fuck? Like, she brought, like, this straight girl brings her one friend with them and they get a table, and then like this YouTuber has beef with that, like that specific thing. Like, what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll keep going.
Only 75 people can go in there, and you took up one of those space with a cis het male friend to come say hi, which is bullshit, because he had to wait in line to get in there. I know there was a fucking line to get in there. He had to wait in line to get in there. There's no way he just went in to say hi. That didn't happen. Don't lie.
It just made up. She has no idea that there was a line.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a ultra high demand for space for gay bars in New York. I'm not sure.
Where she's like, I as a
but she has no
straight woman
context to like assume that.
go to male gay bars all the time. Why isn't that a problem? Why am I allowed there when straight men aren't allowed into lesbian bars? I don't think straight women should be going to gay bars either. Like, just because you are more accepted there than like straight men are at lesbian bars doesn't mean you should be there. I don't think you should be going into those spaces either. Straight people, you have all of the bars. All of the bars are your bars. Can you leave ours alone to us, please? The amount of straight women that go into gay bars to feel safe away from straight men is quite astounding. There's quite a lot of them who do that and then will get like upset when they are hit on by queer women. And even if that's not you, even if you just go to a gay bar just to feel safer away from straight men, now straight men have like caught on to that and know that straight women go there to escape being hit on by straight men. So now gay bars
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What?
go into gay bars to feel safe away from straight men is quite astounding. There's quite a lot of them who do that and then will get like upset when they are hit on by queer women. And even if that's not you, even if you just go to a gay bar just to feel safer away from straight men, now straight men have like caught on to that and know that straight women go there to escape being hit on by straight men. So now gay bars are overrun by straight people who just are privileged enough to be able to take up all of the spaces. Please just leave us something. All of the bars, all of the clubs, they belong to you already. Why do you need to come and take our stuff off of us? You have all of them. And if you feel unsafe there and it's like not enjoyable, I'm really sorry. Like that sucks, but that doesn't really give you the right to come into our safe spaces and make our safe spaces feel unsafe. I just really
she
don't
wants
understand
LGBT Jim Crow.
No, well, no. What?
Dude, separate but
Like,
equal. You can go to your straight bars. You can't go to my gay bars. They have rainbow water fountains. Yours are just normal.
Well, the goal is that
Like, what the fuck?
there are certain things that we probably think are okay to segregate based on like sexuality or gender. For instance, like women's showers at gyms. That's not male. That's not Jim Crow for
Right.
women, right?
No, I totally understand that, but I'm just saying like the fact that like there's an entire drama because a guy was in a lesbian bar and did not flirt with anybody and like just what like she'll go on to play like a TikTok later, but it's like this guy just basically was just there. Like you didn't fuck with anybody or do anything, and you know it became a whole drama because it's like you're in our safe space. Like what the fuck?
I mean, like,
You know what I
I
mean?
mean,
I
like
feel
the
like it's
video,
hard to
it might
like-
just be the nature of YouTube. It might be an overreaction, but like, I mean, I can understand the annoyance, right?
Of
straight
the
guys
guy
going
being
into
in
your,
the bar?
yeah, to your gay lesbian bar, and then you've got guys coming in.
Yeah, I guess if that's like, you know, if it's like a common occurrence for sure, but I guess, I mean, you know, if I was invited to a lesbian bar by like a girl I was interested in and like, you know, I was like dragged along, I'll probably go. And then it's like, I don't really want to be there and they don't want me to be there. And I'm just sitting at a table, not really fucking with anybody. And then it's just like, someone's like, what are you doing here? It's like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm
Sure, but I mean, like, couldn't you make?
know
You
what I
could
mean?
make. It's a bit hyperbolic, but I can make the same argument potentially for like, what's the name of those all women's gyms? Fuck, what are they called? There was like a brand of them. I thought I remember from Omaha.
I have no idea.
Fuck
But what's
me!
the
I
argument?
swear to God, there was a name of gym. I feel like Curves. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, there's a gym called like Curves, and it's for all women. I think explicitly so. I don't think men are allowed in. But like, let's say that it was like a gym for women, but that wasn't like the law or the rule. Like, if a woman dragged me off to like, oh, I'm gonna go work out at Curves, come sit and like wait for me for 30 minutes, and I'm there, and like some other woman walked up to me and got kind of irritated. Like, I mean, I could kind of understand it. Like, why are you here? And I'm like, oh, I'm not like staring at you guys or anything. But it's like, okay.
I guess like maybe like okay, sure, but like if I'm clearly with like my girlfriend or like another girl and like I'm not fucking with anyone and I'm like, you know, obviously the exception and there's like it's mostly women, I just feel like it's I guess like maybe you get a little irritated, but like you can understand why they're there just by like looking at them because they're with other people, like with mostly women.
Maybe. I truly, honest to God, I don't know. I can't really enter an opinion on this because I'm seeing a lot of people type in different things in chat. That some people don't like any straight men there at all because straight men have a reputation for going to these places and being creepy. I'm seeing other people say that lesbians don't actually care that much about men being in there. What they really hate are straight women because they can't hit on them or they feel like they're just there to fuck around. So I actually don't know what the culture is inside of a gay bar at all. I can't really say. I don't know. I can understand there's a world where she would be upset or maybe a world where she's being ridiculous. I just don't know. So.
Yeah, she also completely made something up earlier. She said there was only 3, and I'm not going to say this is 100% bullshit, but I'm seeing things that contradict it. She said there's only 3 lesbian bars in the entirety of New York City, and I searched Google and I scrolled down and I immediately saw something like the top 7 lesbian bars that you can go to. So it's like, I don't know. I'm already like just questioning like, you know, the integrity on this. We can keep playing it.
As a woman have come into like the safe women's space and felt the need to invite a man into it when you are already the guest in the space. Like you have been invited here by your queer friend to come into this space with her and then you took it upon yourself to invite someone else. Like you can't do that. You as a guest cannot invite another guest. That's not how being a guest works. This is not your space to invite someone into. And then there's also the fact that in this video she has made, she was not telling the whole truth and she manipulated some facts to go in her favor. And the girl who came and confronted them and asked why this man was in there has made a response video to this to explain what actually happened, which I will show you now.
What are you doing here? To be honest, I was a little taken aback because as a straight woman.
So that video is actually about me. I'm that.
Was the video actually about her, or is this another TikTok meme where the guy's like, "Oh, well, I was this person," blah blah blah. Okay, let's go.
Lesbian. So I just wanted to provide some context on what happened from my
I guess
perspective.
we just have to, like,
So
source trust me this. I don't know.
Okay.
I was at Cubby Hole.
But even like, even if you're to believe this, it doesn't really like play in her favor.
Well,
all
sure,
too
well,
well.
let me watch it first. Don't poison my opinion. Hold on.
I'm that lesbian. So I just wanted to provide some context on what happened from my perspective. So I was at Cubby Hole. Been going to this bar for 8 years since I moved to New York. I actually met my wife there. I was waiting in the bathroom line, minding my own business, and there was a dude standing in front of the bathroom. I tapped him on his shoulder. I was like, "Excuse me, you know, you're kind of in the way, whatever." I was not trying to start conflict, anything like that. He turns around. He seemed a little bit grumpy. So I was like, "Okay, dude, are you even here with anyone? Like, what are you doing in this bar?" And he points to his friend, a girl who seems pretty queer to me, not the girl who made that other video. And she's like, "He's with me." I'm like, "Okay, cool." I turn around, continue to wait in line, really had to pee. And then this guy comes to me and he goes, "Well, if I wasn't here with someone, would that be a problem?" And I say, "Absolutely. Like, yes, it would be a problem." This guy, the girl in that video, some other girls, they all jump at me and they're like, "What? Like, why would you say that? That's so messed up, blah, blah, blah." These people start coming at me. And I'm just in the bathroom. I'm there celebrating a friend's birthday. I want literally nothing to do with straight people, which is why I'm in Cubby Hole in the first place. And, you know, I'm just like, hey, okay, this is a queer bar. We don't have a lot of spaces. I've been coming to this bar for a long time. It's a special place for me. It's also a safe place for me. And I have seen a lot of cis straight guys come into this bar and cause problems. Like, it's a known thing. It happens at Cubby Hole. It happens at Henrietta's. It happens at Stonewall. There are straight dudes that come into these bars specifically because they're trying to pick up girls. So I wasn't trying to instigate anything. I was just trying to, like, hey, safety check, you know? They got on my face. I just wanted to pee, so I was just
What
like,
is the safety check? If the guy's gay, couldn't he just lie and then try to like attack a girl later? Like,
all right, I'm going to the bathroom. I go in there and I just tried to de-escalate. I go back to my friend. There's more stuff that happens, but I'm just going to leave it at that. I do think that if you're going into a queer space, you should be respectful of that. And you should keep in mind that there are very limited spaces, especially for lesbians and queer women, where we can feel safe, where we can go. And there's literally the Lesbian Bar Project. If you've not heard about it, go look into it because there are so few spaces. And honestly, I'm not going to apologize for protecting them. Yeah, I just get heated, but that's pretty much it. I'm Katie and I'm that lesbian, and sorry, but actually not sorry.
So she didn't even really confront him. She just saw this man there and was
she
like,
didn't confront him. She challenged him. Yeah, of course. What do you mean? What are you doing here? Do you belong here? This would be called a microaggression in any other circumstance. And in a way, it kind of is actually, funnily enough. It just happens to be involving a cishet dude. But like, yeah, who are you? Do you belong here? Of course that's a challenge. Of course that's a microaggression. Of course that's like a confrontation.
like, "Hey, why are you here? Are you with someone? Did someone invite you?" And then he responded aggressively. He responded with, "Oh, am I not allowed to be here without someone? Would that be a problem then?" Like, yes. Like, yes, it would be, actually.
Look
like,
how
what
she tries
are
to
you doing?
downplay it. Like, she adds tone there.
Sure.
Yeah. Because of this, there were a few people who called her out, like, "Why did you assume he was a cis man? Like, how did you know he was a cis straight man in the first place?" And I think that, like, that's a slightly, like, unreasonable question to ask, right? Like, I understand that trans men are allowed in, like, lesbian spaces and like queer women's spaces because, you know, they also suffer from a lot of gender discrimination and might not feel safe in other spaces, and that's totally chill. I respect that. I understand that. But I still think that
sounds like a fucking nightmare. I just don't know why you'd be treating a bar like a safe space. When we talk about a safe space is usually a place where people can go, people can exist without judgment. It's usually like pretty chill. Like you don't have to worry about like saying or doing something that like somebody from a majority group will attack you with. The idea of like a bar where you go to like drink and hang out with people and stuff, I guess you could view it as a safe space. But when you broaden it to include all LGBT people, to claim it's like a safe space exclusive for women, it just feels like not the appropriate place to consider a safe space. I guess you could, but damn, this seems like so much more drama than like a male gay bar. This seems so much more dramatic. Holy shit. Although I guess maybe it's like the male-female dynamic, but
yeah, possibly, but it, you know, she's like TSA. She's like TSA screening every person to make sure they meet like the lesbian quota or something. It's like super weird. I feel like
asking a man,
because in gay bars or whatever, like that she was saying, it's not that serious. Like straight women can go into gay bars and there's not any problems. And then they're like, well, yeah, that's because of the fear of them being hit on. It's like, well, was this guy hitting on anybody? Like if he's just fucking off, I feel like it's really, and he's with people. Like I don't know. Like why do you have to like challenge him or like confront him and ask like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest mistake. I just don't feel like that was appropriate, but I don't know. Let's try.
And that you see in that space, like, why are you here, is completely valid. And I think that trans men who understand why women may feel afraid and uncomfortable with a man there would understand that.
Somebody says, nah, at Destiny, male gay bars are worse. Well, maybe they are. I don't know. Damn, I haven't heard that before, but.
And be sympathetic to that and not respond with aggression. So I feel like just responding with aggression kind of solidifies the fact that this is a cishet man. Like the entitlement, the arrogance, and the aggression in that response.
Okay,
really
so there you go.
solidifies
Like
that.
responds with aggression. He was literally asked, "Why are you here?" That's like me being like, "Why are you black?" Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why am I here? Is that not aggressive? You're questioning why I'm existing in a certain proximity.
Well, hold on. No, wait, stop. Hold on. Why are you black? That's a totally different question. She didn't say, why are you a man? She said, why are you a man?
Okay, I'm
in a
sorry.
lesbian
Why
bar?
are you black in like some fucking like southern bar or something?
Sure. I mean, like she
if you're in a
definitely,
bar in
the lady
South,
challenged her.
It's a Cowboys. So
Yeah.
Like, why are you black?
The lady definitely confronted him. His response was also like a bit like defensive, sure. But
This is not his space, but he feels like he deserves to be in it. You know what I mean? I am sure that if you approached a trans man and asked that, they would respond in a much gentler way. Either, you know, saying that they are trans because they're in a space where it is like safe to say that, or by just being like, hey, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm with those people over there. Please don't mind me. It's not going to be an aggressive response. And I also imagine that a lot of trans men would feel like quite, you know, elated almost that they pass well enough to be mistaken for a cis man in a lesbian bar. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to respond with aggression. And I think that really...
okay. Maybe.
answers the question and think that that makes it unfair that people are being like, well, how did you know? Why did you assume? Like, she didn't. She just asked a man why he was there and he responded aggressively. So it kind of answered the question for itself. And then I find it so funny, the contradiction here of like, the girl in the original video said that he was coming in to say hi and then leave, which we already knew was bullshit because he waited in line to get into this bar and steals a queer woman's spot in this very small bar. But anyway, she came out and saw him at a table.
Okay,
chatting
pause. Can
with
you
these
pause
two
here? I
women.
feel like that's
So-
like, again, totally fucking like conspiracy brain. Like he stole a woman's spot there. That's like, they're taking our jobs, these Mexicans or whatever. It's like they're taking our spots at the bar.
Well, hold
It's
on.
like,
I don't
do you
think it's
even
it's
know
not.
that in
No,
any
no, wait.
way?
It's not about like that. It's just that depending on the city you're in and depending how popular a club you want to go into is, there'll be lines out the door at basically every Friday, Saturday night. Like you just expect there's always a line. So if there's a line and if there's a guy that goes in, he's taking a spot from somebody that otherwise could get in, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying if that's the case, then it's true. But there's like she's just a reactor. Like she knows about as much context as we do, and she's inserting context to paint this completely fictitious narrative.
Potentially, yeah, she might be overloading it a bit, or maybe she doesn't know that. Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah, well,
that
she's
doesn't
saying
really
like a
seem
spot was stolen. Like I know for a fact you were in line. It's like no, you don't actually know that for a fact. You know.
Sure.
coming and saying hi and then leaving. That seems like coming in for a drink and hanging out there for a time, continuing to take that space from a queer woman, and also probably making a lot of the queer women around feel a little bit uncomfortable, you know? Like, you've come into our space and feel like you deserve to be there. And then on top of that, this straight woman insults her and calls her a bitch purely for just asking why he was there. Which is a completely valid thing to say. It's a completely valid thing to ask. Regardless of whether a cishet man is invited in by a queer friend or not, doesn't really matter. I don't think he should be there, and I think that queer women shouldn't be inviting their cishet male friends into these spaces. I just don't think that that's a cool thing to do. It's just not on. And like she says, she's seen a lot of problems started and like caused because of this happening. Because yeah, you know, cishet men have a feeling of entitlement. A lot of the time, straight men in these spaces will go and try to hit on queer women because one, they know like bisexual, pansexual, etc. women exist, and two, they like to think they can like turn women. So they go and they make women uncomfortable. They don't leave women alone, and they start fights and they ruin this safe space for people. And there are a lot of queer women who no longer go to these places because they have been made to feel unsafe by people who shouldn't be there being in there. And it's just really, really sad. You know, it's meant to be a place for community and for safety. And then some people just feel like they are entitled to that space and take it away when they literally have all the other spaces. As a straight person, you can go literally anywhere. You can go anywhere. You can go to any bar, especially as a cishet man. You can go to any bar and feel safe. And yet, you stood in that line surrounded by queer non-cis men, right? You stood in that line around all those people and waited to get in, and you never once thought, like, maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Maybe these people behind me deserve to go into this bar more than I do. That didn't even cross his mind. He just was like, yeah, no, this seems right. I should go here. This makes sense. Like, how do you think that that's an appropriate thing to do? It's just wild to me. The lack of sort of, like, understanding and compassion, like the complete disregard for why these spaces are important. It's so funny to me because she, as a straight woman, felt entitled enough in this space to be able to invite her cishet male friend into this women-only space, and then kind of under the guise of like, he's my friend, so like, you know, he's not gonna hurt anyone or make anyone uncomfortable because he's my friend and I personally know him and know that he's a good person. When firstly he went in and pretty much immediately started a fight with someone, so like not even true. And then you like took his side in that fight, so you also
like again, he didn't start a fight. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
The space you were in, not just by
Like,
inviting
I don't know, and the
by
whole like
not-
safety shit too. Like I've been to parties where like, you know, like the cops are called and stuff. It's like I feel like the whole safety thing, like does that word mean anything?
Yeah, so safety is just that sometimes having horny men around when you're in a space and you're a woman is like, it's just like a whole other thing you have to be ready and constantly on guard for. It's just an annoying fucking thing to deal with, basically.
Understanding why
Well,
someone
yeah,
was upset.
but like, yeah, that guy, like, I don't think, was he horny or anything? Like the dude in
No,
this,
not necessarily, but it's
thing?
just like, it's like, problems if you're a guy, it's hard to think of anything that's quite like it. I'm trying to think.
Like to me, it just sounds like a slight minor inconvenience to your evening, and then there's like these people on TikTok acting like this guy pulled his dick out or start doing a helicopter.
Yeah, I
or
mean, I
something.
understand what you're saying. It sounds really fucking retarded because like, who the fuck cares? It was just there's a few guys in there. It sounds stupid. I understand, but it's like, have you ever had like anxiety or anything? Oh,
me?
Do you drive?
Yeah.
Do you know, you ever driving and like you see a cop in your rearview mirror?
It hasn't happened yet.
You've never seen a cop while you're driving before?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood what you
You
said.
know, when you see a cop, you're not like doing anything illegal. You're not like, you're 99% of the time you're not gonna get pulled over. But like when you're driving and you see a cop, it's just like everything's just like a little bit more annoying. You're like being extra careful for the rules of the road. You're like telling your friends like, okay, hold on, shut the fuck up. There's a cop. Like behind, you're just like kind of
Yeah.
whatever. You, like that feeling, like nothing's probably gonna happen. It's not like ruining your fucking day. But I think that if you're a woman and you're going into a bar, and especially a gay bar, that for women in general, especially in bars or recreational places, when guys are around, especially when men are around in places where they're gonna hit on you or get drunk or whatever, there's just like that kind of like feeling there, where it's just like, you know, and it's not even like necessarily a bad thing, and nothing bad happens most of the time, but there's just like that added extra. When you talk about like safety, that's what women mean when they say safety. Not that like, fuck, like this guy's about to fucking rape me, but just like, I just have to be like kind of a little bit more aware of everything going on so that like some dumb shit doesn't happen, even though it probably won't, but it's like, it's possible now, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and like I guess maybe the feeling is similar, but the conclusions that you would draw from each situation is like, I feel like you're at a bar around like a bunch of other people and you're like nervous that you might get rizzed up or something, versus like, oh, okay, I'm like obviously everyone's worst nightmare when the cops are there is like, oh, I'm gonna get like either arrested or shot, right? So I don't know if those are like comparable.
Yeah, but even the
Like, this
rizzed
whole
up by
safety
guys
thing
thing
is-
is like fucking annoying. Like, because it's not just you might get rizzed up. You might get rizzed up and say the wrong thing, and then the guy takes it personally, and now it's like an uncomfortable situation where he's like shitting on you. In the worst case scenarios, you're getting guys that'll wait outside to fucking stalk or follow you. it's just like that level of like, especially if you're at a bar, you just want to like hang out and chill, like having to deal with that bullshit is just like too much. Or like you maybe you're not like an ultra, especially for women who tend to be more agreeable, right? Maybe you don't want to shut a guy down completely, so now he ends up like hanging off you the whole night. Or even worse, you want to talk to other women and now there's like a guy next to you and now it looks like maybe she's bi. A lot of lesbians won't fuck with bi chicks at all, and it's just like it's just like a whole drama, and it's like fuck, I don't want to deal with this shit right now. I think that's just like that's kind of what they're talking about, right? It's just like it's a whole dumb drama thing, you know?
So do you think this guy like should have not went to this bar? Like if his straight friend is like, hey, we should go to this bar, like do you think he should have been like, oh no, I don't want to make everyone uncomfortable? Like that just seems like
the problem is I don't know the rules of like these spaces. Like there's gonna be like customary rules, or there's gonna be like unspoken rules for how people exist in these spaces, and I just don't know them. It might be the case that like straight guys that are with girls can go and it's like chill or whatever. It might be the case that gay guys can go, or it might be the case that there's like an expectation that like if you're a guy, you're not going to this place. I don't know the rules, so I can't really say. But I can empathize with the anxiety of like if you're a woman and you don't really expect there to be guys around, especially straight guys, and then they're there. It's just like a whole added drama that you have to deal with. But again, I don't know like the unwritten rules of being in gay bars as straight people. Let me listen to this.
About it, like you were a guest in this space and you violated like every rule, and the fact that you came onto TikTok and were like, I don't get it. Can you tell me why it's bad to bring a cishet man into a lesbian bar? Like, why do you need to ask why that's bad? Surely you know. Surely you can piece it together in your head why that might not be a good idea and why the people there were upset. And like, I'm sure more people would confront you about it if they weren't afraid of confrontation with a cishet man, you know? Like, I'm sure more people were looking at you, people probably were leaving, people just didn't feel comfortable now that you brought this person in there, and like, they just didn't tell you because it's not worth getting in a fight, which is obviously what would happen when someone else
Someone in chat says, Cubbyhole, the club in question, is mixed crowd, by the way. I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
And it's so
Just repeating
frustrating
a channel.
that these people can just like overlook any issue and not take any accountability. Like, she has received like thousands on thousands of comments and like stitches and replies and everything, and she's not mentioned it once. Like, she's left the video up, but she has not made an apology. She has not made any follow-ups to this. Like, she in this video asked a question of, is this wrong? Tell me. Give me your input. I want to know. And then because it obviously didn't go in her favor, she's just ignored it. But she's kept the video up because I'm assuming she's on the creator fund and is probably getting money from this video that has over 1.5 million views, which is something else entirely, honestly. I feel like that
again more conspiracy.
Yeah,
the whole thing. Yeah, this video has been a bit of a mess. I had notes and then I just got kind of sidetracked and went all over the place. My brain is fried today. I am not in my best mental health right now, but I am trying my best. Yeah, let me know your thoughts on this whole thing. I think that we should keep, you know, spaces for queer people to being for queer people, especially when it comes to gender minorities. I think that we need this space for trans men, non-binary people.
I feel like it's weird to group all queer. I don't like it when people do that. The queer people, the queer space, it just feels dumb to me, but whatever.
Women,
like if I'm bi, can I go in? Like, is that okay? I think it just seems
safe spaces, and we need straight people to stop taking them away from us. Yeah, so let me know your thoughts. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. A massive thank you to my Sprout above patrons whose names are on this.
Wow. Okay. Thanks. My life was enriched watching this video.
Okay, so do you want like context on this person now?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay, so this person is openly associated with like Ethan is Online, which I believe like Tom told you about, like the super mega stuff. And that like Nick is Not Green side of things, where there's not, you wouldn't necessarily call them like breadtube, but they do like left-wing commentary style videos. And this person has only responded to like criticism like once, and they've been like called out. Like even like Michael Knowles made a video on her and things, and they responded to like one video criticizing her, and it was like by this Australian comedian, right? And then and she's had videos, and like, because there's been plenty of videos she's made where there's been a video made on her and it gets like 800,000 views, and she just doesn't address anything. And it just I found out about them like because they had like a blow up back in like 2020. This was like during like COVID, and it was like all this LGBT shit with like her content and stuff, and it was really hitting like a wide audience. And then she was just like lumping in a bunch of just like just being very weird. Like she would look at these Reddit posts where it would be like a heterosexual couple like bantering or something, and then she'd insert herself like yeah, you should break up with this guy or something like that. Just like this unsolicited relationship counseling. And people were like, what are you like, why are you doing this or whatever? Because it shifted away from just like LGBT stuff to just like randomly just like shitting on straight couples she could find on Reddit. And then so she only responded to like one video ever, even though she's like had like dozens and dozens made on her. And like I check in on her channel right now, and I saw that video, and it just seems like such a conspiracy theory, and a lot of it is just like seething at nothing. And I don't know, I just wanted to bring it to you to get your thoughts on it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the background. I don't care much. I can't really have I can't have a super strong opinion on this because I just don't know the culture. I don't even know if the culture is like per city. Like I see another guy in chat said, I live in Dallas and I go to gay/lesbian shit all the time as a straight dude. That isn't a fucking thing at all. It's actually fucking insane to go up and ask someone, why are you here? Like, I don't know if Dallas clubs or bars are the same thing as bars in New York City. I just can't speak to this culture at all. I can just kind of think like, I can understand why some people might be upset about some things, but like, I just don't know the culture. She could be completely and totally dead fucking wrong. It might be that you never try to clock somebody's sexuality. That's considered super fucking rude. And even straight guys are allowed there and people are chill with it as long as they're not creepy. Or it might be that in these cases, 95% of the time you see a straight looking guy in a bar, that he's going to hit on you and be creepy and weird. So every single time they see a guy at all, even if he could be gay, people are just like, oh fuck, how fucking annoying. And maybe people do get in the habit of like, why are you here? Like, are you actually supposed to be here? Like, the fuck, dude. But I just don't know the culture at all. Like, she could be like pretty close to correct, or she could be totally fucking wrong. But without knowing the culture, I can't really say with a lot of conviction, unfortunately.
Okay.
Joe has commentary on this.
Hi. Is my mic scuffed before I start?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I think this is such a silly thing to get butthurt over. Like, women have to expect men are going to hit on them in normal bars. You get to expect that lesbians are going to be rude to you in a lesbian bar. Part of the reason that lesbians don't want straight people in their bars is because ultimately what happens is gay bars become the new cool hip space to be, and then suddenly they're not a lesbian bar anymore. Suddenly you go there and it's just a bunch of straight people, and you have nowhere to go where you know that you can socialize with your community, you can hit on people without them being like, oh my god, I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. And nothing is worse than having a straight dude there just with his energy. I'm sorry guys, like, that you can expect lesbians to be rude to you, especially in New York. That's just part of going into the bar. That this is not worth getting upset over. Like, it's such a silly thing to be like, oh my god, a lesbian yelled at me in the gay bar. Like, what the fuck?
Okay. No, I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with you that if like a bunch of straight dudes were constantly in a lesbian bar, then yeah, it would transform away from its like original purpose. That's not my point. I'm just saying this one edge case.
This is the only straight man to
did I
ever go
finish
into a bar?
speaking? Why are you interrupting me? I didn't
Because I
interrupt
like
you.
to
Let me
interrupt
finish.
people.
Okay, great. So let's please make it important.
It was important. You just didn't listen.
Okay, great. Any
Do
day
you think
now.
this is the only straight man ever to go into that lesbian bar? Do you think she just
No,
asked
but
her 'cause
I'm
she's like, oh,
saying-
I've never seen a
I'm-
man here before?
No, I'm just saying this seems like of all the things to get like your panties in a bunch over, this seems like the last thing down the list.
No, actually, the last thing down the list is you getting your panties in a bunch over this video. Lesbians who want to be upset because straight men are in their bar have every right to be upset in that bar. Who gives a fuck? Get out.
Why are you LARPing like you were there that night? Like, this just doesn't make any sense.
Because I would yell at you in a bar, and your energy just gives me the ick, and I would hate to be in a bar with you.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Have a good one.
Okay. What the fuck? Does she always do that? Like, what?
So it's an Australian thing. You wouldn't understand.
Okay. I wasn't planning on going into any lesbian bars, but thank you for that. Who is she, bro? What was that?
That's the Silly Serious. Frequent guest to the stream, just like you are now.
Okay. That was interesting. So, but would you say you agree with what she said or what? She said my energy gives her the ick, man. What did I do? Do I have
I can't
L-Riz?
tell you about the ick. I just don't know about the. I just can't say because I don't know the culture. It's just so hard for me. I can't. It's hard to say. Yeah.
Okay. I just don't know why she was so pissed. Very upsetty spaghetti, man.
I mean, but I mean, like, it just, I can't say without.
Yeah, interesting.
I think that men did a similar thing. Fuck, you're like 19, right?
I'm 20.
Okay. I don't know what the context would be, but I would say that like guys kind of did a similar thing like 10 years ago. Whenever girls would enter gaming spaces, there would be that similar kind of revulsion sometimes where for whatever reason, if you're in a gaming space and like a girl comes in, like immediately it becomes the most hostile environment ever. Half the guys try to simp for her. The other half of the guys get pissed off that half the guys are going to simp for her. Everybody gets irritated because of all the weird gender games being played. Some people accuse her of not being a real gamer. She starts getting, tested on a million different random trivia things. Like other guys are trying to like it just, and then some guys will say like literally like, oh yeah, like women in gaming space just like ruin it for everybody. Just fucks everything up. So like if there's like a similar vibe relating to, like lesbians and straight guys of ours, like I said, it's hard without knowing the culture, but I mean like people respond and I don't know. Yeah. Like I just can't give a strong opinion. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. But you don't co-sign what that other person said. You wouldn't parrot
I can't.
that?
I just can't. I just don't know. I wish I could. I'm sorry. I just don't know enough.
But you can though. But you can have an opinion.
I would. It would be stupid of me to
I'm
venture
allowing you to have an opinion on lesbian bars.
I don't.
As a
I just don't. I
lesbian
don't know the.
Drake.
It would depend a lot on what the culture is like, what the expectations are. That's my.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to know, right?
But I'm sure you have opinions on like black culture and stuff, although you're not black.
I mean, well, it depends on what part of black culture we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you were to ask me questions on like, how do you feel about, gang violence? I think I can have an opinion on gang violence. I think that's probably okay because I think we can all hate violence. But if there was a question like specific to how black people in communities act with each other, like if somebody were to say like, oh, hey, if there was a community of like 10 black women and they all had, like frizzy or whatever the fuck natural hair, and then one woman comes in and her hair is like ultra straightened and she uses like skin lightening lotion, like how do you treat that woman? I would have no fucking idea. I don't fucking know. I don't know how colorism works like in these like intergroup dynamics. I have no idea.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't have like a strong opinion on it. So somebody's like, oh, all these girls like shit on me because I came in and because I straightened my hair or some shit. I wouldn't know what the fuck to say. Is that fair? Is it not fair? I truly have no idea. Yeah. The intergroup dynamics I think can be really complex, or not complex, but there's just like a set of rules that I don't have access to because I've never explored it before. I've been in there. So.
Yeah. I think gang violence is good. May the best man win.
Okay.
Anyway, by the way, the person in chat who said I haven't been to bars, I've been to many bars. All right. So FYI.
Illegal.
Yeah. Well, it's not illegal in like the Bahamas and stuff. So
okay.
Anyway, all right. I just wanted your take on that. But all right. See ya.
Have fun. Bye. Good job, guys. All right. Okay, I'm reading for the rest of the day. Stay mad. Ah, fuck it. I'll drag in prison. God damn it. All right, go. Give your spiel. Hurry up.
Okay. These people are fucking entitled as fuck. Holy shit.
Which people?
The people that are complaining about people going into these bars.
Okay.
Okay, so the people aren't asking the question, what do the owners think? Like, these people are driving away customers and money because of their, I'm not comfortable. Like, what the fuck? Like, I get people, like, establish their spaces and their safe spaces or whatever, but it's not up to them to fucking scare people away from establishments.
Sure, but again, hold on. No. This is like a culture, like, specific question, right? Because, like, if these bars were at 50% capacity constantly and lesbians were scaring off all the clientele, yeah, you're 100% correct. But if these bars ordinarily have like lines out the fucking door and they're always full, every weekend, then what you're saying holds absolutely no merit. So do you know for lesbian bars?
So if that's the case, so it gets over 50% capacity and there's a few straight guys in there. So what are the bouncers supposed to go? It should be the bouncer's job to go in there and start kicking out the dudes. It's
maybe
not
I don't know the
people's,
legality of that. I don't know if you can have sexually exclusive or like sexual orientation exclusive spaces. I'm not sure what the regulation or restriction on that would be, right?
Right, but I mean that doesn't mean that these people have any right to fucking bully people out of establishments. That's fucked.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the culture. I can't say.
Yeah, I mean, I am a former functioning alcoholic, and I've been to many bars. I know a lot of people that work at bars, and this kind of shit, like, most people that work at bars hate this shit, and it's really fucking annoying. And the people that usually
you say bars, but gay bars and everything are probably gonna have a different culture a bit. I would imagine. No.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been to a few gay bars. I've been to mixed bars where there's all different kinds of people. Anytime people like this pop up, it's usually people that spend way too much time there in the first place, and they think they own the shit, and they're fucking annoying.
Okay, maybe.
But I don't know. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Sorry.
Right. Love you.
Love you.
Bye. Okay. I don't know anything about this culture. I can't have a strong opinion. I wish I could, guys. I'm sorry. I don't really know enough to say. I can't. Okay, I'm reading these for the rest of the night. We're finishing both of these things, and then stay mad. One of the fun. Okay, we'll watch this and then I'm doing boring shit. There you go. How would you get informed on the bar thing? Have gay people tell me what gay bars are like, or talk to more gay people about it? I just don't. I've talked to very many gay people about gay bars.
I'd like to pay for the guy's meal behind me, too. You know, just pay it forward.
Oh, wow, that's really nice of you.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll catch on.
All right, well, you have a great day, sir.
Maybe they'll catch one? Hey, Illuminator, thanks for the 5 good sub to what?
Catch on.
All right, well, you have a great day, sir.
Oh, maybe it'll catch on, sorry.
Stop! 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 Please let me go! Please let me go first! I'm doing something!
Hi, can I take your order?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay.
That'd be way more than $600. How old is this?
Shit, 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 shit. Shit, 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 shit. Hey!
Hey, come on, what the hell's going on up there?
Not paying it. You have to! The guy did it for you! You're the guy! Oh, just do it, you're rich! What? Hey, what the hell's going on up there? This guy's trying to start a pay-it-forward chain.
55 burgers.
Ah, shit! Look what you did, you rich little fuck! Come on!
What the fuck? What show is this from? What is this?
Guys.
Now listen, I don't understand. Stop it, Dan, enough. Now listen, I don't understand. I understand
I think
your
you should
frustration.
leave.
I really do. I'm the one that has to manage these losers. And sure, I look around the room and I see a bunch of knuckleheads and freaks and dong sad sacks and bitches. But at the end of the day, we are family, okay? Family, people. Now understand something. I would never fire any person in this room except for Carl. Oh, no. Except for Carl. Reason being, he's old, he's useless. He's just that good to me. Sorry, Carl. Sorry, Carl. You gotta go. For real, you gotta go.
Well, that's the way the popcorn pops. Back to the drawing board. Okay, see you guys.
Oh, man, I feel bad for Carl.
Yeah, I feel real bad for Carl. He'd be all right.
Yeah.
I wish it didn't say SNL. I've just never found Saturday Night Live funny. Fuck me, dude. I just don't. But now I don't know if it's because it said SNL that I didn't laugh. I just hate Saturday Night Live. It's just not funny. I've never found Saturday Night Live funny, ever. Well, except for like a few skits, but...
No, man, I got it. It's flawless.
Bro.
Out or what? No, man, I got it. It's flawless. Check it.
Hawaii. All right, that's good. It's hard to trace, I guess. Wait, you changed your name to McLovin? McLovin? What kind of a stupid name is that, Fogel? What are you trying to be, an Irish R&B singer?
Oh, they let you pick any name you want when you get down there.
And you landed on McLovin.
Yeah, I was between that and Muhammad.
Why the fuck would it be between that or Muhammad? Why don't you just pick a common name like a normal person?
Muhammad is the most commonly used name on earth. Read a fucking book for once.
Fogel, have you ever actually met anyone named Muhammad?
Have you actually ever met anyone named McLovin?
No, that's why you picked a dumb fucking name.
Fuck you.
Give me that. All right. You look like a future pedophile in this picture, number one. Number two, it doesn't even have a first name. It just says McLovin.
What? One name? One name? Who are you, Seal?
Fogel, this ID says you're 25 years old. Why wouldn't you just put 21, man?
Seth, listen up, ass face. Every day, hundreds of kids go into the liquor store with their fake IDs, and every single one says they're 21. How many 21-year-olds do you think there are in this town? It's called fucking strategy, all right?
Let's stay calm, okay? Let's not lose our heads. It's a fine ID. It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible. I mean, it's up to you, Fogel. This guy's either gonna think, here's another kid with a fake ID, or here's McLovin, the 25-year-old Hawaiian organ donor. Okay? So what's it gonna be?
I am McLovin.
No, you're not.
Okay. Stop. If you're looking at recognition of the state of Palestine, I think we just want to understand the difference of viewpoint between the West and the Third World. Maybe, yeah, we'll see. Shh. Okay. All of you guys are going on the back burner for 2 hours. Get fucked. According to the Israeli government, the operation began in response to the launch of over 100 rockets at Israel during a 24-hour period, an attack by Gaza militants on an Israeli military patrol jeep within Israeli borders, and an explosion caused by IEDs, which occurred near Israeli soldiers on the Israeli side of a tunnel passing under the Israeli West Bank barrier. The Israeli government stated that the aims of the military operation were to halt rocket attacks against civilian targets originating from the Gaza Strip and to disrupt the capabilities of militant organizations. Palestinians blamed the Israeli government for the upsurge in violence, accusing the IDF of attacks on Gaza civilians in the days leading up to the operation. They cited the blockade of the Gaza Strip and the occupation of West Bank, including East Jerusalem, as the reason for rocket attacks. A week later, on the 21st of November, Egypt brokered a ceasefire to the conflict, which contained the following agreements. Israel should stop all hostilities in the Gaza Strip. Land, sea, and air, including excursions and targeted individuals. All Palestinian factions should stop all hostilities from the Gaza Strip against Israel, including rocket attacks and all attacks along the border. The crossing should be opened, facilitating the movement of people and goods. Israel should refrain from restricting residents' movements and from targeting residents in border areas. Procedures of implementation should be dealt with 24 hours after the start of the ceasefire. When it says refrain from restricting residents' movements, that just means from within Gaza, right? I think. $5. Nice. Time to bulk make those gains. Yeah, true. Okay. On November 21st, Egypt brokered a ceasefire containing the following agreements. Fuck. Violations. Both Israel and Hamas argue that the other violated the 2012 ceasefire agreement, resulting in 1 Israeli and 8 Gazan deaths and 5 Israeli and 66 Gazan injuries. According to the Israel security agency, Shabak, how many fucking Israel security things are? You've got Shin Bet, which is internal security. You've got the IDF, which is the military. What the fuck is Shabak? Oh, this is Shin Bet. Oh. Why do they use different names so often here, you fucking losers? Okay. Nevertheless, 63 rockets, an average of 5 per month, were launched in 36 rocket attacks in addition to various mortar attacks, all prohibited by the November 2012 ceasefire. The Palestinian Center for Human Rights reported monthly Israeli attacks involving drones, missiles, small arms fire, and airstrikes. 6 of the deaths in Gaza occurred in the border areas, access-restricted areas, ARAs, non-demarcated zones within Gazan territory unilaterally defined by Israel as being of restricted access, despite the ceasefire's prohibition on Israeli attacks on these areas. Okayu, more broadly, source data, reported 11 deaths in Gaza and 81 injuries in 2013. Both Israel and Hamas claim the other... Wait. Violated the ceasefire. Shin Bet are the first 2 letters of Shin Ba Bet. Okay, cool. The first 3 months after the IDF Operation Pillar of Defense, according to Ben White, 2 mortar shells struck Israeli territory, while 4 Gazans were shot dead and 91 were wounded by Israeli forces who fired inside Gazan territory on 63 occasions, made 13 incursions into the Strip, and attacked the Gazan fishing fleet 30 times. Israeli attacks on Gaza steadily increased during the second half of 2013, notwithstanding the decrease in attacks from Gaza. From December 2012 to late June/early 2014, Hamas did not fire rockets in Israel and tried to police other groups from doing so. These efforts were largely successful. Netanyahu stated in March... Netanyahu stated in March of 2014 that the rocket fire in the past year was the lowest in a decade. Politics and lies triggered an unintended war in Gaza. Hamas hadn't fired a single rocket since and had largely suppressed fire by smaller jihadi groups. Rocket firings averaged 240 per month in 2007, dropped to 5 per month in 2013. Five per month, not too bad. Jewish virtual library. Does it say more or less the same? 2007, 2013. So we're looking for 2013. Control F. Oh, hi. Yeah, actually they did drop quite a bit. Probably less than 5 per month even, yeah, okay. December 2012 to late June, early July. Why did I just say to early July? The fuck? How many American intelligence agencies are there? Aren't there literally like, isn't it like fucking 13? Isn't there are a ton, aren't there? What's the name of the head of it? Director, it's like the Director of National Intelligence or some bullshit. Director, no shot that I actually get the fucking name right, because I'm a god. How can I see, what are the reporting people under this? Bro, why can't it just be like quick and easy? Just... Why would you have so many different seals? Cringe. Subordinates. No. Okay, whatever. How many intelligence agencies in USA? Oh, there's 18. Okay, there you go. These all report under the Director of National Intelligence, right? Yeah, I think so. It does, yeah. Okay. Why are you asking me this? As occasional rocket fire continued, the blockade of Gaza continued in direct violation of the ceasefire agreement. Crossings were repeatedly shut and buffer zones were reinstated. Imports declined, exports were blocked, and fewer Gazans were given exit permits to Israel and the West Bank. Israel maintained its blockade of Gaza. Israel halted construction material going to Gaza after it stated that it discovered tunnels leading into Israel, some 300 meters from a kibbutz. The IDF said it was the third tunnel discovered that year and that the previous two were packed with explosives. Israel claimed to find a third tunnel, only 300 meters from a kibbutz. Two of the others were packed with explosives. Nice. According to the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there were 85 rocket attacks in the first 5 months of 2014. Most of the 85 rockets were fired in March after the IDF killed 3 members of Islamic Jihad. The members of the PIJ said that they were firing rockets in response to an incursion by Israeli tanks and bulldozers into Gaza territory of the Khan Yunis area. The IDF said that they were conducting routine military patrols near the Gaza border when they came under fire and thus responded with airstrikes. It's kibbutz, 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 kibbutz. Leading up to the collapse of 2013-2014 Israeli-Palestinian peace talks, in the face of Netanyahu's perceived reluctance to make desired concessions, Mahmoud Abbas decided to forge a deal with Hamas. With its alliance with Syria and Iran weakened, the loss of power by the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt after a coup d'etat in Egypt, and the economic impact of the closure of its Rafah tunnels by Abdel Fattah el-Sisi on the 23rd of April 2014, ending 7 divisive years, Hamas agreed to reconciliation under a unity government with the other main Palestinian faction, Fatah. The government accepted by Hamas was to be run exclusively by PNA technocrats. Mahmoud Abbas decided to forge a unity government with Hamas. Is Mahmoud part of Fatah? So Fatah is the largest party in the PLO, and then the PLO is kind of like the people that pick people to run the PA, which is the same thing as the PNA, right? Palestinian Authority or Palestinian National Authority, right? Am I getting all these? I think I'm... Control F. Yes. Member of Fatah Party, elected chairman since 2009. Member of the PLO. Chairman of the PLO. And then also the PNA president. The PNA and the PA are the same thing. Okay. This Palestinian Unity government was sworn in by the 2nd of June 2014, and Israel announced it would not negotiate any peace deal with the new government and would push punitive measures. Netanyahu took Palestinian unity as a threat rather than an opportunity. On the eve of the agreement, he stated that the proposed reconciliation would strengthen terrorism and called on the international community to avoid embracing it. That's not good. On the eve of the agreement, he stated that the proposed reconciliation would strengthen terrorism and call the international community to avoid embracing it. Most of the outside world, including the European Union, Russia, China, India, Turkey, France, proved cautiously optimistic and subsequently expressed their support for the new arrangement. The U.S., more skeptical, announced it would continue to work with the PNA-directed unity government. Israel itself suspended negotiations with the PNA, and just after the announcement, launched an airstrike which missed its target and wounded a family of 3 bystanders. Netanyahu had warned before the deal that it would be incompatible with Israeli-Palestinian peace. And that Abbas had to choose between peace with Hamas and peace with Israel. When a reconciliation deal was signed, opening the way to the appointment of the new government, Netanyahu chaired a security cabinet which voted to authorize Netanyahu to impose unspecified sanctions against the Palestinian Authority. On June 4th, the day before Nakba Day, the Israeli Housing and Construction Ministry published tenders for 1,500 settlement units in the West Bank and East Jerusalem in a move Minister Uri Ariel said was an appropriate Zionist response to the Palestinian terror government. Marwan Bishara, senior political analyst at Al Jazeera, alleged that Israel had hoped to disrupt the Palestinian National Unity government between Fatah and Hamas by its operations. What are tenders? I'm guessing it's just like a slip saying you can create more settlements, basically. On June 4th... he meant tendies. I wonder what is the Steelman version for Netanyahu not negotiating with the Palestinian Unity government? I think that's a really important question to ask. On June 12, 2014, 3 Israeli teenagers were abducted in the West Bank. Naftali Frankel, Gilad Shayer, fuck me, dude, and El Yifra. Israel blamed Hamas, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he had unequivocal proof that Hamas was involved and that the abduction was linked to Palestinian reconciliation, and the IDF stated that the 2 men Israel suspected of having kidnapped the teenagers were known members of Hamas. No evidence of Hamas involvement was offered by Israeli authorities at the time. High-ranking members of Hamas denied the group had any involvement in the incident, and ex-Shin Bet chief Yuval Diskin doubted Hamas had any involvement. The Palestinian Authority in the West Bank attributed the abductions to the Qawasameh clan, notorious for acting against Hamas's policies and any attempts to reach an entente with Israel. Hamas political chief Khaled Mishal said that he could neither confirm nor deny the kidnapping of the 3 Israelis, but congratulated the abductors. The kidnappings were condemned by human rights organizations. Documents released by Israel suggest that Hamas member Hasan Kawesma so he was a Hamas member, but he was also part of the clan? Okay. Organized kidnappings with $60,000 provided by his brother Mahmoud through the Hamas Association in Gaza after requesting support for a military operation. Let's see, what is this? Hamas admits to kidnapping and killing Israeli teens. A senior Hamas leader said that the group carried out the kidnapping and killing. Didn't people say that this guy was talking shit, though, or that it wasn't true? Okay. On the 20th of August, Saleh al-Aruri, an exiled Hamas leader based in Turkey, claimed responsibility for the kidnappings of the 3 Israeli teens. Oh, this is that. Our goal was to ignite an intifada in the West Bank and Jerusalem, as well as within the 1948 borders. Your brothers in the Al-Qassam brigades carried out this operation to support their imprisoned brothers who were on a hunger strike. The Mujahideen captured these settlers in order to have a swap deal. Palestinian security forces said the kidnappings were organized by Saleh al-Aruri. Khalid Mishal, head in exile of Hamas's political wing since 2004, acknowledged that Hamas members were responsible, but stated that his political leaders had no prior knowledge of the abduction, were not involved in military details, and learnt of it through the ensuing Israeli investigations. He also said that while Hamas was opposed to targeting civilians, he understood that Palestinians frustrated with oppression were exercising a legitimate right of resistance against the occupation by undertaking such operations. Israel states that the IDF and the Shin Bet have foiled between 54 and 64 kidnapping plots since 2013. The PA said that it had foiled 43 of them. Jesus, okay. 3 teenagers were kidnapped from Israel. A leader with an ex-leader? With an exiled leader. An exiled leader, Hussam Kawasmeh. Later claiming responsibility for Hamas for the kidnappings. He stated Hamas leadership did not know. Actually, the wiki states this, so we don't need this extra shit. The IDF and Shin Bet had foiled between 54 and 64 kidnapping plots since 2013. The PA claimed to have foiled 43 of them. Withholding evidence in its possession suggesting the teens had been killed immediately until the 1st of July, Israel launched Operation Brother's Keeper, a large-scale crackdown of what it called Hamas's terrorist infrastructure and personnel on the West Bank, ostensibly aimed at securing the release of the kidnapped teenagers. During the operation, 11 Palestinians were killed and 51 wounded, and 369 Israeli incursions into the West Bank through the 2nd of July. Between 350 and 600 Palestinians, including nearly all of Hamas's West Bank leaders, were arrested. Among those arrested were many people who had only recently been freed under the terms of the Gilad Shalit prisoner exchange. Israeli military spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lenners defended the arrests, stating that Hamas members had carried out the arrest, saying that Hamas members had carried out 60 abduction attempts on Israelis in the West Bank in the last year and a half, and that Hamas does not need to give a direct order. The arrest yielded no information about the abduction. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch stated that certain aspects of the operation amounted to collective punishment, and B'Tselem said in a press release that the actions have caused disproportionate harm to the basic rights of Palestinians. During the course of the operation, Israel said that it had uncovered a Hamas plot to launch a massive wave of violence throughout the West Bank with the goal of overthrowing the Palestinian Authority. The purported coup plotters were arrested and their weapon stockpiles were seized. $350 and 600 Palestinians in the West Bank, including all of Hamas's leadership, claiming they'd uncovered a Hamas plot to launch a massive wave of violence throughout the West Bank to overthrow the PA. If that's true, that's a pretty big deal, too. Abbas orders probe into the Hamas coup plot revealed by Israel. Because if so, yeah, that's kind of a meme. Color, okay, Jesus. What happened to the moon landing? I don't know. Did they land? Did they crash? What is this?
Dude, right here.
No, I can't have sex right here. This is a public place. So my advice to you is to not have sex in public places.
Let's go to In and Out the restaurant.
No, I don't want to have sex in an In-N-Out restroom. I just don't feel like it, you know. Just it's what's today? Today is Thursday. Yeah, it's a Thursday. I only do that on Fridays. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There's somebody down there that was offering to have sex with people. Yeah. No, like, seriously, I had this other lady come up to me and be like, would you have sex with me? And I said, I can't have sex with you today. But if you hit her up, she's down 2 blocks down. She's got red hair.
I didn't.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. On June 30th, search teams found the bodies of the 3 missing teenagers near Hebron. After their burial, an anti-Arab riot broke out and a Palestinian teenager was murdered in revenge. His killing sparked Arab rioting. Israel police arrested 6 suspects belonging to the Beitar Jerusalem FC supporters group. Jerusalem Football Club. What the fuck? And charged 3 of them with murder. As part of its crackdown and concurrent to rocket fire from Gaza, Israel conducted airstrikes against Hamas facilities in the Gaza Strip. Hamas apparently refrained from retaliating, though it did not impede other factions from firing rockets towards Israel. From the 1st of May to the 11th of June, 6 rockets, 3 mortar shells were launched from Gaza towards Israel. From the 12th to the 30th of June, 44 rockets, 3 mortar shells were launched from Gaza. The 29th of June, an Israeli airstrike on a rocket crew killed a Hamas operative, while at least 18 rockets were launched from Gaza through the next day by Hamas, according to both J.J. Goldberg and Asaf Sharon, with Goldberg stating that it was the first time Hamas directly launched rockets since the conflict in 2012. Overnight, I'm okay, more bullshit. Point strikes, but eventually that's 3. Okay. Israel sought a ceasefire, but refused to accept Hamas' conditions that Palestinians arrested in the West Bank crackdown be released. In a meeting held on the 2nd of July to discuss the crisis, Hamas reportedly tried but failed to persuade armed factions in Gaza to uphold the truce with Israel. Following escalating rocket fire from Gaza, Israel issued a warning on the 4th of July that it would only be able to sustain militant rocket fire for another 24 or maximum 48 hours for undertaking a major military offensive. Hamas declared it was prepared to halt the rocket fire in exchange for an agreement by Israel to stop airstrikes. Netanyahu said Israel would only act against further rocket attacks. On the 5th of July, Hamas official Osama Hamdan said a rocket fire would continue until Israel lifted its import restrictions on Gaza and the Palestinian Authority transferred money to pay Hamas civil servants. Between the 4th and 6th, hold on, let me pin this. Between the 4th and 6th of July, a total of 62 rockets were fired from Gaza, and the IAF attacked several targets in Gaza. The following day, Hamas assumed formal responsibility for launching rocket attacks on Israel. Hamas increased total rocket attacks on Israel, and by the 7th of July, it had fired 100 rockets from Gaza to at Israeli territory. At the same time, the Israeli Air Force had bombed several sites in Gaza. Early on the 8th of July, the IAF bombed 50 targets in the Gaza Strip. Israel's military also stopped a militant infiltration from the sea. Brigadier General Moti Almoz, the chief spokesman of the Israeli military, said, "We have been instructed by the political echelon to hit Hamas hard." Hamas insisted that Israel end all attacks on Gaza, release those rearrested during the crackdowns in the West Bank, lift the blockade on Gaza, and return to the ceasefire conditions of 2012 as conditions for a ceasefire. Lots of rocket attacks came from the Gaza Strip. Israel responding with airstrikes. Netanyahu warned that if the rocket attacks did not stop, a major ground incursion or a major military offensive would be undertaken. Would increase rocket attacks until the arrested Palestinians were released, the blockade was lifted, and the ceasefire was resumed. Let's see. Operation Timeline. And this is Protective Edge. Is that what this is called? Is that what's beginning? As the Israeli operation began, the IDF bombarded targets in the Gaza Strip with artillery and airstrikes. Hamas continued to fire rockets and mortar shells into Israel in response. A ceasefire proposal was announced by the Egyptian government on the 14th of July, backed by Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. The Israeli government accepted it and temporarily stopped hostilities on the morning of the 15th of July, but Hamas rejected it in its current form, citing the fact that Hamas had not been consulted in the formation of the ceasefire and had omitted many of their demands. By the 16th of July, the death toll within Gaza surpassed 200 people. Edge by bombing targets. Ceasefire proposal was announced by the Egyptian government on July 14th, backed by Abbas. Hamas rejected due to a failure to meet their prior demands. Phase 2 ground invasion. On the 16th of July, Hamas and Islamic Jihad offered the Israeli government a 10-year truce, with 10 conditions centered on the lifting the blockade and the release of prisoners who were released in the Gilad Shalit prisoner swap and were rearrested. It was not accepted. On July 16th, Hamas and Islamic Jihad offered a 10-year truce with 10 conditions centered on the lifting of the blockade and a prisoner release. Jesus, okay. On the 17th of July, a 5-hour humanitarian ceasefire proposed by the UN took place approximately 5.5 hours prior to the ceasefire's effect. The IDF cited 13 armed Hamas militants emerging from a Gazan tunnel on the Israeli side, the Gazan border. The IDF destroyed the tunnel's exit, ending the incursion. After the ceasefire, IDF began a ground offensive on the Gaza Strip, focused on destroying tunnels crossing the Israeli border. On the 20th of July, the Israeli military entered Shujaiya a populous neighborhood of Gaza City, resulting in heavy fighting. We just landed on the moon again. Cool. Let's see. The IDF cleared out tunnel crossings into the Israeli border. On the 24th of July, over 10,000 Palestinians in the West Bank protested against the Israeli operation. 2 Palestinian protesters were killed. 150 Hamas militants who surrendered to the IDF were being questioned about Hamas operations. On the 25th of July, an Israeli airstrike killed Salah Abu Hassanain, the leader of Islamic Jihad's military wing. On the 26th of July, another humanitarian ceasefire took place for 12 hours, followed by a unilateral extension by Israel for another 24 hours, which was rejected by Hamas. The Palestinian death toll in the Gaza Strip topped 1,000. Jesus. A 24-hour extension of a... Why would you reject a ceasefire? Humanitarian ceasefire on July 26th. Okay. On August 1st, the U.S. and UN announced that Israel and Hamas had agreed to a 72-hour ceasefire starting at 8 a.m. This was disputed about the terms. There was dispute about the terms of the ceasefire. Israel and the U.S. stated that they allowed Israel to continue to do operations to destroy tunnels that pose a threat to Israeli territory that lead from the Gaza Strip into Israel proper, as long as those tunnels exist on the Israel side of their lines. Hamas said that it would not accept such a condition. The ceasefire broke down almost immediately after it started. Israel blamed Hamas for violating the ceasefire, saying a group of Israeli soldiers were attacked by Palestinian militants emerging from a tunnel. Any more water? Palestinians said the IDF was the first to breach the ceasefire when at 8:30 it destroyed 19 buildings while undertaking work to demolish tunnels. According to the PLO, the Palestinian Authority on Gazan sources, Hamas attacked an Israeli unit, killing an Israeli officer, Hadar Goldin, who was initially thought to have been captured, while Israeli forces were still engaged in military activities in Rafah, on Gaza's territory before the truce came into effect. Tweets reported the battle in Rafah before the deadline for the ceasefire. Hamas also killed 2 soldiers in a suicide bombing attack. Senior Hamas leader Musa Abu Marzouk accused Israel of creating pretext to undermine the Gaza ceasefire and said that Palestinian fighters abducted the officer and killed the 2 soldiers before the start of the humanitarian truce, which a Hamas witness has stated began at 7:30 and lasted 5 minutes, while Israel said the event took place at 9:20 after the 8 a.m. start of the ceasefire. Terms were disputed and both sides claimed the other violated the ceasefire. Are we gonna get clapped for music in here? Not if it's quiet enough. You know what? Fuck this song. Oh, fuck Rocket Man. Okay. The lunar lander touchdown. Good job. New Almost Friday TV. Wait, another one? You idiot. That's a day old. Absolute moron. Phase 3, withdrawal of Israeli troops. On August 3rd, IDF pulled most of its ground forces out of the Gaza Strip after completing the destruction of 32 tunnels built by Hamas and other militants. On the 5th of August, Israel announced that it had arrested Hossam Kawasme on July 11th and suspected him of having organized the killing of the 3 teenagers. According to court documents, Kawasme stated that Hamas members in Gaza financed the recruitment and arming of the killers. On August 3rd, IDF pulled most of its ground forces out of the Gaza Strip after destroying 32 tunnels built by Hamas and other militants. August 5th. Wait. arrest of Hasan Kawesme, July 11th. According to court documents, he stated that Hamas members in Gaza financed the recruitment and arming of the killers of the 3 abducted teenagers. The 10th of August, another Egyptian proposal for a 72-hour ceasefire was negotiated and agreed upon Israeli and Palestinian officials, and on the 13th of August, it was extended for another 120 hours to allow both sides continue negotiations for a long-term solution to end the month-long fighting. On the 19th of August, a 24-hour ceasefire extension renewal was violated just hours after agreement, with 29 Hamas rockets fired in 20 minutes, with IF airstrikes in response, killing 9 Gazans. The Israeli delegation was ordered home from Cairo. On the 21st of August, an Israeli airstrike in Rafah killed 3 of Hamas's top commanders, Mohammed Abu Shamala, Raid al-Attar, and Mohammed Barhum. During the period from the 22nd to the 26th of August, over 700 rockets and mortar shells were fired into Israel, killing 3 Israelis. On the 26th of August, Israel and Hamas accepted another ceasefire. Jesus. On the 16th of September, a mortar shell was fired to Israel for the first time since the ceasefire commenced. Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon reassured border town populations that fighting would not resume with the Gaza Strip at the end of the month, at the same time of year as the Jewish New Year. According to the Palestinians, on the 1st of October, Israeli forces entered the Gaza Strip and fired upon Palestinian farmers and farms. No injuries were reported. IDF reported that on the 31st of October, a rocket or mortar shell was launched from Gaza into southern Israel without causing harm. On the 23rd of November, a Palestinian farmer was shot dead in Gaza, marking the first time a Palestinian from Gaza had been killed by Israeli fire since a 7-week war between Israel and Hamas militants ended with an Egyptian brokered ceasefire on the 26th of August. The Israeli army said 2 Palestinians had approached the border fence and had ignored calls to halt, prompting troops to fire warning shots in the air. Once they didn't comply, they fired towards their lower extremities. There was 1 hit, a spokeswoman said. I don't know. What is there any resultant post-conflict event? It seems like nothing much happening. Okay. If the U.S. was in the position of Israel, do you think that all of Hamas would be in black site prisons or on the bottom of the ocean by now? I mean, it's a complicated situation, right? Impact on Gaza residents. As of the 20th of July 2014, hospitals in Gaza were ill-equipped and faced severe shortages in various kinds of medicines, medical supplies, and fuel. In response, Israel set up an IDF field hospital for Gazans at the Erez crossing, and Egypt temporarily reopened the Rafah crossing with Gaza to allow medical supplies to enter and injured Palestinians to receive treatment in Egypt. Due to the operation, prices of food, including fish and produce, rose dramatically. A July 21st news report stated that over 83,000 Palestinians had taken shelter in UN facilities. Fatah officials accused Hamas of mishandling humanitarian aid meant for civilians. According to them, Hamas took the aid, which included clothing, mattresses, medicine, water, and food, and distributed among Hamas members or sold it on the black market for profit. Jesus. She'll set up an IDF field hospital for Gazans at the Erez crossing. Egypt temporarily reopened the Rafah crossing to allow medical supplies to enter. I don't know why you guys keep asking me if the guy got laid off today. I don't know. I'm not friends with him. Probably not. I imagine if Vice is okaying projects, they probably wouldn't lay off somebody that they probably would have planned this in advance. I don't know. I'm not like personal friends with the guy. I don't know why you guys keep spamming this in chat. I don't know. Check his Twitter. Jesus. I have no idea. I don't know why you would think I would know that. Do the operation, price of food, I see it over. Okay. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, over 273,000 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have been displaced as of July 31st, of whom 236,000 were taking shelter in 88 UNRWA schools. UNRWA exhausted its capacity to absorb displaced persons, and overcrowding in shelters risked the outbreak of epidemics. 1.8 million people were affected by a halt or reduction of the water supply. 138 schools and 26 health facilities were damaged. 870 homes were totally destroyed or severely damaged, and the homes of 5,005 families were damaged but still inhabitable. Throughout the Gaza Strip, people received only 2 hours of electricity per day. Power outage had an immediate effect on the public health situation and reduced water and sanitation services, with hospitals becoming dependent on generators. On September 2nd, UNRWA reported that 58,217 people were sheltered in 31 of their school buildings, a fifth of the buildings. Almost 300,000 Palestinians were displaced, many lacking access to good food, water, or shelter, I guess. OCHA estimated that that at least 373,000 children required psychosocial support. Intense overcrowding, combated by the limited access to humanitarian staff in certain areas, is increasingly undermining the living conditions of many shelters and raising protection concerns. Water supply has been particularly challenging. More than 485,000 internally displaced persons were in need of emergency food assistance. Gaza City, home to 500,000, suffered damage to 20 to 25% of its housing. Beit Hanun, with 70% of its housing stock damaged, is considered uninhabitable, with 30,000 residents there in need of accommodation. The only power station in the Strip was damaged on 29th of July, and the infrastructure, power transmission lines, sewage, oh, Jesus. Palestinian Ministry, even down, 23 mosques were damaged. Let's see. Jesus, what's going on outside? Jesus Christ, what is this? Ben Shapiro's bipartisan blah, 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 plus a child porn scandal engulfs a leading pro-Biden streamer. Wait, am I included in this? Why the fuck is my fucking face next to Bosch? How will you reply to Finkelstein when he quotes an Israeli minister called Gaza concentration? I don't know what the fuck. What am I supposed to do with a single fucking quote? Churches and mosques were destroyed. We have claimed ammunition stored in these mosques. One AP report, residents denied that certain mosques damaged by the IDF had been used for military purposes. Will the Eugene Kotronovich, I don't know what his name, debate happen sometime in the future? I talked to him earlier today, but it was kind of a short combo, and it was kind of not much back and forth, but... The UN calculated more than 7,000 homes damaged, raised, or for 10,000 families were raised, together with an additional 89,000 homes damaged, roughly 10,000 were severely affected by the bombing. Rebuilding costs were calculated to run from $4 to $6 billion over 20 years. Why 20 years? On Israeli residents. Hamas and other Islamist groups in Gaza fired rockets and mortars at Israeli towns and villages. Despite Israel's use of the Iron Dome missile defense system, 6 civilians were killed, including an Arab Israeli and a Thai civilian worker. An Israeli teen was seriously injured in a rocket strike at the city of Ashkelon. Medical health professionals have noted that Israeli teens prone to mental problems suffer increasingly during both short-term and long-term conflicts. Experts have identified a number of mental health symptoms which rise during conflict, including anxiety, depression, OCD, interpersonal sensitivity, phobias, and paranoia. There is some doubt whether these issues will dissipate after the conflict is resolved. Rocket attacks from Gaza caused damage to Israeli civilian infrastructure, including factories, gas stations, and homes. At the onset of the operation, the Israeli government canceled all programs within 40 kilometers of Gaza and requested all people to stay at home or near shelter. All summer camps were closed, and universities canceled their final exams. Additionally, all gatherings of 300 or more people were banned due to the trajectory of rocket fire from Gaza. Many flights in and out of the Ben Gurion airport were delayed or rerouted. And flights to Ben Gurion airport were interrupted for some days after Hamas rockets struck an area in its vicinity. Hamas called the FAA flight ban a great victory. Michael Ross wrote that the decision was driven by anxiety and caused considerably more damage than the potential danger it prevented. About 4,600 claims for direct damage and 20,000 for indirect damage. Some states and work were okay. Fired into Israel and damaged civilian infrastructure. Infrastructure. Causing some panic? I don't know. Panic's not really the right word. Causing the Tel Aviv airport to be closed or reroute flights for some days. We'll just go with this. Let me grab some more water, 1 sec. He's going to have Sneeko on as well. Oh, Glenn Greenwald? Nice. Reports of casualties. Smurfs for Shivoli. I'm good. I don't need more stuff to read right now. Reports of casualties of conflict have been made available via a variety of sources. Most media accounts have used figures provided by the government in Gaza or non-governmental organizations. Current reports of the proportion of those killed who were civilians/militants are incomplete. In real-time errors, international or intentional data manipulation, and diverse methodologies produce notable variations in various sites' figures. For example, the Hamas-run Interior Ministry has issued instructions for activists to always refer to casualties as innocent civilians or innocent citizens in internet posts. However, B'Tselem has stated that after the various groups finish their investigations, their figures are likely to end up about the same. UNICEF and the Gaza Health Ministry reported that from the 8th of July to the 2nd of August, 296 to 315 Palestinian children died due to Israeli action, and 30% of civilian casualties were children. By 27th of August, the total number of children killed had risen to 495. Let's see. So, about, what is it, about 2,200 Palestinians were killed. Hamas reported that about 75% of these were civilians. The IDF claims about 49% were militants. The IDF captured the bodies of 19 Hamas fighters killed during the war. Israel continues to hold the bodies pending a prisoner exchange deal. Is that legal? Corpses, war, customary, international, and law. Oh wait, Rule 114. Parties to the conflict must endeavor to facilitate the return of the remains of the deceased upon request to the party to which they belong or upon the request of their next of kin. They must return their personal effects to them. I feel like there's no way you can keep corpses or offer to trade for corpses. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Any update on if Runday is going to do the talk with Nomi? No, I don't think so. Taser X, don't worry. I got the people sent me code. I'll figure it out. I love you. $10,000 more wounded. Gaza Health Ministry, the UN, and some human rights groups report that 69 to 70% of the Palestinian casualties were civilians. Israeli officials estimate that around 50% of those killed were civilians on the 5th of August. Human rights groups in the UN use the Gaza Health Ministry. Okay, don't care about this. The numbers don't really matter much here, unless they're insane. Killed for violating curfew and hospice orders. Okay. A total of 67 IDF soldiers were killed, including one who died of his injuries after 2.5 years in a coma. RIP. Israeli side, 67 soldiers were killed. Jesus. A Thai migrant worker was also killed by mortar fire. How unlucky you have to be for that. There's a bunch of Thai workers in Israel. Oh, okay. Do we need like all of the the random the economic impact? I don't know if that's really that relevant or if we care that much about this. Like the resulting. Reactions. International reactions. 2014 Israel-Gaza conflict came from many countries and international organizations around the world. Canada was supportive of Israel and critical of Hamas. The BRICS countries called for return on both sides and a return to peace talks based on the Arab Peace Initiative. The European Union condemned the violations of laws of war by both sides while stressing the unsustainable nature of the status quo and calling for a settlement based on a two-state solution. Barack Obama acknowledged Israel's right to defend itself but urged restraint by both sides. Meanwhile, the U.S. Congress expressed vigorous support for Israel, passed legislation providing Israel with an additional $225 million in military aid. During the U.S. presidential primaries 2016, Democratic candidate Bernie Sanders criticized Israel for its treatment of Gaza. After the August 26 ceasefire, the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research conducted a poll in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. 79% of respondents said that Hamas had won the war, and 61% said they would pick Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh as the Palestinian president, up from 41% before the war. Jeez. It's kind of wild. Washington Post claims a percentage of Gazans held Hamas accountable for the humanitarian crisis. Some claim that Hamas routinely accuses protesters of being Israeli spies and has killed more than 50 such protesters. It's a pretty big one. We should fact check that later. Oops. Some point from earlier in the stream. The Dome of the Rock, the gold-colored dome, is not Al-Aqsa. Al-Aqsa is actually the lead-enabled dome at the south end of the walled complex. Thanks. Thank you. Let's see, Israel and the West Bank. Majority of the Israeli public supported Operation Protective Edge. A poll conducted after a temporary ceasefire came into effect during the war in July found that 86% of Israelis polled opposed the ceasefire. Another poll in July found 91% support for the operation among the Jewish public, with 85% opposed to stopping the war and 51% opposed support of continuing the war until Hamas was removed from power in Gaza, while 4% believed the war was a mistake. Two other polls found 90% and 95% for the war among the Jewish public. Toward the end of the war, after Israel announced the withdrawal of ground forces from Gaza, a poll found 92% support for the war among the Jewish public, and that 48% believed that the IDF had used the appropriate amount of firepower in the operation, while 45% believed it used too little and 6% believed it too much. Huh. The poll also found that 62% of Israeli Arabs believed the operation was unjustified, while 24% believed it was justified, and 62% believed that too much was used for firepower. Interesting. Okay. The war saw strained relations between Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs. Many Arab businesses closed as part of a one-day general strike in solidarity with Gaza, leading to Israeli Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman to call for the boycott of Arab businesses that participated in the strike. Thousands of demonstrations against the war, including some who threw stones and blocked streets. About 1,500 Arabs were arrested over involvement in protests against the war. Numerous Arabs were fired or disciplined by their employers over comments against Israel and the war on social media. The most notable case was that of a psychological counselor who worked for the Lod municipality, who was terminated on the orders of the mayor of Lod after writing a Facebook post expressing joy over the deaths of 13 Israeli soldiers in the Battle of Shuya'iyah. Arabs reported an increase in racism and violence from right-wing Jews. However, some Israeli Jews against the war joined in anti-war protests, and a handful were also arrested. There were continuous protests and clashes in the West Bank. The funeral of Mohammed Abu Khdeir on the 4th of July was joined by 1,000 mourners and was accompanied by clashes across East Jerusalem throughout the weekend. According to Okra, 23 Palestinians were killed, 208 with wounded. Blah, blah, blah. During the war, there were 368 attacks on Jews in the West Bank. A spat that was thought by the Jerusalem Post to have peaked on the 4th of August with a tractor attack in Jerusalem, the shooting of a uniformed soldier in the French Hill neighborhood. You complained about the land expropriation and warned of renewed violence in Gaza. The U.S. called it counterproductive. Tomfoolery show, talking to Brittany Simon. Oh boy. Here, you guys can listen to the unhingedness. While I read this. Starting at 7:05. Is that now or is that 4 minutes ago? Are they late? Did you look at the tomfoolery gistical drama? I did not. Wait, what? 74. Amnesty International's position on the resolution passed by the Human Rights Council on the 23rd of July. Sorry, hold on. Oh, Jesus, that was close. Statements by the Israeli military and politicians that they consider the homes of people associated with Hamas, including the homes of political leaders, to be legitimate targets indicate that Israel has adopted targeting rules that do not conform to international humanitarian law and could be evidence that at least some of the attacks on civilian homes are a deliberate policy. It would depend on what their statements exactly are for that, but... Israeli attacks have caused massive... What the fuck is our Tom stream? Oh, wait. Did it start? Oh, shit, boys. Do you feel confident in arguing international law with Fink? Maybe. I'm just so curious about... So, like, some of these claims are interesting. Oh, I wish I could talk with the authors of some of these reports. Okay. The Israeli authorities claim that Hamas and Palestinian armed groups use Palestinian civilians in Gaza as human shields. Does Amnesty International have any evidence that this has occurred during the current hostilities, and what obligations of Israeli forces and Palestinian armed groups are relevant? Amnesty International is aware of these claims and continues to monitor and investigate reports, but does not have evidence at this point that Palestinian civilians have been intentionally used by Hamas or Palestinian armed groups during the current hostilities to shield specific locations or military personnel or equipment from Israeli attacks. As explained above, in previous conflicts, Amnesty International has documented that Palestinian armed groups have stored munitions in and fired indiscriminate rockets from residential areas in the Gaza Strip, and available evidence indicates that they continue to do both during the current hostilities in violation of international humanitarian law. During the current hostilities, Hamas spokespeople have reportedly urged residents in some areas of the Gaza Strip not to leave their homes after the Israeli military dropped leaflets and made phone calls warning people in the area to evacuate. However, in light of the lack of clarity in many of the Israeli warnings on safe routes for civilians to evacuate, the lack of shelters or other safe places in the Gaza Strip for them to go to, and numerous reports of civilians who did heed the warnings and flee, doing so under Israeli fire, such statements by Hamas officials could have been motivated by a desire to avoid further panic. In any case, public statements referring to entire areas are not the same as directing specific civilians to remain in their homes as human shields for fighters, munitions, or military equipment. Furthermore, international humanitarian law is clear that even if, so on like a very technical level, they're true. That is a really, really, really high level of charity, and that's a really precise line for this human shielding argument. It's very, very, very precise, which is fair, I guess. If you want to be like ultra specific, that is true what they've said, right? You technically do need evidence that the enemy is attempting to gain an advantage by shielding their military objectives by using the civilian population. But then, Furthermore, international humanitarian law is clear that even if officials or fighters from Hamas or Palestinian armed groups associated with the other factions did in fact direct civilians to remain in specific location in order to shield military objectives from attacks, all of Israel's obligations to protect these civilians would still apply. That's also true, but like they're not obliged to never attack them, right? They're just obliged to do proportionality calculations. So it's weird that they like come down so heavy on one side and then on the other they're like ultra hyper specific with like how they delineate what is legal and illegal, legal or unlegal, legal or illegal.
You streamed it too, right?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, we both streamed it.
And did you do it through Discord or StreamYard?
No, I did it through what is it, StreamYard?
Yeah.
His
Okay.
StreamYard.
Okay. Yeah. Then you're fine. Yeah. Then yeah,
Okay.
you're fine.
Oh, freak. Okay, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Look at you starting stream and starting right away with me. Very bold.
Yeah. Yeah, I even just realized, like, right as I started that I don't have vape juice, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have, like, a very short
go get
stream
it.
today. No. I have to go to the store to get it, so.
Oh, never mind. You can't go get it.
Yeah, I can't go get it.
Never mind. How are you? You've had a very interesting few weeks, or 2 weeks, or whatever it's been.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Been busy, but yeah. Appreciated your coverage of things, yeah.
Listen, this space is such a unique collaboration of people. And I guess the reason I wanted to talk to you was not about your stuff, though. I mean, if you want to talk about it, we can, but mostly about, I guess, like, I wanted to talk to you about boys in the space and men in the space, and specifically when men say we should help men, do they mean men like Vosh?
Shit. I don't know. So I guess we should probably start off, because I haven't seen your, like, takes on Vosh, or...
Yeah.
And I haven't seen... I watched his last video going over things. I haven't seen Ethan's most recent, like, response to that. But... how did you feel about Vosh and what happened with him and what he said?
Yeah. Okay, well, to summarize it, first and foremost, I'm not a Vosh viewer. So I don't know what his content would normally be. I don't know exactly all of the lore with him. I'm pretty new into understanding Vosh as an entity. I knew he had a thing with the Trinity, you know, him and Hasan and Destiny. But I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know the falling out. I'm not really sure on all the details. So when I started to consume the thing between him and Ethan, my job was just to be sort of like, what is this person? What category are they in? And are they ill-intended or not? So the folder leaking, wasn't really fazed by that. I did see the leak to confirm how I felt about the photos in the folder. My concern was more like, when we call people things, are we being accurate or hyperbolic?
Stop. Sorry, not you. My alarm was going.
Wow, Alexa coming in hot.
Google.
Are we good?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's a lot of things that I covered, but basically I'm pretty sure Vosh is a degenerate that is struggling with a multitude of issues that are now, to a lot of normie bubbles, looking either worse than they are, or to his bubble, not as bad as they seem. I can't tell if his bubble is giving him too much good faith and Ethan's giving him too much bad faith. But those leaks between what Destiny covered today, I covered old Destiny covering the original falling out between Poppy and Vosh. Pretty degenerate. Pretty bad, honestly. Worse than the folder, I would argue, because the folder involved no real humans.
Yeah, sure.
So the way he treated real humans, pretty bad. And so I think that, honestly, not that I'm a therapist, but I would recommend therapy with a focus on autism. And a specialist in degeneracy.
Okay.
I think that's where I am with Vosh. He just seems like an incredible liar, but I'm not sure why he's lying.
Yeah, that's what, like, it's possible that he just didn't know this stuff was lolly, but it's really hard to believe, especially in his space, because he knows, like, all about anime, all about lolly. He knows about that shit. Like, I could totally understand, like, people in my audience don't really know. We had to figure out what lolly was when we first heard about this, and like try to like understand and like and so it's for him that's not the case. He's not that person. So it's a lot harder to believe for him that he just happened to end up with this stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think I'm in the same place. Like I the stuff that was on his computer, super gross. The stuff that happened with Poppy and them, he still to this day I think like maintains like, well, Poppy's a piece of shit, so I'll never apologize to her. But what I did wasn't great. Just fuck her anyways. And I to some extent maybe I can understand that. I don't know, but yeah, I do think that Ethan was a bit too bad faith, and I do think that Vash's friends were too charitable, and I think that we probably have the same takes across the board. Although I don't, and I had to make this distinction with other people as well, but I don't see evidence that he's like actually a pedophile or anything. It does make sense to me to some extent where he's talking about like proportions and shit, that maybe that's the thing that he's attracted to. It doesn't sound like he's some sort of like child predator or anything. There's no evidence of that.
I just like the childlike features.
But yeah, the type of stuff that he's into it seems a bit fucked up.
Yeah, I think I allow people to misspeak all the time. I misspeak all the time. I'm always okay with misspeaking, but if we're going to be very, very clear and precise, I wouldn't say that there's any evidence for him being a PDF file, but I would say that there's evidence for him liking power dynamics, with him liking vulnerable people, with him seeking a desire to push boundaries. I would say that he's into a lot of like CNC oriented things. Even the old leaks with Poppy DMs, he's very into like, she would ask him like 3-4 times like, I don't want this, and that he would sort of like push and push and push, but in like a very like a specific way. And so I think that I couldn't say without
smug and like a very like smug and arrogant way, like I know you want this sort of thing.
He read it. I swear he read that in some porno, and he's like, yeah, she's gonna like this, bro. And I was like, slow down there, Tiger. He kept saying he called into Destiny. This is old Destiny. He called into Destiny. He's like, Steven, I know I'm charismatic. I was like, slow down there, buddy. He's like, so like, I know I'm handsome. I know I'm smart. I know.
Yep.
Which I guess if his personality wasn't so deplorable, he would be. But like, also no. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I think go ahead.
I know. I was gonna let you finish.
Yeah, I would say that I think I want to be really precise with it, because a PDF file is a very specific accusation, but also what really blew the audience's mind, and again, this is my work, so I understand if people don't like vibe with this, but
holy fucking repeated history. The IDF stated on the 31st of July that more than 280 Hamas rockets malfunctioned and fell inside the Gaza Strip, hitting sites including Al-Shifa Hospital and the Al-Shati refugee camp, killing at least 11 and wounding dozens. Hamas denied that any of its rockets hit the Gaza Strip, but Palestinian sources said numerous rocket launches ended up falling in Gaza communities and that scores of people have been killed or injured. Israeli military sources said that the failed Hamas launches increased amid heavy Israeli air and artillery strikes throughout the Gaza Strip. They said that the failed launches reflected poorly assembled rockets as well as the rush to load and fire projectiles before they're spotted by Israeli aircraft. While the Al-Shifa hospital incident is disputed, early news reports had suggested that the strike was from an Israeli drone missile. Amnesty International concluded that the explosion at the Shati refugee camp on the 20th of July, in which 13 civilians were killed, was caused by a Palestinian rocket, despite Palestinian claims it was an Israeli missile. Interesting.
A lot of the crimes against children aren't done by PDF files, they're done by child predators or people who are looking for vulnerable people. So again, like if we're going to be very accurate in protecting children, and keep in mind no child was harmed in this conversation between Vosh and his computer, then we really should be talking about why people target vulnerable people, whether adults or children in general. And I think that that's not a conversation people want to have, especially H3, which to be fair, I understand from their perspective, their parents, they're definitely concerned. But honestly, if you're concerned about your kids, you should be paying attention to their teachers and their preachers. Probably not some degenerate on Twitch.
Yeah, and like a lot of the stuff that H3 was saying about Vosh just was like bad faith. Like they really were like taking old quotes out of context, and over people were saying like, oh no, you're taking those things out of context, and they're like, no, we played the context, and it's like, okay, well that's even worse, dude. You guys did play the context, and you still came to the wrong conclusion. So you still said that he was like defending pedophilia or defending child porn, and that's just not what he was doing in any of those clips. But okay, so when you say when we want to help men, do we mean Vosh? What do you mean by that? Because normally when I hear people say like we want to help men or something like that, we're talking about like young men who have trouble dating or men who have like too much stress and are committing suicide or something like that. So what is it that you like mean or you think people mean when they say that they want to help men?
I was on a panel the other day, which I know you reviewed with Rashad and Wick and everybody, and we were talking about like men and women ideologically moving in different directions.
The other day,
and,
wasn't that like 3 weeks?
It was like
a month ago?
Everything is a day to me. Okay, it was time. I have time on this. It was time, you know?
Okay.
Okay, so, and I know when you reviewed it, you were like, why does Brittany always go individual? Why does she always do this? And I was like, I really struggle when people are like, we need to help men. I'm like, which ones? Because like Vosh? Because like he's a whole group. Or do you mean the incels? Or do you mean this kind of man? Or like, which kind of man are we helping? Because like, even if you said I'm going to help the average man, like there's no one individual man that is that average. And so there's a group of somebody out there, but I just don't know who it is. And I look at Voshes and I look at the incels who often in these documentaries are autistic. And I look at these people who are struggling and I'm wondering like, if we want to help them, don't we first have to recognize like why they're actually suffering and not just because they don't have six pack abs? Like this cannot be the reason they're suffering, right? So when you say like, or people say, I want to help men, I'm looking at Vosh like this one, right? Because he's a mess. Everyone else is doing kind of fine. Or no, is it not the Voshes? It's somebody else.
Well, so first, like the individuality aspect of it is like a lot of that has to do with like a lot of that's going to have more to do with like policy and like government regulations and things like that. So like that and some social changes. So like feminism was like trying to make it to where women had the right to vote, they were able to own property, they can
Hold on, 322 to 323. Really? One of the things that Hamas likes to do, and it happens in the West Bank as well, is they'll kill a lot of Palestinians that are like suspected collaborators for them. It's like a big meme. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I'm just curious what this quote is. 322 to 323. But it might be contended, even granting that unlike Israel, Palestinians can legally resort to force, doesn't Hamas's use of indiscriminate projectiles and its targeting of Israeli civilians still constitute war crimes? The situation is more equivocal than is often acknowledged. First, what constitutes as an indiscriminate weapon isn't clear, while the implicit standard isn't just. A class of weapons apparently passes legal muster if its probability of hitting a target is relatively high. This legal threshold is keyed to and correlates with cutting-edge technology. The couplets advanced/primitive and discriminate/indiscriminate overlap. A high-tech weapon can, whereas a low-tech weapon cannot, discriminate between targets. But then, only a people sufficiently endowed to purchase high-tech weaponry can defend itself against a high-tech aerial assault. If it lacks material resources, if compelled by circumstance to use rudimentary weapons, a people engaging in a war of self-defense or a struggle for self-determination cannot prevail except by breaching the laws of war. If it obeys the laws of war, it will almost certainly suffer defeat. Just to be clear, by the way, Norman Finkelstein has a huge problem understanding this. The laws of war or the laws of armed conflict are not there to ensure that both sides have an equal chance of winning. It's not what the laws of war are for. They're to protect civilians. And to give standards by which countries conduct themselves for the protection of civilians. It's not there to make it so that you have the same chance of winning as your opponent. But okay, this is also a really bad argument by Finkelstein because it makes it sound that there's a problem with asymmetrical warfare where one side is essentially encouraged to commit war crimes or encouraged to conduct themselves in opposition to international law while holding the other side to the standard of international law. And the problem is if you do that, international law collapses and fails because no country is going to want to adhere to international law if they're held to a different standard as their opposition. And one side failing to adhere to international law, it hurts their civilians. It increases the risk of death. There's a really poor understanding. There are pages linked here. I'm curious for the quote in the Inquest into Martyrdom, the Norman Finkelstein book. It's a really poor assessment of international law. If this be the law, it is a most peculiar law, for it negates a raison d'etre of the law, the substitution of might by right, as it enshrines might, or the rich and powerful, above right. Second, it was asserted that even if the civilian population of one party to a conflict comes under relentless attack, it does not have the legal right to carry out belligerent reprisals, that is, to deliberately target civilians of the opposing party until that party desists from the initial illegal attacks. Regardless of who started this latest round, attacks targeting civilians violate basic humanitarian norms, Human Rights Watch stated right after Protective Edge began. All attacks, including reprisal attacks, that target or indiscriminately harm civilians are prohibited under the laws of war, period. But was that true? In fact, international law does not, at any rate not yet, prohibit belligerent reprisals. What? You can't, of course they do. You can't target civilians? Just because you get attacked by somebody else? Wait, what? He's citing Rule 146. There's no way that Rule 146 is going to say, if you get attacked by a country, you're allowed to attack their civilians. There's no shot. Give me 146. Reprisals against protected persons. Belligerent reprisals against protected persons protected by the Geneva Conventions are prohibited. Yeah, obviously. State practice establishes this rule as a norm of customary international law applicable in international armed conflicts. Reprisals against persons protected by the Geneva Conventions. The Geneva Conventions prohibit the taking of belligerent reprisals against persons in the power of a party to the conflict, including the wounded, sick and shipwrecked, medical and religious personnel, captured combatants, civilians in occupied territory, and other categories of civilians. This prohibition is also contained in numerous... Obviously. What is he citing here? 124, International Committee of the Red Cross, Customary International Humanitarian Law, Volume 1 Rules, Rule 146. The United Nations Human Rights Council cites this study as authoritative on the current state of customary law, reported the detailed findings of the Independent Commission of Inquiry established pursuant to Human Rights Council Resolution 33. What could he possibly be citing here? Footnote 124. 46. Cites this study. I'm so confused. Did I misunderstand it? Hold on. Second, it was asserted that even if the civilian population of one party to a conflict comes under relentless attack, it does not have the legal right to carry out belligerent reprisals, that is, to deliberately target civilians of the opposing party until that party desists from its initial illegal attacks. You can never do an attack against a civilian, ever. I don't understand. And then, quote, regardless of who started this latest round, attacks targeting civilians violate basic humanitarian norms, end quote. Human Rights Watch stated right after Protective Edge began, quote, all attacks, including reprisal attacks that target or indiscriminately harm civilians, are prohibited under the laws of war, period, end quote. Then Finkelstein says, but was that true? In fact, international law does not, at any rate not yet, prohibit belligerent reprisals. The United States and United Kingdom have even defended the right to deploy nuclear weapons in belligerent reprisals. What? 125. The legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons. Letter from legal advice to the foreign. Is a nuclear response a belligerent, like a nuclear response targeting like a civilian village? Oh, wait, hold on. You're saying that the last paragraph, because of existing contrary practice to be very limited, it's difficult to conclude that there has yet crystallized a customary rule specifically prohibiting reprisals against civilians during the conduct of hostilities. Nevertheless, it's also difficult to assert that a right to resort to such reprisals continues to exist on the strength of the practice of only a limited number of states, some of which are also ambiguous, since there appears at a minimum to exist a trend in favor of prohibiting such reprisals. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia understood that there was such a prohibition already in existence based largely on the imperatives of humanity or public conscience. These are important indications consistent with a substantial body of practice now condemning or outlawing such reprisals. Do you think this was what he was citing? That would be wild. Oh, this was specifically reprisals against persons protected by the Geneva Convention. And then this is reprisals against civilians during the conduct of hostilities. The trend to ban reprisals against civilians during the conduct of hostilities was introduced in a UN General Assembly's resolution of 1970, which affirmed the principle of the civilian population, individual not be the object of reprisals, the basic principle of the protection reprisals against civilians during the conduct of hostilities is codified in Article 51, Section 6 of Additional Protocol 1. It was also found in both the original and amended versions of Protocol 2. The time they adopted it's time to become party without reservation. That's nah, I don't think so. That's wild. The people of Gaza surely then had the right to use makeshift projectiles to end an illegal, merciless, 7-year-long Israeli blockade targeting a civilian population and end Israel's criminal bombardment of a civilian population. Indeed, in its landmark 1996 advisory opinion on the legality of nuclear weapons, the ICJ stated that international law was not settled on the right of a state to use nuclear weapons when its survival was in jeopardy. But if that elusive abstraction called a state might legally use nuclear weapons when its survival is at stake, then a people surely have a right to use makeshift projectiles when its survival is at stake? How? None of this even makes sense. One, the existence of Gaza is not at stake, number one. And number two, and this is an argument for protective edge in 2014. And number two, nuclear weapons don't do anything to, or I'm sorry, makeshift rockets fired into civilian territories do not give you the, they don't help you at all. There's no military objective. There's no, what? The political prudence of Hamas's strategy could be legitimately questioned, but the law is not unambiguously against it. While the scales of morality tilt in its favor, Israel has imposed a brutal siege on Gaza that halved its already developed GDP. As a result of the blockade and recurrent military assaults, Gaza's population has been denied a human standard of living, while some 95% of its water is unfit for human consumption. Yet this last resort is denied to the people in Gaza. Jesus. The people of Palestine embraced Hamas as it launched belligerent reprisals against Israel. In the climacteric of their martyrdom, Gazans chose to die resisting rather than to live expiring under an inhuman blockade. The resistance was mostly notional, as the rudimentary projectiles cause little damage. So the ultimate question is, do Palestinians have the right to symbolically resist slow death punctuated by periodic massacres, or is it incumbent upon them to lie down and die? If this is his argument, then you're justifying every single Israeli reprisal from every single massacre is now justified in this world, because it's so I guess he's a Jew. It makes sense, I guess, right? Because this isn't like Israeli blood. That the reason why there were so many massacres, the reason why there were so many insane Israeli reprisals into the West Bank, into the Gaza Strip, into Egyptian territory, into Lebanese territory, into Syrian territory, was this argument. Was like, holy shit, we're going to be fucking destroyed. We're going to be annihilated. We've got to go across and send a strong message, kill their citizens, fight for what we can because we're facing oblivion. That's what this argument is supporting. How would you grant this for the Palestinians and deny it to Israel, who probably was more likely to face annihilation should they have lost any of their early wars than the Palestinians in Gaza that have like widespread international support? What a wild quote. Oh, this book, bro. I haven't read much of it. Oh my God. Hi. I love you.
They can like work high position jobs and be respected in the same way, have like the same respect in a household, and things like that, where they're gonna have like the same positions as men. I think when people say we should help men, I think they're kind of saying the same thing, is that like men are allowed to be emotional, men are allowed to be like the caretaker, they can be the ones who stay home and take care of the kids, men can be nurses, men can be teachers, men can and they want to say say all the things that women can do, all the things that women are doing more often, all the things that we consider to be feminine now, men can do that shit too. Allow men to be just as broad and just as varied as females are, because like right now women have like a very wide range of things that they can do, but they're still feminine while they're doing it. Whereas men have like, they're masculine, that's it. You can't, it's way worse for a man to do something feminine than it is for a woman to do something masculine. And so like a lot of times when we're talking about helping men, we are talking about, yes, like allowing men the ability to do more things and have a wider range of masculinity, of shit that's like available to them through masculinity. Does that make sense?
Gosh, yeah. Yeah, no, it makes total sense. It's so weird now hearing that, because of course when I was like in my activism days, I was working with organizations. Obviously the feminist groups pulled off into subcategories because they couldn't fit everyone's needs, and so we had to make a lot of groups to feed different kind of women's needs. But weirdly enough, there was an activist group of feminists that were focused on these particular needs for men, but the men were not interested in it, and now to hear them say they're interested in it is beautiful. I think that was ultimately the goal. But it is kind of funny. Like now I often struggle with this sort of like how communities know we're going to need it, but then the communities don't realize it, and then by the time they do, I feel like sometimes these men groups blame women, but when we're already advocating for this for men, but they weren't being heard at the time. And now it's not like one-to-one here, like not all feminist groups are advocating for men, but there was a subcategory of group I was involved with in Seattle that tried really hard to involve men in the activities. But it is hard to focus on men's needs through feminist groups. So obviously they need their own groups just to focus in on it. But then I wonder like who is this man, I guess, that needs this help in the first place, right? Just like with women, because everyone's perspective is that women have everything they need and men have everything they need. So who are the people who don't have something they need? You know, because you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Okay, so like the idea that like men who go out and if there's women there, the guy's just kind of expected to pay for it, right? Like you could want to like take your wife out, and she says, "Oh, I want to invite my friends," and so all her girlfriends come, and now you got like 5 women there, but because you're the one guy, you're expected to pay for all of this. This is something that like we think of as like puts a lot more pressure on men, and there's just these expectations of men to always be taking care of women in this sort of way. And then there's tons of things like that. Not that that's a very small thing, a very small example, but there's tons of stuff where we think there's too much expectations on men, and then men end up committing suicide at much higher rates than women do. And so there's like a compounding amount of problems where like they're expected to be the breadwinner, they're expected to like be physical and you know be protectors, and there's like a ton of problems, but then on top of that, like they don't really talk about their feelings, and if they do talk about their feelings, it's considered a feminine thing, and so then they just commit suicide at higher rates. And so you want to like normalize a bunch of different sorts of traits for men so that they feel more vulnerable and capable of talking to people around them, and then are probably committing suicide at lower rates, or that they're having less emotional problems in their lives, or they feel more comfortable going to therapy, they feel more comfortable like getting the help that they need while they're alive, and this isn't just to keep them from committing suicide, but just whatever wide range of issues that could come from all these compounding problems. And so yes, like when we're talking about like some policies that we would want to like implement and things like that, that's one thing, but then there's also like the social aspect of just being more open to men having more broad range of emotions and feelings and talking about these things without it being a negative from them. And so like we're not looking at one guy and saying, hey, this is the one guy who needs this thing. It's like all guys just need more things available to them. All guys need to be feel capable of doing these things more generally. And we have to make it to where women are not going to like shame a guy or say like, oh, well, I'm not dating you anymore, or I'm you're a piece of shit if you didn't like pay for the meal, or you're like you're not a real man if you're not like paying for all of my shit, like that sort of stuff that we're trying to change the expectations.
Yeah, I think for the first time I saw TikTok about that. A guy was at a party or something, and his wife's friends thought he would pay for people. And I've never heard of that my whole life. That's not something. Everyone in my life is very independent. Women work, men work. You pay your own way. Like nobody's supposed to pay for anything. Like sometimes on a date, the person who asked out would pay, or maybe the man would pay if you're religious. But like it's just whoever pays. And so I thought that was so like, oh, interesting. Like I never. Who does this? Like who's practicing this way of dating? Like who expects their man to pay for everybody? Like your friends? I never heard about that. But okay, I was like, okay, that's a thing. So because the United States is so diverse, we're not going to agree on like should all men open doors for women. So is it okay that some places do that, some places don't?
Wait, what did she say? Hold on.
To pay for anything. Like sometimes on a date, the person who asked out would pay. For the first time I saw TikTok about that. A guy was at a party or something, and his wife's friends thought he would pay for people. And I've never heard of that my whole life. That's not something. Everyone in my life is very independent. Women work, men work. You pay your own way. Like nobody's supposed to pay for anything. Like sometimes on a date, the person who asked out would pay, or maybe the man would pay if you're religious. But like it's just whoever pays. And so I thought that was so like, oh, interesting. Like I never. Who does this? Like who's practicing this way of dating? Like who expects their man to pay for everybody? Like your friends? I never heard about that. But okay, I was like, okay, that's a thing. So because the United States is so diverse, we're not going to agree on like should all men open doors for women. So is it okay that some places do that, some places don't?
I mean, like, expecting the man to pay for a whole group of friends, that's crazy. There is no expectation there in the US for that. That's a wild expectation. But like expecting the man to like pay for a date and everything, I think that's a super normal, especially in any place she's lived in the US. That is absolutely the norm. Seattle, whoever the fuck, that is absolutely a norm that like people would kind of like expect. Absolutely.
And then do we understand that like this idea that will change the dating expectation means that no one's going to be happy, right? Because not everyone universally wants what we want. So then how do you like cater to the individual groups or categories of like communities that need different things? Like religious communities need different things than secular communities. So when we again want to talk about helping men, are we expecting these smaller communities to focus on the men in their community?
You're just hoping that you make enough change to where there's enough acceptance for these people to find somebody that like that's just going to be healthier for them. Like women who wanted to be the boss bitch and be more like have some more masculine traits and be in charge and all of that shit. They could do that one way or the other, but they wouldn't do that because it was socially shamed. It was something that was looked down upon. It was something that made they know, oh well, if I go do this, it's going to be harder for me to find a guy who's actually going to want to be with me. I have to be more docile and quiet and more feminine so that I can actually find somebody who's going to want to marry me. And so it's the same here, where like as social change happens, men are capable of being these people and hopefully finding a partner at the same time.
Okay, I want to ask you a question I've been asking people, and whatever your answer is, good. When you think about dating, are you dating to compete with other people, or are you dating to find like your soulmate, whatever that means to you, like that very special person that you're like, oh my god, like I feel like this is my human, whatever you call that?
So we've talked about this before. I don't think that I could put it into like a dichotomy like that, because I've recognized over time that there are definitely like things about myself that are competitive. So like we talked about one time that like there are girls sometimes that like I know are into me and they like me, but I'm just not really into them. But then I know a ton of other guys are into them, and all of a sudden they become way more attractive to me. And all of a sudden, and I think that is a competitive nature. I think that that's what that is that like just knowing that these other guys would be like, shit, Tom got that, like fuck, like that all of a sudden makes me more attracted to them. I don't know if that's what it is, but I think it is. And normally if that happens, like I try to like catch myself on it, but not all the time. I don't always. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, I don't even give a fuck. Like I think she's hot now, and so I'm totally into this. Like, and so yeah, so there's that aspect of like competition with people, and there's always competition in like just the way that like, yes, I like that other people are attracted to the women that I'm dating, or I like that other guys hit on my girlfriend, or I like that they're looking at her, or stuff like that. Like there's always that aspect, but that's just an aspect to it. Obviously I still want to get along with them, I still want to have chemistry with them, I still want to we still have to have some shared interests in order to do things together and to enjoy each other's company. And so it's not one or the other. I could never put it into a dichotomy, but I do think like competition is generally going to be part of what it is that we're doing in relationships.
Okay, do you think, I'm trying to ask it in like a maybe slightly different way, but do you think when you're dating a woman, you're looking for someone you get well enough on with to form a life with, or are you looking for a very specific kind of person?
I'm looking for somebody to get along with. I'm looking for somebody that I have chemistry with. I'm looking for somebody that I'm going to enjoy their company. They're going to enjoy mine. We're going to have fun together. I think the harder part of relationships is once you like get through the honeymoon phase and then you get into this like regular phase where you just have to tolerate each other. You just have to be around each other all the time and not hate each other. And it doesn't have to still be this thing where you like need each other 24/7 and like always touching each other and all of this. That's the harder part. And it's definitely the harder part to get used to. But if you get into that and you still enjoy each other's company and you still want to be around each other and you still want to go forward, spending your lives together, then I think that's like the thing that really like makes a relationship work, is that you enjoy each other's company long term.
You don't have to share this obviously because it's so personal, but are your parents are still together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they like would you say like they're super duper in love, or they have like a really nice companionship that they've made work?
I think that they have a nice companionship that they've made work. I think that they probably, some aspects probably stayed together because they had 5 kids and wanted to. Some aspects they also, my dad was a pastor, and if he got divorced, that would be like a huge mark on his record that like he's
a pastor.
He's
I thought he
not
said
the family
pastor.
man that churches want to be a pastor. I think they've had like their share of issues and problems to where they've it's not what it was when they were younger, but I think that they found something that works, and they still hang out all the time and enjoy each other's company and are able to tolerate each other.
That makes sense. Okay, now weird question, sort of related to Vosh. I was curious about the line of degeneracy, because you said your community didn't even really know what lolly was, which is fair. I don't think that most people know what lolly is. Like I even make the argument that 50 Shades of Grey is probably long-term worse for society than lolly, only because like lolly isn't consumed by a lot of people in America. It's a very Japanese thing. They're having their own issue with it, but like here, it's not. You have to really go looking for something adjacent, right? It's very weird. But at the same time, like your community, I wonder, do you guys have something like adjacent to that would be like very strange to normies in a way? Like, you know how every normie culture has like a thing that's like weird? Like obviously in even my bubbles, like lolly's probably like the weird thing. Like that's a little shady. Like we're open to the discussion, but you know what I mean? What would be like your thing?
I don't know. When we're talking about lolly, it's hard to think of something that is that like, because probably the most stigmatized thing in the world is like pedophilia and children and those sorts of things. And so, I can't imagine something that I could put in the same box as.
What about CGI troll porn?
We don't really even like talk about that over here, because we do talk a lot about like porn. We talk a lot about like what it is we're attracted to. That's something that like a lot of people are pulling up, is like us like actually pulling up specific women to talk about specific aspects that men are attracted to, and like what it is that like makes us attracted to those things, and so we do talk a lot about those sorts of aspects and sexual dynamics and things like that, but we never really talk about like troll porn or anything like that. And through this, we did talk a little bit about the idea that like lots of times when you are looking at porn, sometimes you'll just end up with like a ton of
Jake
like,
Benevie,
alien women.
My camera's right in between my 2 monitors.
Breasts and a massive tail and like a third head coming out of their hip and shit like that. You're like, what the fuck? Who watches this? Like, how can you even get into this? It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And so I like those things for me, and it's seemingly for most of the people in my community, are just so far outside the bounds that we have trouble understanding them.
That's so interesting to me. I was kind of befuddled. That's sort of I had somebody in the comment section that was like, if you like tentacle hentai, you're into literal tentacles. I was like, okay, first of all, not even close, bro. But then I have a lot of girls in my audience. So the girls in my audience, like we've been reading like vampire werewolf smut for like our whole life. Like we've been reading like like girl novels be graphic and very questionable sometimes, and they're all New York Times bestsellers, by the way. I was telling my husband about a story I remember reading when I was younger about like Viking kind of setting, and like the girl had to be his slave, and like he had a fever and he didn't know what he was doing. He like basically has sex with her, and then it's like this big like she's into it and he's into it, but then the next day he doesn't remember it, and so I'm like, I don't know what just happened here, but this is questionable. But like in the story, I remember reading it when I was younger, thinking like, oh yeah, this is just like a normal book you got at the Barnes and Noble or like the library, and then looking back now, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just kind of like porn, but also like CNC, like consent not consent. But it's like in our normal New York Times bestsellers, or like Laura K. Hamilton's one of my favorites, and she's like a New York Times bestseller, very popular. People interview her at book conventions and stuff. And she basically writes like kind of like werewolf, vampire smut, but also there's mystery involved. But it's like, you know, Marvel actually worked with her, and she has a comic book series with them. Like, so she's very like normal, but not normal. And so I kind of wonder when we're having these conversations with normies, like I don't know if they notice, like, oh, did you know like Wonder Woman was made by a BDSM polyamorist who like had a BDSM element to her whip, and like the American Association for Protecting Children like made Wonder Woman like inaccessible to people because they thought it was corrupting children. So like even Wonder Woman at one point in American history was considered bad for kids.
Why? Wait, because she was sexual? Like because she was
because
like
of her whip and like her clothes and like the way she would like lasso people.
wow.
So like again, when we talk about like what is taboo, I think it's kind of interesting. Now some things are kind of like obvious. We don't want to harm any real people. I actually stopped watching real people porn a long time ago because like all these like non-consensual stories kept coming out, and then I got really nervous about if I'm watching something unconsensual, so I just switched to like hentai. And hentai is like really strange, as you know. But like I watch a lot of hentai, but even then, it's been a while since I've even bothered to watch anything. Girls have our imaginations, but I always wonder when we're having these conversations, like, are people? I can't tell if people are really not engaging with these things, or if they're saying they're not engaging with them, or if they're aware that other people are doing it and the world is still functional. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, okay, so there's tons of things that like are really popular when you look at Pornhub, and like the most popular types of things are it when you're looking at some sort of like fetish or something that's gonna add a like a different element to it. It's normally shit like step brother, stepsister, stepfather, like stuff like that, where it adds a bit of taboo, it makes it feel a little bit wrong, but doesn't mean you're actually like into your stepbrother or into your like family members or anything like that, right? And obviously like women, you mentioned, have their own things. There's tons of it seems to be really common that women have attractions to like rape fantasies and being dominated, and some like dark mysterious guy where they don't even know who he is and they're having sex with him and that sort of stuff. Like those things are fairly common. But when it comes to and I think cartoons are probably becoming more and more popular. Like I've tried watching cartoons. My problem with them is that it's the same animation over and over and over and over and over and over, and it's like a half a second animation. So it's not like a 2-minute animation that's over and over. It's like, yes, it's like a 1 second animation that's just on loop, repeat for like 2-3 minutes, and then they switch to a new loop for 3, and it's like, okay, this just isn't realistic at all. It's not. I can't watch this. But I think that like the more that like AI stuff gets better, the more that graphics are getting better, the more that'll probably become a norm and more popular. But I do think that most people are looking for stuff that's a bit more realistic and has more variety to it than that. So there's obviously a ton of people with a ton of like fetish type stuff that they'll watch, like somebody getting stuck in a dryer or you know, MILF porn, that sort of shit. And anytime you look at the top 10 lists, those sorts of things are always there. But they're not even like always telling you that it's just a fetish for like a stepbrother or stepsister or something like that, but it's normally also telling you like young women. Like if it's stepdaughter or stepsister, it's like 18 years old and they're like dressed like a cheerleader or something like that.
Step, so it coincides with the law because they don't want to do incest stuff, so they actually have to put step, even though it's obvious. Like it's all about dynamics. I feel like people are interested in power dynamics and the feeling, the taboo, the oh my gosh, like. You know, I think people are interested in like the imagery. Like I remember I went through a large stage where I just watched lesbian porn and I wanted nothing else, but I only watched lesbian porn that was like very specific. Or I always watched porn without, like I was going for like a vibe. I was like, what vibe do I want? And I'm the kind of person that doesn't watch the whole video. You know, I just kind of skip to like the parts. You know what I mean? Okay. So everyone has like a different vibe. Even with hentai, I'm like, what vibe am I looking for? And then I go to look for that vibe. I don't care what the fucking characters are doing. I don't care what the storyline is. I don't care who's who. I'm just looking for a vibe. And I think that the vibe is really hard to explain to people that are not thinking about it that way. And I wonder if that coincides with certain types of people. Like I wonder if D&Ders watch more vibey porn, or I wonder if people who are into roleplay or LARPing or BDSM, like do they watch more like vibey porn versus like more normative porn? Are they less concerned with like the imagery? You know, I wonder about that as well.
Did you watch did you play the most recent Grand Theft Auto?
No.
Listen, I promise we're not going to spend 12 years on. Okay, I'm sorry. Fuck. Some of these terms are so wild to me. Israeli and Jewish critics of the war, including Yuri Avneri and Gideon Levy, wrote that in their own War of Independence in 1948 and earlier, Jews hid weapons in synagogues, kindergartens, and schools as well. There is no shot that in 1948, either that Israel was trying to use human shields or that Arabs were trying to use human shields. both of these people wanted to fucking exterminate each other. Why the fuck would they expect that, like, oh, well, if I just hide this in a synagogue, you know, I'm sure that the invading Egyptians won't destroy it. And then on the flip side for the Arabs, there's no way that like Palestinians would try to use human shields in 48 because they figured that the invading Israeli forces were just going to exterminate them anyway. What a weird comparison. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, there's a guy, I forget his name, I'm blanking on his name, I'm sure chat knows it, but there's
why the fuck does he have Factorio in the background? Is he playing or is he just watching a YouTube video of it?
There's a guy who is like he lives in a trailer and he's this kind of like a greasy dude, and he says at one point like,
against the British,
like, you know, we have to go find this thing. Where is it? And he says, I don't know. It's like porn. We'll know it when we see it or something like that. Like we'll just have to keep looking until we know what. Yeah, Trevor. And that I think that's what it is for most people is they don't know what they're looking for when they first get on and they're scrolling through a bunch of different porn things and they'll search different keywords or different like actresses and shit, and they're just gonna keep going through and then trying to find whatever it is. They don't know what they're in the mood for, but once they see it, they're like, okay, that's the thing that I'm looking for right now. And I think that's how most people engage with porn and what it is that they're doing when they're searching.
Okay, how about this? I remember in my early 20s, I was talking to a guy who was working at a grocery store, and we were talking about porn on our computers. And I was like, he's like, oh, I always erase my history. I was like, I never even think about that. You erase your computer history? He's like, yeah. And I was like, why? He's like, well, what if somebody like sees that I've looked at porn? I was like, so? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean? I was like, are people really out here? I don't even remember the last time I erased my history. To this day, I don't remember to do that. I never think about it. And then I was thinking about the idea of like Vosh having a folder on his computer. Now, I have a folder of pretty art because I want to mimic it for OF or something, but like I don't really have a porn folder because like I'm not gonna rewatch most stuff, right? But I would say that always seemed funny to me, like somebody would erase their history, and I wondered, like, you know, everyone thought it was weird that Vosh had the folder on his computer, but I mean, I've dated really neurodivergent people. I don't know why they have folders on their computers. Like I think they collect them. Like I dated a guy who was like 12 years older than me. He had a collection of porn. I have friends who are neurodivergent. They have collections of porn, like alphabetized, like categorized, like number. Like they have it.
What does that have to do with being
by genre. I have so
neurodivergent?
many
What?
videos of porn saved, and I would just go through them. I'm like, oh my gosh, like zombie porn, weird, just like the weirdest shit, and you never think about it. And I'm like, what is this obsession? Like,
yeah, but isn't that? I think that's part of it. Is like you just going through it and looking at it and being like, this is weird. Like that's the part that people don't want. They don't want somebody looking at what they're looking at and being like, why is this person so weird? Why are they into this
well,
stuff?
Not weird
like,
in a bad
that's what
way,
they're
just
afraid
like
of.
weird to save it. But I think it's kind of. I mean, I thought it was cool. I didn't judge him, obviously. I mean,
What's your more refined take on IDF soldiers dressing as medical personnel? I can't imagine that is not a war crime. No, I truly don't know. I don't know. Here's the overall question is like, what are the rules around special forces operations? It seems like that legitimately is like a gray area of law. Like you dressing as your own civilians is definitely bad. But like, let's say for instance, some people invaded from Hamas into Israel, but they were dressed as like rabbis or some shit. Like, is that a war crime? Because you're not dressing as your own people, civilians. You're not really human shielding yourself, kind of. I'm not sure. I think it. Yeah, I think when I was trying to read articles on that, like when it came to special forces outfits for people that are like spies or whatever, I think the area is pretty gray. But if you get captured by local forces and you are wearing non-conventional uniforms like that, or your disguise, I think you can be completely held by their local military. You don't get any of like the Geneva Convention's protection, so they could like hold you, try you for a crime, and execute you. So I think that might be a gamble, or I think that might be something you give up if you engage in those types of operations. But again, engage in those types of operations. But again, I think that all the law on that is like really unclear right now. I'm not sure. I don't have a strong opinion or anything.
pro porn. I'm a sex worker, so like I don't care if people have porn. I just think like saving it is weird, because like. Why would you? Well, I guess you would watch it for the fan of it. Maybe he liked the thrill of like, look at this weird video I found, which I think is reasonable, right? But like, that must be strange to some people because like some people just look at porn as like what I'm trying to fucking explain to you is like some people have a different relationship with the porn. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think people find something that they like. I think that they know that like there's times where they're having like a really hard time finding something and they're searching for a very, very long period of time and they don't want to search for a long period of time. So eventually they're just saving the things that they like and just going back to it over and over.
Do you think it was weird that he had a folder on his computer?
Your ex-boyfriend?
No, Vosh.
Yeah. I especially like as a streamer, that's like something that I try to like avoid at all times is like never having pornographic stuff on my computer. Obviously I fucked up on that recently, so that's a thing that I'm sure somebody's gonna bring up. But
was that the stream we were on together? Because it disappeared.
Yes.
No, that was something different.
Yes, it was. It was the Wick
Okay,
stream. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I noticed it was gone. I went to read your comments, and I was like, man, I love comments, and then I didn't see it up. Okay, yeah, that happened. I have my own. Honestly, I have my own OF photos saved in my download folder, and I'm always like worried and I'm panicking, but I'm too lazy to organize it, bro.
How do you feel about the UN sending a peace enforcement mission to Gaza?
So I get it.
I'm probably okay with it. I don't know.
That's definitely against TOS.
I don't know. I feel strongly one way or another.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a question that's a little bit personal? You don't have to answer it, but it's also not even related to this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. You said something recently that I thought was interesting, and I just wondered your no judgment personal perspective on it. during the whole controversy you were having, and it felt a lot like personal stuff was going on the internet. So but a specific YouTuber said that they asked you, and they asked the lady in your life, like, a question about you guys being intimate, and you both decided not to tell her the truth. And I wanted to know, no judgment, why did you guys have to lie, and why couldn't you have said, like, none of your fucking business, ho? Why are you asking me? Because it's kind of inappropriate to be asked.
So the first thing is, one, it's kind of like when they ask in the first place, it already feels like kind of it feels like an invasion of your privacy already, especially when specific people that you've spoken to. Like,
and you both decided not to tell her the truth. No judgment.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a question that's a little bit personal? You don't have to answer it, but it's also not even related to this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. You said something recently that I thought was interesting, and I just wondered your no judgment personal perspective on it. During the whole controversy you were having, and it felt a lot like personal stuff was going on the internet. So but a specific YouTuber said that they asked you, and they asked the lady in your life, like, a question about you guys being intimate, and you both decided not to tell her the truth. And I wanted to know, no judgment, why did you guys have to lie?
Was it
why
just about
couldn't you
whether
say,
he
like,
fucked
none of your
somebody?
fucking
Is that-
business, ho? Why are you asking me?
Okay.
It's kind of inappropriate to be asked.
So the first thing is, one, it's kind of like when they ask in the first place, it already feels like kind of it feels like an invasion of your privacy already, especially when specific people that you've spoken to, you've already said, like, I don't talk about this sort of stuff, and then they ask anyways. That already feels like a bit much. One. Two, if you answer, that's none of your business. It sounds like the answer is yes, and I'm not telling you. So you are answering when you say that. Like, that's what anybody will take it as, is I'm not answering that sort of thing. So there was one time where I was talking to a specific person, and I said, they said, do girls send you pics sometimes, or do you ever have like flirt with girls in DMs and stuff like that? And I was like, I'm not talking to you about that. What are you doing? And then she starts asking about specific girls, and I'm like, again, I'm not answering that question. I'm not talking to you about this sort of stuff. You know, we don't talk about this sort of stuff. And so in that case, yes, she asked things in a specific way to where I was able to say over and over, I'm not talking to you about this sort of thing. But if the very first question is, hey, you and this specific person, are you guys dating? It would be like, if I say none of your business, then the answer is yes, obviously. Because for anybody else, I would have just said no, obviously, because it's just the first reaction. No, what are you talking about? But so I have to just say no now. I just my only option, if I want to keep it private, if I want to keep it secret, the only option is no. So that's one. The reason for wanting to keep it secret is like a ton of reasons. Obviously, one, I don't want people in my personal business. Two, she doesn't want people in her business. Three, people, you're dating a streamer, like people start treating you differently. It's going to have like a different dynamic in chat where like people are going to look at you differently and treat you differently. And three, there's like, or four, I guess there's, I like being able to like be a bit more open and like flirt with people on stream and girls in chat and stuff like that. And I think if they are like, oh, your girlfriend's here watching in chat, this is going to be more uncomfortable now. That like creates like a weirder dynamic for people now. And so yeah, so like there's a ton of reasons why if I'm talking to a girl, I don't want other people to know that I'm talking to her, because yes, it just creates a ton of other problems. And that's and that's just in general. Like, it's not just even with specific girls, but just in general. It's just a lot harder to kind of come out with that sort of stuff and tell people about your personal information, because they love to use that sort of shit against you. They love to like find ways to use shit against you all the time. And so you're just giving them a new thing to like, oh, you don't like me? Go after this girl then, and you'll have an easier time getting under my skin or something, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, even sometimes people are so sweet, like in Croatia, they'll be like, oh my gosh, like I'm in Croatia, are you here? And I was like, okay, I can't answer that in any way, because if I start saying no, you're eventually going to narrow it down. And I don't like try to hide who I am, but I don't try to volunteer it either. And so it's one of those things where like if you answer enough questions enough, people might be innocently asking, but also it's like it's a little private. Or I've recently made some YouTube friends, which I love it, and we've been talking in private to kind of like build some sort of rapport together. And when we negotiated our boundaries, I was like, I want to talk to you about work. I want to talk to you about anything I talk about you on stream. I don't want to talk about my family. I don't want to talk about my real life. I don't want to talk about my non-work life. Like, I just want to talk to you about stream. I'm happy to mention certain things about my relationship, but nothing more than I would share probably with stream. Because no offense, like this is first and foremost a working relationship. And then, I'm not looking for people to trauma dump onto, because like I already have friends and family and like all that stuff.
Right. I mean, that's how I feel. A lot of people look at like friends that I have online and they're like, this is your friend. Like, you should have treated them differently. And I'm like, they were my friend and I did talk to them a lot and we had like a connection, but they were an online friend. They still had tons of limits and boundaries to what it was that I was going to share with them about my personal life, and tons of limits and boundaries about what they were going to share with me about their personal life. So I don't, I feel like people look at these relationships online and they're like, that's your friend. And it's like, I don't know if you know the difference, but I know the difference. I can tell you there is a difference for sure.
I mean, I'll take it a step further. Like, I love my besties, but they're not obligated to tell me things they're not ready to tell me, or if they don't want to share it with me. Like, I love and respect them. And if my friend, if I ask them, like, hey, are you dating this person? You don't have to tell. I would probably preface it, like, you don't have to tell me, because I know it's like private. Like, dating someone is private. Like, involving yourself with people is private. And, I think people maybe take it too casually, or they want to know the tea or something. But I think even with my best friend of 20-something years, if she for some reason wanted to keep her love life a little private for a while and keep it just for her and her partner, I would respect that. But I think that's because I respect that person's agency. And so I think I was shocked that people felt entitled to that information.
Yeah.
Because I was like, no one is entitled to who you are. And even maybe it's not even romantic. Like, you're not entitled to people's personal relationship stuff.
Yes. No, I was shocked
so
as well,
weird.
because like that's a thing in my like normal life as well, is that yeah, sometimes I'll have friends who start dating each other and they don't want to tell people because they don't want the friend group to get weird. They don't want people to like look at things differently, and they just want their own privacy, and they want to be able to learn about each other privately. They want to be able to like do their own thing for a while. And if everybody else starts finding out and starts putting their own expectations on things or starts asking them a ton of questions about it, it just starts to change the dynamic of what it was that they had initially. And so once you like get into a groove and you like feel comfortable with one another, then maybe eventually you'll start telling people. But yeah, like it's pretty common that even yes, outside of online relationships, that yes, in my real friend groups, they will just not tell people and lie about it, and we would not be mad at them for lying about it, because like yeah, you're choosing to keep that a secret, you're choosing to keep that as part of your personal life. And I compare this to like there were a number of times where other people were finding streamers' personal information, and they were finding like their real names, their addresses and shit, and it started to get shared. And those streamers would say, that's not my real name. That's not my, you guys got the wrong person. You guys are freaking idiots. And then other people would come back and be like, we confirmed it. I can't believe they lied to us about this. And I'm like, they're supposed to lie about this shit. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? They're literally supposed to lie about this. I don't know what your problem is. So then, yeah, so then in this case, when everybody's like, I can't believe you lied. We can't trust anything you say anymore. Like, this is shit that I'm supposed to lie about. This is what I'm supposed to lie about. Like, I don't know what your problem is, but I've held this standard. This isn't a new thing for just me. This is the standard that I held for all of these other people when their personal information was coming out. I said the same thing. They're supposed to lie about this. Leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah, I think it's hard because in an ideal world, like even in my own world, I try really, really, really hard not to lie unless it's for survival. And obviously, like location, personal name, doxing, like that's all survival to me. Like, don't fucking ask that shit, bro. Don't put people in a position to ask that. You know, and I think people innocently sometimes don't even think about the implication of like what they're asking. Like they think it's like funny, or they're getting to know you, or they think like, hey, we're friends. Like, tell me who you're dating, and they don't think about like all the implications of that. Or you know, maybe your partner doesn't want to be as active in the community anymore because like now it's weird and people treat them differently. Absolutely. And I think that that's something that like even with my partner, because he's offline, like people are always like, well, if Brittany doesn't share her relationship online, like she could be lying about everything. I would rather you think I'm lying than risk the privacy of my relationship for a partner who does not consent to being on the internet. Like it's just the idea that you think you're entitled to the details or to the person's imagery or to the like, what were you doing here? It's like you're not entitled. I wish people didn't have to lie. Like I thought that stood out to me. I was like, oh, both you and her decided not to tell the truth, but at the same time, it's like they should have asked in the first place because it's fucking. I understand what they were thinking. They weren't probably not thinking of the implications of the question.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean? But here we are, and
I know some people did. That's what I mean. Is like, some people I specifically know. I've had those conversations with them to say, I am not talking to you about this. I don't talk to people about this. This is something that I will never reveal. And it's not just like a me thing. And this is like a thing that like a lot of people have trouble understanding as well. Is that like this isn't like obviously for somebody who's not a streamer, none of their personal information is anybody's business. So like me, I am very open with my life. I do talk about a lot of my personal life and my experiences and things from my past and all of that shit. But other people that I talk to, they don't do that. And so now you have this expectation that because I'm a streamer, now their personal life is supposed to be content now just because they're talking to me. That's insane. So yeah, I like with a lot of these people, I know they know that I was not going to share that information with them. I know they know that I've said numerous times, I will not talk about this sort of stuff with you, yet they will ask anyways. And that's, yeah, that just seems like an invasion of privacy. And that was like a problem that I had with specific people too many times to where like, I had to keep saying like, you're getting into my personal life too much. This is not your business. You don't need to be like concerned with this.
Yeah. You know, this brings into mind that one time I asked Lav on stream, just like I didn't even think about it because I didn't think it was a yes, which was my mistake. When I asked her if she slept with Steven, I was just like, I was making a funny, but it was like, did you do it, Lav? Did you do it? And it was like a big, but then I realized like now in hindsight, I was like, oh fuck, I also put Lav in a situation to lie, which he did. You know, because apparently they had some intimacy. And then that became a whole thing because then Steven was like, Brittany, you don't know. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. And then I felt really dumb. And then I realized in hindsight, like, oh, I was like being so casual with it without thinking about the fact that maybe they don't want to talk about it. And so now I put Lav in a situation to have to lie about it. But then I don't like being lied to. So then I got annoyed. And I still think that that's the problem with my brain is I really don't fucking like being lied to. But also, what could Lav have done in that situation? Because if she had said like, I don't want to talk about it, you know what I mean? So like then it's like very confusing. I hate fucking being lied to. I just hate
because if she says I don't want to talk about it, everybody's going to take that as a yes. 100% of people will take that as a yes. And so yes, like nobody likes being lied to. Nobody likes finding out that they were lied to, and nobody likes feeling like the person that they trust is being dishonest with them. Nobody likes this. And so it's a it's a complicated thing where it's like you as the asker, you have to understand the bounds of what it is that you should or shouldn't be asking in the first place. And if you choose to ask, you just kind of deserve to be lied to now. Like you're just kind of asking for it at this point. And I don't think that for anybody, like any girl who I ever talk to on the internet, if they're intimate with me in any way, I'm sure they have the expectation that I am not going to share that with people. I will not tell people about it, and that I would lie to protect them. And if I didn't do this, so many women would just not trust me anymore. They would never message me. They would never say anything to me, and not just women, but like friends in general.
No, I do not know the
Ask
Ask Project. I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion.
You have to
Love
be
you, buddy.
honest just because somebody asked. Like, and so yeah, so somebody like gives me their real name or something like that, or their phone number, and somebody's like, "Hey, I found this. Is this their real phone number?" I'm like, I cannot tell a lie. I have to say yes, that is their phone number. Like that is just such a Weasley thing to do, and it's bullshit. Like that's not like real honesty or anything, because the honest thing is to make sure that the person who's giving you their intimate information and having an intimate relationship with you, that person who trusts you, that you don't let down their trust, that you do the right thing for them. And so for the person who I'm talking to, yes, with that person, I'm going to make sure they trust me. I'm going to make sure they believe in me, that they know that I'm not going to share their intimate information. And for the person asking, fuck you, you shouldn't have asked. That's your fault.
Yeah, that's I think like what I know it's hard to imagine because like I said, like I'm happy to throw myself under the bus and say like fuck, even I did that to Lav on stream. But I think it's hard for people to realize it until they are put in a like I remember.
Wait, what the fuck? Glenn says that I have loyalty to the deep state. Hold on, let me find this. Oh, he's talking about me a lot right now.
Union and community, all things we need as human beings. Should be our and one of the different streamers and some
to be fair, in my own opinion, I think that there's some level of fairness, behind that argument. I'm definitely not a supporter of Donald Trump's, but you're right. We do see an increasing amount of trust in the deep state institutions, which are classically distrusted by the real left. So yeah, I do think that's probably part of the reason why we've seen these trends occur, and part of the reason why we see a lot of these prominent voices on the left, such as Destiny, just siding with the institutions of power, with the deep state. I think Destiny specifically is probably the main one that you're spot on about, Glenn, and his just total fealty to the deep state and the establishment. I mean, he won't entertain any skepticism of the CIA or the FBI, for example. So yeah, I think that's probably part of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of polling data that shows that people who just identify as left liberals, left people on the left, people who are liberals, adherents to the Democratic Party, just have a much higher opinion of the CIA, the FBI, the Justice Department, prosecutors, foreign policy, NATO, the Pentagon, than any kind of left-wing politics over generations previously have had. You just see it in polling data, among other things. One of the reasons I wanted to talk to you about this kind of streaming culture as something that seems to me to be a little different is, and here just to give you kind of sense, of, I think it is important to note that these streamers actually do command a pretty decent size audience. I think for a lot of people under 30, these people have, these streamers have a lot more influence on a lot of recognized political brands. Just recently, Ro Khanna, who, is someone who tries to kind of be innovative in the way that he organizes both his own political brand and the Democratic Party, actually sat down with a bunch of different streamers, including Emma Vigeland, who's the co-host of The Majority Report, but also Vosh. And here from Vosh's stream, you can actually see it. And one of the things that really got me interested, as I said, was kind of looking a little bit more at what this subculture was as a result of my debating Destiny. And here, I don't think you can see it, Gavin, but here's just the last 4 days. It's not like I picked some unusual or unrepresentative sector. These are just the last 4 days.
Greenwald isn't wrong. Destiny's a strong institutional bias. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. I have a bias towards institutions over random shitters on YouTube. What, and you don't? If I start telling you like how airplanes work, you're gonna trust me or you're gonna trust the FAA. If I start telling you like if I start telling you how like security should be regulated, like stock trading, you're gonna trust me or you're gonna trust the SEC. Or if I start telling you like what's healthy to eat or not, you're gonna trust me or you're gonna trust the FDA. Or if I start, like, what do you mean? Yeah, no shit. You have biases towards institutions that have like tons of players involved that are somewhat regulated by the government that is kept democratically in check, as opposed to some random shit somebody on YouTube says. Yeah, no shit. That doesn't mean they're perfect. It doesn't mean that there's no room for skepticism or criticism. I've never said that. But like, yeah, obviously, I'm gonna be biased towards institutions versus random fucking YouTubers that, by the way, have every single financial incentive to fucking lie to you and have no accountability for any of the stupid shit they say.
Days, every single day, Destiny has streamed. He streams every single day. And today he streamed for 8 hours, yesterday for 7.5 hours, the day before that for 7.5 hours, the day before that, 4.5 hours.
My terrorist friend.
And we have that up on the screen. And there's a lot of studies now, a lot of data about the addiction of young people, of Gen Z and younger millennials, to how much time they spend online. Here's from the Economic Times. Gen Z is addicted to YouTube. Pew survey finds 1 in 16s visit the video sharing portal daily. Here is a study that recently came out that internet addiction may indicate mental health problems. There's data about how people who are under 30, Gen Z, are far more likely to have mental health pathologies like depression and anxiety. And this seems to me, these kind of streaming communities seem to be something different in kind than, say, the way people have related to celebrities, or maybe even watch a show like Yours or Mine, or watch a show that they like on TV. There's obviously some kind of parasocial relationship. Anytime you watch anybody who you like, there's kind of a feeling of intimacy from podcasts. But when you're spending 8 hours every single day and your identity is formed around these online communities, and I saw a lot of this from Destiny's followers, this kind of like supreme allegiance, not to any political ideal, but to sort of him as a person into this community, it seems like these are starting to become kind of replacements for actual offline human connection. Johan Hari has written several books about.
I am living in his mind. I like it. That makes me feel good. That this guy who was leaking the Snowden papers is now monitoring my streaming behavior. Feels good.
These mental health problems in younger people and the role that the internet plays, and he kind of analogizes the way in which people who seek friendship and communion and community, all things we need as human beings as social animals, the way people get that online, it's kind of like the same thing, the difference between, say, pornography and actual sex with somebody you love. Like, pornography is kind of a facsimile of sex, but it denies you a lot of the real connection. Same with online communities and friendships versus actual offline activities and the way it forces you to interact. Do you think that is a real problem for people of your age, the dependency on the internet? And are these streaming communities as kind of unhealthy as they seem to me as somebody who is not their target audience, but who has begun kind of paying more attention to them over the last year or so?
It's a really interesting question, and I think that it's a bit of both, right? Like the internet in general, there are, of course, lots of pros and cons. I think that the pro of these sort of spaces is the robust conversations and debates that often do occur on them, right? For all of the criticism I have of a guy like Destiny or a guy like Vosh, there are going to be a lot of interesting political debates you're going to have access to if you're watching Twitch shows like that or YouTube channels like that. And even though they can't go on for a really long time and get a bit monotonous, specifically if you don't agree with the streamer in question, I still think it's one of the more substantive forms of entertainment that Gen Z is consuming. If you compare it to a lot of the mindless drivel on Twitch or TikTok or even YouTube, I think that it's a good thing for people to be paying attention to these sorts of discussions, as aggressive as they might get. Like I said, we've debated some seriously substantive issues with people like Vosh, including the merits of third-party voting and American foreign policy. So it's not just a totally mindless area. But as I said, for every pro, there is definitely cons. And even though I think the probably vast majority of people who tune in to someone like Destiny or Hasan, I think the vast majority of them are normal people who are just consuming the content in sort of clip form, or they'll jump into the
Glenn Greenwald is liking this guy's tweets as well. Bro, he mad. He's so mad. Christ. Anyway.
For one time I had a caller that was really, really great, like really great person, but they were trying to bond with me in like a jokey way. And I didn't share my location at the time. And they were like asking me what time zone I was in. I was like, you mean my real time zone? Because I usually use Eastern and Pacific for work. Or
Eastern time's real time.
Yeah, and they were like, I want to know your time zone. And I was like, oh, you're doing that thing, huh? You're trying to like break the barrier of intimacy so like we can be closer. And they were like, oh. And I was like, now you put me in a position of either lying to you or telling you to fuck off, right? And so we talked about it, and it was one of those things where I was like, I know in normal society that's normal, but you're asking like a streamer. So it sounds like you're trying to get closer to me inappropriately before we've hit that barrier. And so like it was very interesting like having to explain that. But people don't do it maliciously. They do it because they want to be closer to you, and they want to, And so especially if you have a friendship that's already intact and then your friend asks you, it like, especially, oh my God, I've had it happen with my friends where, and this is the true testament to long-term friendship in my mind, is like allowing your friends to be uncomfortable so they can tell you at their own pace. Is like, I always tell my friend, like, I will sit and wait for you, but when you're ready, I'm happy to hear it. Or if you never want to tell me, that's okay too. But it is hard to look at someone and be like, you don't trust me, but it's not about you. It's about them and their timeline, and they might not be ready to talk to you about it.
Yep. Yeah, it was just, the whole thing was a weird situation where I think if you think I did the wrong thing there, that's fine. I'm happy for you to leave and be mad at me and whatever, because I think you have absolutely no understanding of social dynamics in this space. But I got tons of messages from tons of girls just saying, hey, just wanted to let you know, I can't say this publicly because everybody will freak out if I say it, but I wanted to let you know you did the right thing. No girl will ever trust you if you did, or if you were honest about these things, if you were putting their personal business out there. Like, every girl is watching what you're doing and appreciating it because they don't want that sort of shit out on the internet anyways. And so, like, you did the right thing. And like, but I think for other people, they just look at it as like, you lied to your friends. And to me, it's like, okay, well, my friends were pieces of shit for putting me in that position in the first place. Because either I'm going to be dishonest to this girl and share her information, or I'm going to be dishonest to you and lie to you. I have no good options here. I'm dishonest to one of these people and I'm going to be dishonest to the person who's putting me in the position to do this in the first place. That's the person who's going to have to lose out. Sorry.
Yeah, well, even I think more than that, I just think about if you're in it, let's say you're in a very serious marriage and you're like, you're on a team, you're going to prioritize that team over everyone's expectations. I hope so, at least. And so like if your partner, it comes down to protecting your partner, or, something like, you got to protect your partner. And so that idea, I don't think is as common in other people's circles, maybe. I mean, it definitely wasn't mine. My parents, like, you protect each other, you focus on each other first and foremost. But yeah, I do think that that's an interesting perspective to think that again, I don't like lying, but I also don't like being put in a position either. And so like, fuck, like like if I have to make a decision, it's going to be to protect the people that are the priority. ultimately. Like that has to be the decision. So I obviously think he made the right decision in that moment. I'm surprised that it would have been a deal breaker for people, or maybe people were really upset with you, because honestly, part of me is like, what did you think he was going to do? Like what else could he have done? What else could anyone have done? Like, and again, I don't like lying, but I just don't know what else you thought was the better option, other than to, like, especially if you and her haven't talked about it, or if you did discuss it and you decided we're not going to tell people, and then it's like, well, that's the deal, that's what matters more than anything.
Right. Yeah, and we did, and that is the thing that we came to is, yes, like, and we talked about, like, you know, when would we talk about this, and the fact that when we do, we're gonna have to say, like, yes, we did kind of keep this under wraps, and we did, people, if they did ask, we did have to lie about this and stuff, and we, like, yeah, we had to have kind of all those conversations, but for us, that was just like what was best at the time. And it's also they're like, and I've mentioned this numerous times, but like with online relationships, there is just kind of this difference maker there, where like you're not actually in person. It is like just a completely different dynamic, and unless you're planning on meeting in person, it's just a totally different like thing altogether. It's a totally different beast. It's something that is like hard to even categorize it as like a specific type of relationship or whatever, like long distance relationships, or, you know, it's just, yeah, it's definitely a different thing.
They're different. No, okay, you don't have to answer this, of course, but correct me if I'm wrong, just for my audience's sake. If I'm not mistaken, you guys were put into kind of like two shitty situations, right? Like, one, you were asked something very personal in which like the expectation is that they were owed something, like an answer. But two, wasn't your relationship like leaked? Like somebody leaked it, or did you come out with it first?
The stream that you were talking about, somebody sent me a download for Windows Media Player. So I pull up the Windows Media Player, and I watch the video, and then when I X out of it, it just went straight to my library, and there was a video there that should not have been there. And so I just had to end stream and take it off, but people already screenshot it. They started passing it around. Weirdly, people started like going on streams and identifying the person, saying, oh, I know who this is, blah, 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 which is just insanely disgusting. And then and then, yeah.
Wait,
and then
I'm sorry, how would this community feel about celebrity leaks? Like, you're gonna go look for, like, that is such a weird thing to do.
Yep.
Like, you took someone's private, like, leak of someone's private photo or video, and then continue to spread it, and then tried to guess who it was?
Yep. Yeah, it was just like the way that people engage with this is some of like the grossest stuff that I've ever seen, and I'm truly blown away at like the lack of outrage towards all of the people who are trying to make sure that everybody could identify this photo. Like, that was just, yes, it was insanely disgusting. And it feels weird because I'm the one person who can't really like have much of an opinion on this. And so I'm watching this thinking, fucking shit, like if I was the other person reviewing this, I would be the one person sitting there going, you guys are all disgusting fucks. Like, what is wrong with you? Why would you think this is an okay thing to do? It's like, this is like bordering like revenge porn and shit. And
isn't it kind of revenge porn? Can you spread people's nudes around?
So no, you can't. Yeah, definitely not. And but yeah, just the condemnation for that sort of behavior was not there. Nobody cared. Nobody had anything to say about it. Nobody cared to like keep identifying the person over and over on stream and keep like talking about who it was or talking about the like, yes, it was really weird. And the type of like the fact that this happened.
Consent violations, like the consent violations are like a fivefold. Like, I can't even imagine. My community is like grossed out by this behavior, but my community is very like, we try very hard to like, I couldn't even, if somebody posted that on my Discord, like they'd be banned. Like, you cannot do, that's not okay. Like, don't even screenshot it from Tom's stream, like super gross. Like, I don't even know how they justified it.
I like, again, they don't even have to justify it because it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people out there who actually care or have any sort of condemnation of this sort of behavior. And so, yeah, it was just, yeah.
No, I don't like that at all. Yeah, I tried to keep up with all of it. I'm sure I missed some gaps in the story, but I think I was so confused at what was happening because I was like, I don't know how degenerate this space has become, but like, this is not an okay way to treat people, especially somebody who didn't volunteer for it to happen in the first place. I think there was like, probably just like I don't know, like an ugliness to it that I just didn't appreciate, I think.
Yep. Yeah. There's just like, there's like this weird thing that, I don't know. I guess there's just a lot that I found out about this space that has me really disenchanted with it and kind of really like looking at everybody very differently now, and especially the types of relationships that I have online now, just like yes, I look at everybody completely differently at this point and have very different opinions of streamers in general and the way that they engaged in these sort of topics. So I'm I feel like I'm going to be like talking to people and engaging with people very differently going forward.
Yeah, like I know that for me, I've been on YouTube a long time. This isn't the first time I've realized people have different values, but I really like the space for the most part. I really like you. I really like Kyla. I really like a lot of people in the space. So I hope to keep those bridges going. But even I'm like paying attention to how people react to certain things, and I'm like, okay, this is not how I want my community to react to certain things or spread certain things. And if you're willing to do it as like the streamer, that's not great, you know. Now I did hear you say something on stream though, to Andrew Wilson. And I assume you're not talking about me when you say you might not talk to women ever again, because
Of course not.
Okay, I heard that. I told my husband, I was like, he's not talking about me though. He's not talking about me.
I wasn't actually saying that I wouldn't talk to women. He's
you were,
like,
you were.
he's being overly hyperbolic because he talks to women, and his wife goes on his show, and he goes on whatever podcast all the time and talks to big groups of women. So even he's just fucking around when he's saying like, never engage with women, never talk to women in the first place, never do content with women. Like, he's obviously joking. That's his fucking business right now, is going on whatever podcast and talking to large groups of women. But I am definitely like, I think I mentioned this after the conversation with him, is that like, I look at the entire situation and what happened throughout all of that, and just kept thinking, damn, dude, if the genders were switched, like everything would have been different. And I can look at dozens of examples over and over where this sort of shit happens and nobody gives a fuck. But all of a sudden they give a fuck when it's like a woman who feels uncomfortable or something like that. And it's like, this is weird. Like, this is super weird, the way that you guys just like pick and choose. And when you will look at this and say, oh, well, it's different people with different values, but it's not like, it's not different values. The problem is hypocrisy and inconsistency, that they're like, that they're going to pick and choose based on what is convenient or what is optically convenient. But when it comes down to like actually holding a standard and actually being consistent with that standard, that's when like it's obvious that they just don't actually hold that standard. They don't actually care. And that's the part that bothers me, is that, yeah, like it seems blatantly obvious that none of these people actually cared about any of this shit. It was just fun for them to like jump in and try to get content out of it.
I stand what I said. I stand by what I said on that WIC panel. I think this is manufactured. I think people are bored and they want clicks and views, and people are easy targets because they can spin it. I just think it's like not what I came to do on YouTube, and thank God I don't have to because I make a living. But like, it is one of those things where I think it feels also like really sad, and ultimately like I don't know what kind of audiences get built from this. But yeah, I don't trust people who move the like goalpost 1,000 times in a conversation. It makes me feel like this doesn't feel like a lie, and I don't like it.
It's everybody else seems to be perfectly okay with that. Just changing what your problem is over and over, changing like literally directly contradicting yourself over and over, and just like trying to find some way to stay mad. Like, that everybody else seems perfectly fine with that, and that's that's
I don't
weird.
know why they are. You know, can I say something? And I think this is gonna sound harsh. A part of me is like, okay, you're either building that TMZ like energy into your content, which is like fine, that's you do you, or like you're never gonna make anything of yourself. Because I'm thinking like long term here. I'm thinking 15, 20 years. Like, where do I want to be as a content creator? And I certainly like, because like we're young. Like, Jordan Peterson's in his 60s doing content. You think we're gonna like? I'm not gonna stop in my 60s. Like, I'm gonna work.
Probably not. Yeah.
So you want a good reputation. You want a good connection with people. You also don't want to like get off on these small, stupid, nothing stories and then build a reputation for being those people. Really. So it is kind of strange that they decide to do that. But sometimes I think it's because they don't think they have a career anyways. So for them, they don't care. They're willing to throw it away, maybe.
Yeah, so like for me, like using like review content is generally just a way for me to have like other conversations and make some sort of original content. Whereas for tons of people, they literally just don't make original content ever. Their entire thing is just watching other people who are interesting and have interesting lives and interesting perspectives and interesting stories, and just watching them and just using their content because they don't have their own life, they don't have their own experiences, they don't have their own shit going on to where they would ever be interesting enough for people to listen to. And so they'd rather just shit on people who actually do have that and who are people with their own opinions and who have thought through things. And it's kind of weird, like the amount of people who just make an entire like channel just using other people's shit all the time. Like I like people will say this to me, and I'm like, yeah, like fair enough, but I like by far the majority of the videos that I'm posting are original content. It's not of me, like I'm not reproducing reviewing other people's videos pretty consistently. Most of my stuff is like debates, interviews, like panels, like it's my stuff. It's very original content that I'm making, that I'm producing.
You do pause forever, I know, because I listen to your streams, and you will pause and you will derail the conversation for 20 minutes because of a chatter, and I'm like, oh my god. And so yeah, you, Papa Gut, me, like, look, listen, if YouTube takes away my ability to react to content, I know I'm gonna be fine. Right? Like, and I think like that's kind of the point, is like we all react to have better, bigger conversations. Like, gosh, I ramble forever, but that's the point. It's like you're coming here to see Tom's view of this. I love watching you on Vosh. I like watching Papa Gut on Vosh. I'm just trying to get people's perspectives on the same story, right? I'm not here for here for your particular perspective. I want to know what Tom thinks. I want to know how Tom and I, if we align, if we're different. Oh, do I want to talk? Like, that's why I'm watching. And so again, I think that's the audience you want to build, is an audience that wants to come hear your perspective, so they can be like, oh, I want to know what so-and-so. I watched this content creator once like review me for a second, which was fine. They didn't say nothing. I was like, oh my god, we've been here for like nothing has happened. Like, I've heard nothing, no feedback, nothing. I was like, why am I watching myself talk? Like, it was so interesting.
Like I'll watch people review my content and they don't even have like a cam on screen, and when they do talk, it's just something like, oh wow, oh cringe, oh man, and like that's like the extent of the analysis that you get from them, and it's just I see this all the time, and it's kind of obnoxious because like I don't ever like I don't care, I don't ever like say anything about it, or I would never do anything about it. Like I'm pretty open with my content, but it's it's annoying.
Well, I'm definitely here for like the long haul, and I'm serious about being a content creator. I have been for a few years now in a real way. It's not just a hobby anymore. And I've seen a difference in also the people that I've attracted to my content, and I appreciate you being one of them. And so good on you for handling shit so well the last couple weeks, because honestly, it had me stressed.
Yeah, it was pretty stressful. I mean, there were like parts of like just the drama shit with like Kelly Jean and JCLK, like that wasn't all that stressful. I didn't really care about that. But then like once like yes, my personal life is now content, and like I want to pick and choose what parts of my life I share with my audience and what parts I don't. And when that is no longer my choice anymore and it's no longer in my hands, that's like super stressful and annoying, and And yeah, they're like people that I thought I trusted are like out there like putting out information about me and sharing my DMs and all sorts of shit like that. And it's just I already had a lot of boundaries on how I treat online relationships, and now instead I've put way more boundaries up. I've decided that there's way less that I will share with people that I think I'm close to behind the scenes. Like it'll probably be the same behind the scenes as it is on stream now for literally everybody. I am not talking to you about shit ever again, because yeah, that's where I fucked up, is just trusting somebody in the first place.
Yeah, like ultimately I think that's probably the best choice. And as much as I am so excited to meet new people in the space, like, yeah, it's like peace and love. I don't know who anybody is, but I hope that ultimately I'll have good intentions, and if you don't, I will suss you out. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm like, do you have good intentions or bad intentions? I can't tell. With you, I feel like you have good intentions, and I hope I'm not wrong about that. And I think that's why I Wick, same thing. I think Wick has good intentions. I think a lot of people do, but man, you know, if you ever double cross me, Tom, if you ever share all my deep dark secrets,
You'll find out.
all right. Well, that's all I had on my noggin today. Did you want to talk to me about anything? Anything on your mind?
Shoot.
You don't have to. There's nothing going on.
Yeah, not really that I can think of.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing that I can think of
Wow.
right now. Most of my
Fascinating.
mind is thinking, I gotta go get some fucking nicotine.
Well, you do that. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your stream. And I'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Brittany.
Okay. Bye, Tom.
Later. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I do. I really just want to go get nicotine now. Like, my vape is completely out. Yeah, it's like right there at the bottom. And
Thanks. Is this lamb? It is. Cool. Love you. Be careful.
I've been like trying to like get every last drop out of this shit while we were talking, and just not working out well. I do have like older ones that I saved so that I could get the juice out of them, but none of these look good, and it's gonna be hard to get them out. So I don't have like a syringe that I could use to get it out. Let's see. This one's still good. Can I just? Yeah. Okay. We can take a little bit more time then. I wanted to watch yesterday. I planned on watching the H3 react to Vash's stuff. They have a final word on this, and you know, Vash did his video more recently talking about the. I wish I'd thought of this as she was saying it. I didn't hear about like Lav and Destiny, so I don't know where that came from or any of that. Is this like a new thing that came out that just happened or something? I don't know anything about this.
Wow.
Got time searching the floor for vape rocks. Yeah. Yeah, they got into it. Okay, so that's a real thing. That's not okay. Okay, it didn't just come out on my stream. It didn't. We didn't just have fucking breaking news or anything. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I hate it when like I see somebody who's like, we're just talking, and then later I see somebody else reviewing my stream and they're like, he just let her say that on his stream, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know. Is that new? I didn't know that this was like leaked on my fucking stream. I thought this was, what the fuck? It ended with Lav being blacklisted. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get into this for a little bit.
I'm almost done with this article.
Promised us a update video, and he did post an update video. Now, I didn't.
I think he's a big grifter.
prankster or
Right,
something.
yeah.
I think he's lost in the sauce.
That probably happens a lot. They grift and then they get lost completely.
Yeah,
Get sucked in.
Yeah, big time.
It just went backwards.
Oh, thank you for the gifted. Thank you, Mark Schreiber. So let's talk about Vosh. Vosh, he promised us a update video, and he did post an update video. Now, I did not need a 2-hour video. It's like 2 hours long. In my opinion, the video should just be like, you know what? I have issues. It's not normal. And frankly, I probably should get help for it. And that's what I'm going to do. You know?
Yeah.
But instead, he spent 2 hours trying to talk about how he is a great speaker. He does have a.
I'm sorry, but this is already bullshit. Like.
Okay. Don't care. Okay. I might just do this off stream tonight. This is the last, I think, big conflict And then I just need to like clean up notes and like get a cohesive idea of what we're going to be arguing. The 22nd, my debate's on the 29th. We've still got like 6 days. I should be fine. We got plenty of time. All right. What are we watching while I eat? We've got our Finkelstein debate. Is there something not as agonizing? Eddie, thank you for the 100 subs, buddy. Glenn Greenwald. Oh. What was the Greenwald Rumble? Why is it so hard to find his Rumble stream? What the fuck? Oh, is it done?
The Barack, hey, that's a horse. Barack cock. Wait, the original lolly horse porn consumer was Muhammad, who had a child bride and a magic horse. Him and Vosh are the same guy.
Vosh is Muhammad. It's all making sense now.
He is the prophet.
Vosh,
It's the
Finkel is
reincarnation of
Einhorn. Vosh is Muhammad.
How did we not see it before?
It's so obvious now.
Vosh, Hellbeat.
Vosh.
Can I get a call to prayer real?
Nice.
Biden's economy is booming, at least.
Why voters hate Biden's booming economy. Oh, that might be interesting. What is this? Damn. Apparently they called him a bitch. And then tried to dab him up.
On paper, where the numbers show that its economy
Okay.
has been growing.
350,000 subs. Why does this guy's microphone sound like it's at the other end of a cement corridor? What's going on here?
Biden's economy is booming, at least on paper, where the numbers show that its economy has been growing quite a bit faster than comparable economies like Europe, the United Kingdom, and Japan. On top of that, unemployment is still extremely low, and inflation is now falling faster than ever. And yet, recent surveys reveal that Americans are very negative about their economy, and especially the way that President Joe Biden handled it compared to President Donald Trump. So, how is it possible that a seemingly booming economy could cost Joe Biden the election? Are people just imagining things, or is the economy really not as good as it seems on paper? To answer these questions, I have been scouring the internet for convincing explanations from economists, and I've actually found 3 fascinating theories that could explain the difference between what the numbers say and how voters feel about the economy. Theories that range from increased inequality to increased media negativity to Republican states like Texas and Florida outperforming Democratic ones like California and New York. Theories that all have some pretty convincing evidence to back them up. But which theory has the most convincing evidence? Well, to answer that question, let's first review the key numbers which suggest that Biden's economy is booming. Specifically, we'll have a look at the 4 most commonly used indicators to reflect how well average Americans are doing economically speaking. Real GDP, which is GDP corrected for inflation, inflation itself, unemployment, and the average real wage, which is the average wage, again, corrected for inflation. First, as you can see here, America's real GDP per person indeed looks relatively good when compared to other economies such as Europe, the United Kingdom and Japan. Everyone was hit hard by the COVID pandemic lockdowns, but only America's economy recovered to the pre-COVID trend line, potentially due to the generous economic stimulus provided first by Trump and then by Biden. Stimulus that likely gave businesses the confidence to quickly rehire everyone that lost their job when the pandemic began, meaning that after a big spike, unemployment is again at an all-time low. However, there was also a dark side to this recovery: unprecedented inflation, making life much more expensive for ordinary Americans. Sure, many of these price increases were caused by pandemic-related supply chain disruptions and later the war in Ukraine. However, most economists agree that without generous stimulus measures, the massive inflation spike that you see here would likely not have happened, or at least reversed more quickly afterwards. And while the GDP numbers still look good when corrected for inflation, the same can really not be said for real average wages, which, as you can see here, have only recently returned to their pre-pandemic trend, as inflation is now falling. But okay, before we get into this drop of real wages here, we need to talk about something strange. You see, this bump over here, it means average real wages went up at the start of the pandemic. But why? Well, we can actually see this bump because at the start of the pandemic, many vulnerable people lost their jobs. And with a lot of vulnerable people who don't earn that much out of a job, the average wage actually went up because it only reflected the wage of these high-income earners. But then, as the more vulnerable people were hired back quite quickly, the average real wage dropped again. So yeah, this bump at the start of the pandemic is pretty meaningless for judging how well the economy was doing at the time. And for now, I think it's best to just ignore it and just focus on this drop over here, which makes clear that, when everybody was hired back, most working Americans saw the spending power of their wages drop during Biden's tenure because their wage growth, which did grow, did not keep up with inflation. So if we look at the metrics, we can see that America's economy definitely took a big hit from the pandemic. First, GDP dropped massively while unemployment rose. But then as stimulus kicked in, GDP and unemployment recovered. However, then inflation spiked so much that actually for a long time, the average wage corrected for inflation fell and it only recently recovered. And while that looks bad, it can always be worse as real wages continued to fall in 2023 for Europe, the United Kingdom and Japan. So then why are Americans just as negative as, for example, Europeans about the state of their economy? Well, while there are many explanations circulating online, I only found 3 that could be supported by at least somewhat convincing evidence. Of these, Biden's favorite explanation is that you are being misinformed by the media. But before getting into that, let's talk about data brokers informing scammers, spammers, and hackers about you and how today's video sponsor, Aura, can help you do something about that. You see, if you just simply Google yourself, you will be surprised by some of the weird websites that claim to know intimate stuff about you, ranging from your phone number, your health records, to your relatives, to your personality type. This is why I've been using Aura, the sponsor of today's video, which showed me all the data brokers that used my information and then automatically submitted the requests that are needed to opt out from them. This helps me reduce spam and protects my social media and bank accounts from hackers. What I really like about Aura in particular is that it offers me multiple layers of protection, such as antivirus, VPN, password management, parental control, identity theft insurance, and more, all at one affordable price. Of course, you may already have 1 or 2 of these tools. However, not having Aura is like locking the front door and leaving the back door wide open. Aura is always on, doing the hard work of keeping me safe so that I can focus on economic research with peace of mind. If you're interested in trying it out, consider going to aura.com/moneyandmacro or by clicking on the link in the description below to start your 2-week trial. After, of course, hearing about why Biden feels that you are being misinformed by the media, which is quite refreshing, right? This time it's not Trump that is lashing out at the media, it is Biden who said that the media is not properly reporting about the state of the economy. And let's be honest, it is true that especially on social media, like here on YouTube, for example, videos about the collapse of the American economy were trending in 2023, even as the economy recovered from a global pandemic shutdown. Therefore, some started to say that 2023 was not the year of an economic recession, but rather the year of a vibe session in which just the vibes were really bad. But why were the vibes in the media so bad? Well, here many have pointed out that the cause could be something called negativity bias, which means that when given the choice, people tend to watch negative news stories more often than positive ones. But are Americans more exposed to negative news than, for example, Europeans? Well, yes, that is likely for 2 reasons. The first is that Americans, on average, rely more on social media for their news, which is extremely competitive, and therefore creators are more likely to exploit your negativity bias to get views. The second reason is that even if you just look at traditional media, Americans are more likely to be confronted with sensationalized negative news as their media landscape is much more commercialized. But is this really why people were so negative about Biden's booming economy? Well, recent research by economists does show that media sentiment about the economy has gotten significantly worse over the past 50 years, even as the economy kept growing. However, as you can see from the red line over here, when Trump was president, economic news also got way more negative. But at the same time, the economic sentiment measured in an influential survey by the University of Michigan, which is the blue line, well, this remained much more positive. So I don't think negative news stories can fully explain the vibe session under Biden, which brings us to the second theory, which states that it's not only that the US media is exceptionally competitive and therefore negative, it is also uniquely polarized politically. And strangely enough, the University of Michigan survey shows that the implications of this political polarization are very important for how people feel about the economy. For example, as you can see here, when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, Republicans were suddenly really optimistic about the economy, while Democrats all of a sudden thought that the economy was in terrible shape. Similarly, when Biden was elected in 2020, Republicans all of a sudden thought that the economy was going down the drain, while Democrats thought that it was doing great. Of course, that fact alone cannot explain why Biden's economy is so much more unpopular than that of Trump. After all, given that both parties are roughly equally popular, on average, how people feel about the economy would not change that much if there is a new president. Sure, under Biden, Republicans hate the economy, but that was always going to happen. However, surprisingly, Democrats are also relatively pessimistic about the economy right now. That is Biden's real problem. But why are Democrats so negative about Biden's booming economy? Could it be that for them, it is not really booming that much? Well, if you look at America's economy state by state and then hold that next to a map of voting patterns, you can see that it's actually mostly the red state economies that are darker on the economic growth map, meaning that they are the ones who have been booming. But why are red Republican states doing so much better than blue Democratic states? Well, one plausible explanation that has been put forward by economist Noah Smith is that highly restrictive zoning regulations are making it all but impossible to build new houses and factories in blue states. This is contributing to unaffordable housing, which then leads to increased homelessness and migration from blue states to red states. Ironically, it also means that Biden's massive subsidies for new factories are mostly benefiting red states. Now, this could explain why Democrats are relatively negative about the economy, which in turn could explain why, on average, people are also relatively negative about the economy. After all, citizens of booming Republican states will be negative about the economy because Biden is president. So there it matters less that their economies are doing relatively well. Meanwhile, blue state citizens are still more positive than those in red states, but they are not super positive because their economies are actually not doing that well. If this is true, it means that political polarization is causing Mr. Biden's economy to be underappreciated rather than media negativity. But what if both of these theories about an underappreciated economy are wrong? What if regular Americans are actually right and actually the numbers are wrong thanks to rising inequality? Something that can essentially already be seen if we look back at the differences between real GDP, the average income, and the average real wages of American workers. As you can see here, while real GDP dropped during the pandemic, it then recovered quite quickly. However, here we can see that real wages have really only now just recovered to their pre-pandemic trend. Essentially, that means that average working people have felt the impact of rising prices more than they have seen their wages increase, at least up till now. So from their perspective, they were genuinely experiencing a recession. And so they were right to feel more pessimistic about the economy, really, until now. And indeed, it's only now that we...
Wait, can somebody explain this point? I don't understand. He got this right.
However, here we can see that real...
So he got this part right, that when the real average wage dramatically increased here, it wasn't actually dramatically increasing. What was happening was a lot of low-paying jobs were dropping out of the economy during COVID. But then it seems like he's saying, but there was a decrease in real wage here, but that was just the economy adding those jobs back. No? I thought that was the explanation for the huge bump and the huge drop here, was the composition of the workforce changed dramatically prior and after COVID. Or I don't understand. So I don't understand why he's saying like the increase didn't count, but the decrease did, when I thought that this had to do with job composition. I don't understand that.
The wages have really only now just recovered to their pre-pandemic trend. Essentially, that means that average working people have felt the impact of rising prices more than they have seen their wages increase, at least up till now. So from their perspective, they were genuinely experiencing a recession. And so they were right to feel more pessimistic about the economy, really until now. And indeed, it's only now that we see that people are getting more optimistic about the economy. Some more evidence for this theory can actually be seen if we look at income inequality in the United States. Here, we can see that while it got a lot better in 2020 and 2021, mostly thanks to Biden's stimulus checks, inequality then once again got way worse in 2022 as the stimulus measures ended. Similarly, if we look at the supplemental poverty rate, which takes into account the rising costs of living due to inflation, we can see that it is now also higher than it was when Biden took office, even though, like general inequality, it had dipped significantly thanks to Biden's relief funds during COVID. So while average GDP growth looks pretty good, lagging real wages and increased inequality suggests that it is plausible that up to now, only a few Americans really profited from this booming economy, and therefore it makes total sense that most Americans were as pessimistic as their European counterparts. On the other hand, if we look at the surveys, we can see that while those that filled them out were relatively negative about the economy, they were actually quite positive about their own financial situation, which is why the most logical
Oh yeah, that was a really weird survey.
conclusion is that all of these factors play a role, although not equally so. Most importantly, I think we need to recognize that inflation genuinely made it so that most people experienced a recession. Something that can be seen if we look at real wages, but cannot be seen if we only look at GDP. Second, I think the fact that voters feel so different about the economy if their favorite president is in charge is so big that it could really mess with the reliability of the overall survey. And so the fact that red states outperformed blue states by a lot and benefited from Bidenomics more could really have impacted overall economic sentiment. Third, while I did think that it was interesting to see that research confirms that the media is getting more and more negative, despite the economy not getting more and more negative, it is part of a larger trend that is not unique to Biden. So overall, I think that it made sense that people were more pessimistic than the headline GDP numbers suggested. But luckily for Biden, inflation is now coming down rapidly and real wages are recovering. And lo and behold, people are now once again becoming more optimistic about the economy. But whether or not that effect will be big enough to swing the election in Biden's favor, well, we'll just have to see. In the meantime, I just want to thank my patrons and members for giving me the financial stability to avoid having to tap into your negativity bias too much here on YouTube. And yeah, let me know in the comments below what you thought about this take. Were these the three most important reasons for the difference between pessimistic economic sentiments and positive data about the economy? Or do you think I missed another credible explanation? Finally, if you want to know more about why exactly inflation is falling so fast now, check out this video over here.
Wow. Oh.
Idea who the people are who died in Russia, but the reason Lindsey Graham.
So yeah,
very happy about it is Field of Greens. I am exposing myself to the best of every political ideology and challenge. And I think it's important to note that it's not enough to just say, oh, I'm going to read some conservatives and some liberals or some people. The Vanguard, I've talked about it before. I've been on their show about what this subculture is and what it kind of says about how young Americans are getting their news and forming significant, looking a little bit more.
Okay, cringed. Okay. All right. One more week, brave soldiers, okay? You guys are doing it. I promise we'll make it. I love you all very much. Be back tomorrow morning. Probably early again, so we can keep reading. Stay safe. Oh, I got a psych appointment tomorrow. I can start and stop. I'll see. All right. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.